Hi, I'm Hannah. I want to make videos about all of the different brands of indie shadows that I have in my collection. I already made a video about Give Me Glow Cosmetics, and I started looking at my Looxi shadows, and I have a lot of them. And the thing with them is, I feel like I could make a useful resource when it comes to them because a lot of Looxi shadows are very inconsistent. The good news is that they're $3, so I kind of feel personally that I don't mind if some of them are throwaways because it's still cheap enough. But as I was starting to think about making that video, I realized that I have a lot of newer collections that I don't know that well. And because I want that video to be more informational, I don't want that to be a place for discovery. I kind of want to experience these shadows and have some kind of feeling about the quality and the performance of them before I make that video. So because of that, I wanted today to swatch the 6 shadows I picked up from their Halloween Treats collection that launched on October 30th. I don't think they ever said if these collections are limited edition or not, but in my experience, they don't restock. But either way, I thought that maybe you have these shadows and you're trying to do that kind of discovery also, or it'll just be interesting to see which percentage of these shadows are good and what you could expect ordering from them in the future. Because when they launch these, they usually announce it the day before. There aren't any swatches other than the picture that they include on their website, which always seems to be way more like shifty and duochromatic than what you expect. And, you know, sometimes the shadows from them are awesome and I can't believe they're $3, and sometimes they're just kind of disappointing. So I'm going to swatch on my eyes for these 6 shadows today and try to kind of get a feel of what's good, what's trash. Maybe all of them are good, maybe all of them are trash. I'm not sure. This shade is Hocus Pocus. This looks like a deep purple shimmer. I'm gonna swatch it on my hand first. So that's Hocus Pocus. It does feel like kind of like a sheer eyeshadow, which isn't my favorite. And I don't like how it's definitely kind of like gray underneath it. So let's see. I don't have any primer on my eyelids or anything. I kind of figured I'm wiping it right off anyway. So my initial impression of the shadow is that it's pretty damn weak. It really felt very like sheer going on. It doesn't look particularly shimmery. I'm kind of deciding if I want to declutter shadows today or wait until I make that video, but I do kind of feel like this shadow is a waste of my time. Why would I have this cluttering up my collection and potentially I'm using this and not using other shadows I have that are so good? So yeah, I'm gonna declutter this one. Hocus Pocus. The next one I'm gonna swatch is the shade Joker. This one looks very gray, kind of like gray taupe, which again, isn't always my favorite kind of shadow. I wish I could pop on the screen. I might have a screenshot from when they released with the swatches on the website, but it won't have the exact names on them. And I'm pretty sure the pages don't exist on their site anymore, so I can't tell you exactly what's what. But I'll try to pop that on the screen to show you how they presented these swatches. Because for this collection, I didn't buy all of them. I chose the 6 that seemed the most unique and special to me. So I think it says something that like, I bought this thinking it was going to be really cool, and it just looks like a taupe eyeshadow. This one does feel a little bit more flaky when I swatch it. It looks kind of sheer and weak also. You can tell for that one, it does have more reflect. It looks very deep sometimes and very like more shimmery when it catches the light. It definitely has some like red and gray in there. I guess I did get concealer on my eyelids. I do think it's a little bit more special of a shade than this one is, but it's still pretty weak, and I can't imagine what situation I'm going to be pulling this out and wearing it in. I kind of want to declutter this one also. I don't know, I think for this one at least I'm going to wait until the next video. I might want to try to like compare it against something else first. Compare it against like another taupe shadow I know I have from them, but not very impressed. Okay, I didn't really put more product on my lid, but I did kind of dab over them with my foundation brush. just to kind of even it out a little bit. And hopefully some of these next shadows will be a little bit less disappointing. So this next one is called Jelly. It looks like a really pretty blue shimmer with a purple base. And this one feels more flaky, but I've been duped before. Okay, that one looks really pretty actually. Yeah, it looks like kind of like a burgundy eggplant base and blue shimmer. Wow, okay, I'm excited now. I told you some of their shadows can be really good. Okay, obviously these swatches are super messy for dramatic effect, but that's so pretty. Okay, you know what? I actually am going to declutter Joker that I last swatched, because I'm remembering from looking at this that I have such pretty shadows. Why do I need to clutter up my collection with things that I know aren't that special? So Joker is going by. But wow, this one, Jelly, I'm so excited about this. That's so pretty. Okay, so the final three I have look more like gold bronzy. Just looking at them in the pan, they do look like they're going to be like flakier. So this one is Adorbsy. Adorbsy looks like it's like a bronze and yellow gold shimmer on top of more of like a burgundy brown base. I need to stop saying this, but it does kind of feel more flaky also, which is what I want. Wow. Wow. Wow, that's so pretty. I feel like this shade looks like it's like a super layered look. Like it looks like you have a red base down with a gold shimmer on top of it. This shade actually is so unique. Okay, I'm pleasantly surprised that these aren't all going to be disappointments. These two are both awesome. Again, it's Jelly and Adorbsy. I'm realizing I forgot to do a hand swatch of Adorbsy, so I'm just gonna do that really quick. And that's that one right there. I feel like I'm learning that I have these two gorgeous shadows in my collection and I just didn't even know. And I'm pretty excited about my final two also. This one is Starburst. It just looks like a almost green leaning gold. We'll do our little finger swatch. It does feel like it has more of a sheer base than these other two, but it feels like it has the sparkle of them and not like the total sheerness of these two. Wow, even looking at that reflect. So pretty, so excited. Wow. Yeah, so exactly like I thought. I'm not as excited about it because it doesn't feel as special by not having like a contrasting base and shimmer, but it's still so bold and so pretty, and I could totally see myself using this when I want to add a gold to my look. Really nice quality. Again, this one is Starburst. So the final one I have from this Halloween Treats collection is the shade Honey Pot. Looks like kind of like a copper leaning bronze. Feels really nice. Wow. That one looks like a honeycomb. Wow, that's so pretty. I love that it's like definitely more of like a bronze base, and then it has that super yellowy copper shimmer to it. Let's pop that on the eye. Wow, that's so rich. Oh my god, look how incredible that is. Wow. I'm not always the biggest kind of like neutral lover, but this is such a fun neutral. I feel like even for me, it's the perfect kind of shadow for like a night out. Not like I'm doing that much nowadays anyway, but it is kind of more neutral without being boring. It's a very sexy shade. I'm actually super happy with how this turned out. I decluttered 2 shades and I'm keeping and so excited about 4 of them. I did some quick calculations because this is kind of how I justify buying from Looxi, especially in these limited time collections that I think I forgot to mention also that they sell out really quickly. They take a while to ship. For example, this collection, they announced it on October 29th. I just checked my emails for this information. I got my confirmation email 7 minutes after it was released, and then it shipped on November 12th. So almost 2 weeks later, I got it on November 18th. And I know these collections sell out within minutes of dropping. So there isn't really the option to wait and see swatches from people before you buy it. But because of the low cost, I think it's not all that bad. So without counting shipping costs, these 6 shadows were $3 each. So I paid $18 for them. And then I decluttered 2. So you divide that 18 by the 4 I ended up keeping, and they were $4.50 each. And I think for $4.50 each, these are worth it. You know what I mean? If these were much more expensive shadows and it was a gamble, I would not see myself continuing to purchase from them. But for such a low cost, and in this case, 2/3 of them were super successful, I'm not too upset about it. So I am excited to swatch my other collections. I have the Butterfly Kisses collection, which I am a little bit more familiar with, and I know some of those shadows are absolutely amazing. I also have the Winter collection. I can't remember the cute little name for it, but I have all of that. And then I just ordered their most recent collection that dropped like a week ago, and that one hasn't shipped yet, but I definitely will be swatching all of them when they come, and I'm really excited for that, especially seeing that 2/3 of these were successful. Because I find that it's easy to like swatch one, like those 2 that I decluttered, and feel disappointed in the collection. But if you put in the work and really test them out and are okay getting rid of the ones that don't work, it can be really satisfying. I kind of already introed this video in my last Looxi video, which went up maybe a couple days ago or a week ago. I'll link that one down below. But for a quick recap, I'm trying to go through all of my single shadows in my collection and make videos about each of them, but for my Looxi shadows, I have so many of them, and I have so many more recent collections that I just haven't played around with that much. So my last video was swatching my Halloween collection shadows, and I learned that 2 of the 6 were really bad, and 4 of the 6 were amazing. And I wanted to do the same thing today for my Snow Angels collection. Recently, Looxi always announces their collections a day before they drop. This one they announced on November 29th. It dropped at noon on November 30th. I got my confirmation email at 12:03, and then it shipped on December 15th, and I got it on December 26th. So while these collections have seemed like they're limited edition, and there's no chance to see anyone else's swatches other than the official page of swatches before you buy them, I think it's kind of interesting to look at past collections and figure out how many of them worked and how many can we expect in the future of a collection to be worthwhile, you know? So I have the whole Snow Angels collection. It's 7 shadows. In the last video, I was kind of describing some as sheer, and when I was saying sheer, I kind of meant like thin and like more balmy in a way, and then I was talking about ones that were more flaky that have kind of more substance when you swatch them. And you can kind of tell from looking at them, not always, but looking at these 7, 6 of them look pretty balmy, which like I'm not very excited about. 1 of them looks more flaky. I've been surprised before. I'm prepared and hoping to be surprised again. And let's just dive into putting these on my eyes. So these shadows are no longer on their website, but I did save pictures when they first released, and I put them in a grid. There's also like 1 matte in there that I also ordered, so you can ignore that for these purposes. But I'll pop that picture of the website's provided swatches up now so you can see. They all look pretty cool. They always look pretty cool and shifty in their swatches, and they don't always come out that way, but it's just kind of like an interesting reference to see. So this first one here is Snow Angel, and this one just looks white. And like a shimmery white can be really nice for the inner corner, so I'm not knocking it, but I do know that all of the swatches look shifty, so we'll see if this does anything. First on my hand, I would just describe this so far as like a pale yellow gold. I may have gotten some concealer on my lid, but I don't have any primer on or anything. I'm gonna zoom in a little more. So on the lid, it looks yellowy, almost green. I think all in all, it's pretty lackluster. I don't think it has enough pop to even be like a fun inner corner shadow for me. It is more pigmented than I would have thought. I feel like a lot of times these white shadows really sheer out, and this one is definitely like sitting on top of my lid. It doesn't offend me enough that I want to declutter it right now, but it's on watch. I'm not excited about it. I wouldn't say this is a home run. The next shade is Lollipop. This just looks like a medium toned pink. It does feel like the powder's coming up a little bit when I swatch it, but not that much. So it does pick up the light, but it doesn't look very impressive. So in the eye, I feel like you can tell more that it's more of like a pink base with a yellow reflect to it. It's still not shimmery enough to be awesome to me. Maybe I'm just like in a different mood than I was when I filmed the last one, where I was so kind of quick to declutter things. Because I feel like I probably will end up decluttering both of these, but I'm just not ready to right now. I'd like to compare this to other pinks before I get rid of it. But yeah, nothing great. Nothing great. So the next one up is the only one that visually looks like it might be that like flaky, awesome, sparkly formula that I love. This one is Gingerbread. It looks kind of like a terracotta pinky, but very reflective. Wow, that's so much better than those. Wow, wow, wow. That's so pretty and so reflective. The shade of it doesn't necessarily wow me, but the formula of it I think is really pretty, and if I want this kind of shade, I'll be happy to have it. Gingerbread is definitely a winner. Next one up is Sugar Plum. This just looks like a pretty purple. It definitely doesn't look as like kind of sheer as these do, kind of as thin as these do. It looks like more of a metallic to me than this like high shimmery finish. It kind of reminds me of, I think, Kazookles from Divina. After I finish going through all my brands, I'm kind of planning to go through by color. So that's a comparison I'm actually really excited for in the future. And I think Kazookles is probably going to kick its ass. Just saying. Or even there's that one from Cleona, is it Tapestry? Something like that. Yeah, I think for this shade, it's pretty. If I didn't have those other colors that I was mentioning, I would definitely be more excited about it. But because I know I have shades like this that are just awesome, this doesn't excite me that much. But it's alright. It's not bad. It's not bad. So the final three seem to be more in like the blue family. This one is Peppermint. Kind of looks like a robin's egg blue, maybe. It seems like it has a bit of a pink reflect. I kind of hate it. I don't know why, I just kind of hate it. Let's see. I hate it. I hate this. I don't know why I hate this so much. It's like really a very, what I'm calling a sheer formula. It has nothing to it. It's like putting a bomb on my lid. I'm gonna get rid of this one right now because I hate it. I hate it. Peppermint, I hate you. I took it off my eye because I hate it. And we have two left, so it kind of makes sense, but I hate it. Next one up, Chili. I can't tell if it's just because there's clearly specks of a pink shadow in there just from, you know, cross-contamination in my palette, or if it has a bit of a pink reflect also. I'm not sure. Okay, right next to the one I hate, this is Chili. Ugh, that also kind of feels like a slippery, icy blue. I think it does look a little prettier. Maybe I just hate seeing anything next to that one. Okay, this is better than the last one. It's a very icy blue shimmer. I could see this one working pretty well as an inner corner highlight. It's interesting because I feel like with the last collection that I was swatching, they were either really good or they were really bad. And I think this one is another middle ground. It's not as sparkly as their sparkly shadows can be, but it's not one of those dull, lackluster, thin, terrible ones that I hate. Yeah, it's alright. It's alright. The final one in this collection is Winter Moon. So it is like a bit more of like a denim blue than those other two. Maybe almost like a yellow reflect. Huh. I think I feel similar about this one that I do about this one. It's okay. It's alright. It's not bad. Maybe it's more like $3 quality. You know, I've said that their amazing shadows are worth way more than $3. Their shitty shadows are worth nothing, but their in-between shadows, they're alright. They're $3 shadows. They're alright. I don't really know what to make of this. The collection was 7 shadows. One of them I had to discard immediately. 2 of them I'm very about, and I probably will discard them. 3 of them are alright, and if I have similar shades in my collection in formulas that I like better, I probably will discard them also. There's really only one winner for me here. In my Halloween video, I gave like clear numbers because there was like 2 bad, 4 good. These aren't that simple. I'd say 1 terrible, 2 bad, 3 okay, 1 good. So I can't break down the numbers as simply. I think for the Halloween ones, overall, to me the collection was worth it. For this one, overall the collection was not worth it. However, I had no way of knowing that until I purchased the collection. Maybe I can simplify it in saying that Halloween collection was worthwhile, thumbs up, 100%, and this collection was not worthwhile, thumbs down, 0%. So we're averaged out at 50-50 right now of your chance of having a worthwhile collection. Wow, that sucks. I'm disappointed. I was so pleasantly surprised last time. Bummer, dude. I just turned off the camera, but I was kind of like swatching those 2 dud ones on my hand, and I popped the light one in my inner corner, and I'm realizing that because it's so kind of pigmented, it doesn't even look nice there because it doesn't meld into my skin at all. And I'm just remembering that things don't need to be absolutely horrible, repulsive, I hate this, get this off of my eye right now, to be decluttered. They should be decluttered if they're not adding anything to my collection. And if I know I have light shimmery shades and shimmery pinks that I like better, and reaching into either of these, I would be disappointed, I'm not keeping in my collection. So I'm actually going to declutter these 2 right now. Okay. And I also just want to add that since I decluttered 3 and I kept 4, and we can use that as a clear rubric for price allocation, the $21 cost of 7 over the 4 shadows that I kept makes each of those $5.25 each. So still, that's really not bad. Maybe me saying this like collection overall was like a downer is kind of like an exaggeration, because 4 of the shadows I'd still say are pretty quality, despite not being all mind-blowing. Okay. I guess that's everything for today. My next Looxi swatch video is probably going to be on the Butterfly Kisses collection, and that collection I do have more experience with, and I know that some of those shadows are awesome. So hopefully that will be a bit of a redeeming character arc for Looxi, because I'm kind of leaving this right now feeling a little bummed on them. So sorry this one was a bit of a downer. This is going to be the 3rd installment of me swatching Looxi shadows on my eyes. So far I already swatched the Halloween Treats collection and the Snow Angels collection, and today I'm going to be swatching the Butterfly Kisses collection. It seems like a lot of their collections nowadays drop once, there's little warning, and then they're gone forever, but the Butterfly Kisses collection does seem to have a little bit more permanence in their line than other ones. It originally dropped last July 31st, and then I actually picked it up on the restock on August 14th, I believe. So I've had these for a little while and I do have some experience with them. And I did look on the website now and they still have these all listed, and a couple of them, the Monarch, Emerald, and Crimson Rose, are in stock right now. So that's kind of cool. All the Looxi shadows are $3, so I usually feel like it's kind of worth the risk, but by swatching all these collections on my eyes, I'm trying to actually give myself some actual data about whether or not they're worth it. But from my experience using these already, I think I can tell you that this collection is worth it, but because it's something that restocks, you actually have the option of choosing the ones that you want. So I'll be able to go through, we'll see which ones are really good, which is most of them, and we'll see which ones are so-so, and you don't have to blindly buy all of them and hope for the best. So I'm gonna go generally lightest to darkest, starting with the 2 pinkiest ones. The first one I'm gonna swatch is called Skyflower. I would call this like a pink champagne. You know what? I can actually read what it says on the website. That's kind of cool. So the website describes Skyflower as a light pink with so much deception. This baby shifts from a metallic lilac to gold to pink to hints of orange. It feels nice and soft when I swatch it, but I don't think it's going to pack the same punch as some of the other ones. But it is still a really nice metallic. I don't have any primer in my eyes, but I think I do have a little bit of concealer. So this is Skyflower. It doesn't knock my socks off. My favorite eyeshadows are the ones that are super foily and shifty and have big shimmer particles. This one is definitely a smoother metallic, but I don't hate it. I think there is like a time and place for a shade like this, and I think this kind of shade does work really nicely on the inner corner also. Next up is Flutter. I would describe this as like a baby bubblegum pink with white reflex. The website describes it as a princess pink with shifts of peachy gold and lilac. It's interesting, the website also recommends a glitter primer for this, but I feel like it doesn't feel like it has large particles when I swatch it on my finger. See? Yeah, it seems to be a really similar formula to that first one, just definitely peachier, and this one is colder. Yeah, I think I definitely feel similarly to this as I do to the first one. It's a fine metallic. It doesn't knock my socks off, but it's fine. After I go through all my brands, I'm planning to go through my shadows color by color. And I think this one compared to, is it Peachy Keen or just Peachy, something like that from JD Glow, is going to be interesting. Because they both kind of have that like yellow almost to green shift. I don't know if this one quite does it. But yeah, it's fine. It's nice. Definitely neither of these are gonna be the real standouts of this collection. I charged my camera a little bit and I put on cheap products because when I was getting ready to film this, I forgot how to do makeup, I guess. So next up is Nectar. I would describe this as a yellow. I'm trying to think of other fancier words, but it just looks like a baby yellow to me. The website describes it as a golden yellow with shifts of green, blue, and orange. That sounds cool. Feels a little thicker when I pick it up. That looks awesome and bold. I like that it looks light enough that it doesn't really come across as gold. I definitely don't see all those colors in it, but I do think it looks like a really nice light yellow shade that isn't gold. Because I feel like sometimes when I want to do a yellow look, I don't want it to read like a gold look. And I think this would be really nice for that circumstance. The formula is really nice on it. I love all the micro shimmers. Yeah, that's Nectar. Next up is going to be Caterpillar. I would say this looks like a golden fiery orange. The website says that it's a dynamic orange with shifts of pink, teal, gold, and purple. I feel like all these descriptions were like written with a mother's love because I'm not seeing all these shifts. I would love to. It sounds awesome, but that does look super pretty though. I like that it seems like it has more of like a burnt orange base with more of a yellow orange shimmer. Wow, that doesn't look real. Yeah, this one's super pretty. I love that like when I turn my head, it almost looks like I have a full look. It looks like I have an orange shadow, like a dark orange, and then a lighter orange in the middle. But then you move, it really picks up the light. That's really cool. So far, Caterpillar, my favorite one. I'm so excited for this next one, and from the look of the pan, it looks like I've barely ever dipped into it, maybe once with a brush, so that's kind of cool. This is Angel Wings. It looks like a warm taupe. I'm not sure if that orange is like cross-contamination or if there's actually orange in it too, but it looks like a really interesting shadow. The website says, in the pan, the shade looks like an average coppery brown, but out of the pan, it explodes into a symphony of colors. Shifts from purple, blue, gold, silver, and reddish pink. Wow. Seems to be picking up nicely, a nice kind of flaky formula like I like. Alright, I'm not seeing the full symphony, but I think it does look like a really nice, multi-dimensional nude. Do you see the colors of the rainbow? I don't see the colors in the rainbow, but I really like it. I think they almost set themselves up for failure by having these really shifty looking swatches and these really incredible sounding descriptions that just like a super shimmery taupe is good enough. And I think this is interesting because I think the base is warmer and the shift is cooler, which is interesting. I think so many neutral lovers would like this because it's kind of like a more spicy neutral. I like this because it's a more spicy neutral and not like a boring neutral. And the only neutrals that I really like are spicy neutrals. Yeah, I think this is a really nice shade. Angel Wings. Next up is Crimson Rose. I would say this looks like an antiqued rose purple. The website says it's a beautiful metallic maroon with shifts of light pink and copper orange. That's a really pretty color. This is really pretty. I think this is the kind of shade that could appeal to someone who loves color and also appeals to someone that loves neutrals, because I think that it is a way to step out of neutrals without being too loud or too bold. For a non-neutral lover, I definitely talk about neutral lovers a lot, but I think that this is a really universally pretty shadow. It's not quite as shimmery as some of the other ones. I think it definitely looks a little bit more metallic, but still that like deeper base and the lighter shift stands out. Really pretty. Crimson Rose. Next up we have Apollo. This looks like a really pretty minty green. The website says that it's a vibrant green with shifts of blue, teal, and gold. Feels very flaky. It's very pretty. Yeah, it doesn't look as minty in the swatch. I feel like it looks more of like a light grass green in a way. This is pretty bold. I do like with Looxi shadows, I feel like they come with the intensity of pigment. I've never put any on that I feel like are so sheer that you're seeing my eyelid through them. So that's nice that even the light shades here do this. I can't say this frosty green is my favorite either. It doesn't seem to have that much dimension. I'm not seeing all the shifts that it mentioned. I'm just seeing maybe a little bit of like yellow to green, but it is really nice and really shimmery. Next up, I'm pretty sure this one's my favorite, and I stabbed it earlier by accident. This is Painted Lady. I think this looks like an almost periwinkle kind of purple. The website says this is Where Metal Meets Shift, a purple metallic with shifts of blue, gold, and silver. Super bold and pretty. I think I just love purples, but like, this is a really good purple. I feel like I'm almost seeing those dimensions. Like I am kind of seeing that like yellow a little bit. I think I'm seeing the silver in the sparkles. I would say on the eye, it looks more of like an orchid base? Orchid base? I don't know how to say that word. Wow. An ORCHID base with like a lavender, silver, yellowy sparkle on top of it. Really pretty. These are like the kinds of shades that I kind of can't believe that they're $3. So we have two left. There's one that looks like it's going to be more shimmery and one that looks less, so we'll start with the one that's less. This one is Emerald. I think this just looks like a very reddish copper, maybe a little purple also. The description says that it's a burgundy with shifts of green, gold, and copper. Feels very smooth when I swatch it, which I don't like. That doesn't look like very much of anything at all. It's definitely more of like a metallic formula, but it doesn't even look that reflective until it catches the light a little bit. I am not a fan. Yeah, I'm trying to load it up a little bit, but I feel like it's just staying as almost like a satin. It just looks like a brown satin to me. I thought we were finally going to get through a collection without decluttering any of them, but I'm going to declutter this one. This is the kind of shadow that would be an insult to the rest of my shadows to use this for a day instead of any of the other ones. So, Emerald. Not my fave. No good. So, last up is the Monarch. I would describe this one as a warm bronze. The website says it's a rich brown with shifts of copper and gold. All right, that looks promising. It looks a lot lighter in the swatch than it does in the pan though. Interesting. Okay, I'd say this one's pretty nice in formula, but the shade itself isn't doing that much for me. I definitely see like a pink reflect in the shimmer. Yeah, I don't know, it's a nice shade. Again, not a neutral lover, not blown away. Worlds better than this one though, wow. I feel like if you told me that this was like an old Maybelline shadow from like 15 years ago, I'd believe you. This one, very nice, not necessarily my thing. So now that I look ridiculous, that's everything. So to summarize, I think I'm gonna do a quick ranking, because why not? Last place, number 10, Emerald, no good. I think number 9, I mean again, these rankings are very unscientific. I'm gonna say number 9 is Skyflower, the first one that I swatched. You could barely still see that in my hand, maybe that's just because it was a while ago, but doesn't do much for me. Number 8, Flutter, second one I swatched, also doesn't do very much for me. I'm gonna say number 7 is this yellow, Nectar. I could see it coming in handy, but I also don't see myself being excited by it. Are we up to 6? Am I still counting right? I'm gonna say that's the Monarch that I have here. Formula's really nice, not my favorite color. 5, Apollo, the green. Formula's really nice, not my favorite color, but not my least favorite color. And the top 4 are probably pretty close to each other. I can't decide between 3 and 4. It's between Angel Wings and Crimson Rose. It was like this multi-dimensional taupe and this pretty purple. And 1 and 2 is pretty much tied between Painted Lady and Caterpillar. Maybe Caterpillar's a little bit ahead, but I'm not sure. Don't hold me to it. I would say it's overall a pretty good collection, considering 7 out of the 10 are that super sparkly formula that I want them all to be. I don't think we hit 70% in any of the other collections. But also, again, because this collection isn't as limited edition as the other ones are, you are able to pick them up after seeing swatches, and that's really cool, but I'm not sure if you knew that before they ever launched. I'm so excited today because I just got my new Looxi Auroras in the mail. I've been swatching all of the recent Looxi collections. I just uploaded the Butterfly Kisses collection yesterday. I've also done the Halloween Treats and the Snow Angels. This one's kind of exciting because it's actually still in stock on the website. Their website generally has a lot of things out of stock. These collections usually go by so quick. I'm not sure if this one's meant to be more of a permanent collection, and that's why. But either way, it's nice that this time you have the luxury, if you haven't already purchased it, of seeing swatches, seeing which ones are good or not, and purchasing only the ones you want. Because in my eyes, they kind of have a reputation of the swatches look way better than they are in person. Even the really good ones are just not as shifty as they look in the swatches, and some of them are not up to par for what I want for my collection. They are $3, which I think kind of adds to like the worth it. It kind of makes it fun for me to try them out and see, but someone who's being smart with their money might not want to blindly spend $3 a shadow and not know what they're getting. So hopefully this helps with that. I'm gonna try all of them out of my eyes. We'll compare them to the swatches on the website, and we'll decide if this collection is worth it or not, which shades I would recommend picking up, and let's get into it. So I just got the package earlier today and I opened it up. I didn't mean to swatch anything, but I did stab my finger into this first one. This is Solstice. I'll pop the website swatch up on the screen. My first thought seeing this is that it looks like the NARS Orgasm color, that like golden peachy pink. Super pretty though. The website describes it as a rosy red with shifts of peach, gold, and hints of green. So we'll see about that. This one, I can tell you from the stabbing of it earlier, that it doesn't feel like that super sparkly formula that I tend to prefer, but these more thin metallics, they can still be good. I like them if they're shifty. Someone with a smaller collection might get more use out of them. I tend to be a little bit harsh just because I have so many single shadows. So that's Solstice on my hand. I definitely see like the peachy pink and gold flip. I don't have any primer on my eyes, but I did kind of go over it with my foundation brush a little bit. Yeah, so this one's interesting. It's not necessarily my favorite formula. I wouldn't say it's that super foily, thick, shimmery formula that I love, but it's still super pretty. I really like the shade of it. That like mid-tone pink base is right up my alley. And I like that you can see that around the rim of it, it looks more sparkly and gold. I think it's a pretty interesting shade. If you're into it, I think you'd like it. Next up is one of the shades that I was most excited about from the website Swatches. This one's Phone Home. What, baby? Sora, what? It looks like such a unique shade of green. I'm not even sure how I would describe it. The website describes it as a green, pink, and beige gold shifting shade. And it looks very lime in the swatch too, which really intrigues me. This is one of the 2 shades on the website. This one and Supersonic are sold out right now, but you can sign up for email notifications and then they'll just send you an email when they come in stock. I've done that a ton of times and it's super convenient. This one feels like the kind of shade I like too. All right, I think this is gonna be a good shade. Cool, I'm excited. I like this one. It is very limey, but I think there is some kind of like neutral shift to it. Like it definitely looks a little bit brown when I turn and the light hits it differently, or rather when the light doesn't hit it. I like this. I think I'm gonna get some use out of this shade. Next up we have Andromeda. This looks like a super interesting shade. It looks like more of an antique green than the previous one. Definitely some brown in there. You can really see the shift in the pan, which is kind of cool. The website describes this as a gold, bronze, green, and maroon red shifting shade. Feels a little foily in the swatch. Cool. Yeah, I think it looks like the more grown-up sibling of this one here. Definitely some more bronze to it, but they look kind of similar at some angles. That's super pretty. I really like that. They are quite similar, just this one has more of a pronounced brown undertone than this one does. I'd say in a way this one, I have to stop saying this one, what was it called again? Phone Home is better if you like brighter shades, and I think this one's better if you, this one is shiftier, so I don't want to say this is only for someone who likes neutrals and is trying to step their toes into color, because I think someone that loves color might really be into this one too, but I definitely think this one's more playful, and this one's more like deep and moody and grungy. I actually really like it. Maybe I do like this one more. Yeah, they kind of look like the same exact shimmer color. This one just has a brighter base, and this one has a deeper base. Awesome. So next up we have the shade Zodiac. This is one that I was really excited about from looking at the swatch on the website. It looks so vibrant in that swatch, and I really like that color. I thought it was very unique. But in the pan, I think it just looks more like a normal violet, and I can kind of tell from looking at it. I'm not sure if it translates on camera, but it doesn't seem like it's going to be one of those foily ones. I'm kind of expecting it now to be one that's more of that balmy kind of formula. The website describes it as a vibrant purple with shifts of copper, pink, and blue. It says clue. I'm assuming they mean blue. Yeah. Yeah, it definitely feels like that thinner formula when I pick it up. Oh, I don't know. Okay, maybe it's more of like a metallic, because it definitely seems like it has more substance to it than Solstice does. I forgot to mention before also that these formula differences aren't named differently. Like the website really acts like these are all the same formula, and I noticed also because I was looking through their previous Aurora shadows, and just for example, they have 4 up still that are all out of stock, but they're still listed on the site, that I swatched in the Halloween Treats video. And Starburst and Jelly were both super shimmery, they were both gorgeous, they blew my mind, I love them. And Hocus Pocus and Joker were both very kind of sheer to me, and I didn't like the formula as much, and I ended up decluttering them. So those 4 that have 2 very distinctly different formulas are all listed in the same category. So I'm not really sure what they mean when they say Aurora. I kind of feel like it's the same also difference in their metallic formula, their metallic on paper formula, that some are super shimmery and super nice, exactly what I like. Some are more balmy. I'm not sure. But let's pop Zodiac on the eye. Okay, I do like this. I think it's what I would describe more as a metallic. but it definitely like packs color. It is a bit multidimensional that you can see from the fact that it looks more silvery and icy around the edges and more of that like violet color on the lid. It's not going to be one of my favorites from the collection just because it's not that super high shine formula that I love, but I think it's pretty good. I could see myself using this. And I do really like the tone of it. I think it's a very pretty color. Next up we have Alpha. This is one that from the swatch on the website, I wasn't particularly excited about it, just looked like a blue, but looking at it in the pan, it looks more special. It looks really bold. I think it looks like it's going to be one of those chunkier shades. I am excited. The website describes it as a stunning blue shade with shifts of purple, turquoise, and green. So it's interesting. I just picked it up on my finger, and in person, I can really see the shift of like purple, blue, and green, but it's not picking up on camera. Still really nice blue. But yeah, in person, I see more shifts. That's interesting. Alright, I can see a bit of that purple in the swatch, and maybe even a bit of the green up there. Alright, I'm a fan of this one. This one's really bold, and I really like that. Let me look in the mirror. Yeah, I mean, this is such an annoying thing to say on camera, because why shouldn't you be able to see it? But looking in the mirror, I really see the dimensions way more. I mean, or even now, I see that purple more in the viewfinder too. This shade, if you like bold shades, I think you'll like this one. Again, this one is Alpha. So we have 2 more shades left. The last one I'm going to swatch is one that I'm also particularly excited for. This one here, I'm just, moderately excited for. This is Dark Side of the Moon. I'd say in the pan, it looks kind of like a red copper. It's interesting because for this one, I think the picture of the pan on the website looks a lot more purple, and this one looks a lot more red. But then the swatch, which I mean I should have popped up on the screen anyway, it looks like, alright, I could see this making that swatch, but I can't see that original one making this swatch, The swatch even kind of looks like Forge from Cleona. The description of this on the website says it's a red, purple, orange, green, gold, and brown shifting shade. Glorious. Glorious was their word, not mine. I know I seem like I'd say glorious though. This feels nice when I pick it up. It looks shifty on my finger already. Not in the camera though! What's going on? Come on, Canon. Huh. On camera, I feel like it looks like a scattered red shimmer over this like gray base. So not necessarily my favorite. But then I look at it and it looks like this dirty olive. Let me see if I could do any kind of mirror tricks for you. Alright, there you can kind of see it in the reflection. You can kind of see that green. Very peculiar. I do really like the formula of this one. To me, on the eye, in the camera, I think it looks like a dark brown base with like red and pink shimmer. But in my mirror, I can definitely see more dimensions in it. That's interesting. Yeah, not my favorite shade. I think it's a little frustrating it's not showing up on camera. But I think that formula is really nice. And I think if you like this shade, you'll like this. The next shade is Supersonic. This is a shade that I've been very excited about because it looks like a weird mishmash of grungy colors. In the swatch, it looks red, it looks blue, it looks green. I like colors that like you can't explain as well. In the pan, it just looks more of like a gunmetal blue, kind of. Maybe even like a seafoam blue. Is that a color? Am I just making up colors at this point? The website describes it as a purple, green, red, and blue shifting shade. Feels very foily when I pick it up on my finger. And in the swatch, it looks like it's kind of like brown to like a silvery blue. Let's try the mirror out again. How did I angle this before? When I look at it in person though, I definitely see more of that like red or like a berry base to it. This one feels a little bit thinner going on. Oh no, it's definitely building up really nicely. Yeah, this is definitely fulfilling the cool, grungy fantasy on my eye. It reminds me of Abrasion from Clionadh, a little bit less blue, but way cheaper, way quicker. Clionadh is amazing, but it takes months to get to you. Looxi isn't the quickest either, but in my experience, they usually ship in about 2 weeks. And I mean, hey, this is $3. It's a lot cheaper. Yeah, I really like the shade. You can see also that when I move my eye, it looks more brown. When the light hits it, it looks more kind of like blue and icy. Really cool. So that was the whole new Aurora collection from Looxi. I'm gonna give you kind of like a rough ranking favorites from these. And again, it is subjective because I love that shifty, shimmery formula. If you're someone that prefers metallics, that's why I tried to address it as I was going, because there's some that you might prefer. These are kind of my first impression favorites also, so this is subject to change as I start using these. But I think I'm gonna say Andromeda is my favorite. This is the one that was very green, but with like a big brown shift. I really like that. Also, I'll say that these top 3 favorites are really close to each other. Number 2 is Alpha, that intense, like deep sea blue. Number 3, I'm gonna say is Supersonic, that I have on my eye right now. I just love that like grungy shift to it. I'm gonna say number 4 is Phone Home. Really beautiful. The only reason it's not higher is because it didn't have more of a shift to it. I can't decide from the last 3 either. The last 3 are also really close. I'm gonna say for number 4, Zodiac. This was more of a metallic formula, but I really liked it. I like the color of it a lot. And then I think this might be surprising to some, but I think I'm gonna put number 6 for Solstice, that like really pretty kind of NARS orgasm color, just because I really like the color of it, even though it's not that super shimmery formula. And then maybe it's a testament to how good this collection is. I'm gonna put number 7 as Dark Side of the Moon. This was that shifty, looks like pink and red over a dark base on the eye, but it looks more green in the mirror. And the only reason I'm putting this one so low is that I have Forge from Clionadh, and it does that shift better. So this is entirely subjective. If you don't have Forge from Clionadh, if you don't want to spend $20 on eyeshadow from Clionadh that then you have to wait 4 months to get, this might be a really good $3 option for you. I don't think there's any duds here. In the 3 collection videos that I did, I decluttered on the spot from all of them because there are shades that I was like, these aren't worth my time. I don't ever want to accidentally pick this up instead of one of my better shades. But all of these I like. And I especially like the fact that they're still mostly available on the website, or seems like they'll be restocked. You have the freedom to choose which ones that you like. But overall, I'm really happy with them. I would say my advice for shopping with Looxi is don't go off the swatches on the website. Either try to find swatches on Instagram or on YouTube. It's kind of buyer beware because some of them might not be good at all. Some of them might blow you out of the water. But if you're someone that's kind of like careful with money and you don't want to buy things that might not be good, try to buy things that stay in stock longer and you can find testimonials about them beforehand. And I am back to swatch out more Looxi shadows on my eyes. So far, I've swatched the Halloween Treats collection, the Snow Angels collection, the Butterfly Kisses collection, and the new Auroras that dropped kind of recently. And today I'm going to swatch the Ice Cream Social 1 and 2. These shadows are currently out of stock on their website, but they are still listed, which means they probably will be coming back. And also you're able to sign up for email notifications and then they just email you when they're back. They're $3. These I've had for some time, so I know that at least like 2 of these are shadows that I think of as like jewels in my collection. Really excited about them, but I'm always kind of trying to get to know my collection better and try to definitively see what's good and what's worth decluttering. So yeah, I'm excited to hop in. I'm gonna start out with the Ice Cream Social 1. This shade is Cookie Dough. There is like a little bit of residue in here just from it being in my palette, but this just looks like a very light neutral shadow. The website describes it as Cookie Dough is a multi-dimensional iridescent shade with shifts of blue, green, pink, and purple. This one feels super chunky and shimmery on my finger, which I love. That's just so reflective. This is so pretty. On my eyes, I don't have any primer, but I do have a little bit of concealer just from when I was putting my base on. I'm always impressed with some of their light shades, how pigmented they are, that I kind of expect sometimes these really light shades to kind of sheer out. And this really does pack a punch. I think this one makes like a really pretty inner corner shade. I even sometimes like using these light shimmers to kind of blend other shimmers together when I want like an intense shimmery look. Yeah, cookie dough, I like it. Next up is bubblegum. This one just looks like a light pink with, or maybe like a bubblegum medium pink with light shimmer. This one doesn't look as foily as cookie dough did. The website describes it as a pink stunner with shifts of green, gold, and purple. It does look kind of multi-dimensional when I pick it up on my finger. Yeah, interesting that when it feels smoother, but it really looks like just as reflective, I think. And it does look like it's shifting, like, I guess they're calling that green. I would probably call it yellow, but it really is multi-dimensional. The shade's really pretty. Yeah, I think it's an interesting shade. It really does just come up as a pink, but it has some really interesting reflex in there. Alright, I'm a little pleased that I thought it was going to be more of like one of those kind of like bland, sheer, balmy kind of shadows that Looxi sometimes does. But it really looks like the ultra shimmery shadow from them that I really like. So next are two blues that I'm actually pretty excited to see the difference between. I guess we'll start with the one that looks less spectacular, but I could be surprised like bubblegum surprised me. This one is Screwball. It just looks like a light, icy blue. The website describes it as a pastel blue with shifts of periwinkle and pink. I do see the pink on my finger. Yeah, maybe you can't. Maybe you can a little bit. Yeah, maybe you can't. It is the most like what I would call sheer. It's also not like quite as reflective or multidimensional as these two. I see the periwinkle tone more in my eye. I think it's a fine shade. It doesn't blow my socks off. Is that the phrase? It doesn't blow me out of the water. It doesn't knock my socks off, that's it. But I think it's pretty. I could see myself using it as like a, you know, an inner third shade or an inner corner shade. Yeah, it's okay. I think knowing this, if I was going to place an order from Looxi, if I suddenly lost all them, I probably would not repurchase this. But since I have it, I think it's fine. And the last one from this first Ice Cream Social collection is called Snow Cone. This one just looks like a slightly, maybe like slightly more teal. To compare, this one is Screwball and this one's Snow Cone. So they do look pretty similar in the pan, but Screwball is definitely slightly lighter. Snow Cone is described on the website as a baby blue shade with shifts of pinkish red and green. It feels very foily. Yeah, it definitely looks way more green than this one. This one, I'm even seeing the pink a lot more, and this one's coming up very green. This one's really pretty. Yeah, seeing them side by side, they're like completely different experiences, even though they look so similar in the pan. This one definitely has more of that like reflective micro shimmer. It looks more kind of like glowy in a way, like I feel like it really stands out in my face. I like how it catches the light a lot, and it looks very kind of like greenish, robin's egg blue. Yeah, I really like Snow Cone. And it's interesting also looking at this one from the side, it does look very lavender on the eye now. Interesting. So now we're gonna get into the Ice Cream Social 2, which I kind of think of as the better of the two collections, even though some of those first shadows are really good too. First one up is Salted Caramel. I think it does have a couple little speckles in there. Please disregard. This one does look very similar to that first shadow in the other collection, and it's just described as a golden sister to our famous and popular cookie dough, which is the first one in the other collection. I'm gonna try to swatch this one under that one. Yeah, I think maybe it is slightly more golden, but they are very similar. So pretty. I probably do like this one a little bit better. I feel like this one's really sparkly and reflective. I don't think you could go wrong with either of them. If one's in stock and not the other, I think they both provide a really similar effect, and they're both really pretty. This next one I haven't used in a while, but I think of it as one of my favorite shadows in my whole eyeshadow collection. It's really blown me away. This one's Rocky Road. It's very multi-dimensional. I'm excited to swatch it because I can't even remember what I loved about it. It's described as a gorgeous, magnificent shade that speaks for itself. So they're not really telling you much here. That's it swatched out. If I didn't already know I loved this, I probably wouldn't be sold just from this swatch here. But let's put it on the eye, shall we? Okay, so this one is really pretty. It's like a brown base with looks like some like yellowy orange and maybe green reflex to it. I really like it, but also in my Halloween treats swatch video, I swatched two that were both kind of like a brownie base with like a really magnificent shine on top of it. And I don't know if I love this one more than those. Those really blew me away. It was Adorbsy and Honey Pot. I'm gonna link that down below. Yeah, I don't want to say this one's not magnificent, because I think this one is really pretty and gorgeous and reflective and multidimensional, but I think it's worth remembering that there are other really beautiful, brown, shimmery, multi-dimensional options from Looxi. There's two more, and I was interested in swatching these together because if my memory serves me, there is one that looks bluish, but I believe it swatches more purple, and then one that looks more purple, and I believe it swatches more bluish. So we'll test that out. This one is Mint Chip. It looks like a very light blue in the pan. It also kind of looks like one of those smoother formula ones that I don't always like as much, but sometimes they surprise me. This is described as a beautiful minty shade that shifts seamlessly. Yeah, this one, at least from the swatches, it feels like the most lackluster out of all of them so far. It doesn't even have that much color to it. Yeah, you see what I mean already about it coming up more lavender? I think I'm going to declutter this one. I think it is kind of similar to this blue up here, which was Screwball from the first collection, that it's a blue that looks more like lavender, but I think it looks a lot better in this one. And these kind of smoother ones aren't my favorite formula. I don't need two where one's better and one's worse. I think I'm going to remove this one from my collection. And the last one up, which I think I like this one a lot, this one's Ube, I believe it's pronounced. It looks like a really pretty shimmery lavender, which I love, and it's described as a stunning light purple, a mermaid's dream. I really have quite a dent in this. Can you see that dent? She's gotten some love. But yeah, it doesn't look as purple in the swatch. Kinda though. Very reflective. This is so pretty. Wow. Alright, this is more intense than I remember. This one's gorgeous. I think this is my favorite out of all 8 of them. Yeah, I have no words. This is an incredible $3 shadow. Beautiful. I want to rank these, but I'm not sure if I'm equipped to. Alright, really off the cuff. I'm gonna say Ube is number 1. Ube. Number 2, I think I'm going to say is Snow Cone from the first collection. I think number 3 is going to be Rocky Road, which probably would be higher if I didn't have those other more similar Looxi ones. So I'm kind of surprising myself by making that number 3. I think number 4 I'm going to say is Screwball, which I'm kind of surprised with myself for, but I really like that kind of like lavender glow to it. I think it's very pretty. 5 and 6 are going to be a tie for these 2 sparkly ones, that cookie dough and salted caramel. Yeah, these are very similar to me, so I'm going to rank them together. Number 7 is that pink. I like it, but it just doesn't blow me away. And then number 8 is that mint chip that I decluttered. It's hella crusty because I did it for work 11 hours ago, and I'm about to wipe it off so we can get started with today's video. But I want to point out that I'm wearing Unexplainable by Shine by SD. I haven't even patted it out, so you can see like a little bit of creasing, but like it's been 11 hours. And this shadow is so pretty. I have like a matte in my crease and Unexplainable all over the lid. And it looks so good. I'm so excited because I have the Looxi Butterfly Kisses collection 2 right over here. I got them in a couple days ago, but I haven't had a chance to film yet because I have a job now. I don't recommend it, not my favorite. I have a lot that I already filmed that I've been meaning to edit and everything, just haven't kind of figured out how to work that into my new schedule now. So bear with me a little bit while I figure out how to keep the machine chugging. Yeah, this collection came out, I believe it was July 31st, and there were 7 shadows, $3 each, the usual. The swatches look really pretty, as usual, but we all know that sometimes the Looxi swatches don't look exactly like what you get in person, so I'm always so excited to see them in person and then put them on my eyes. I will say from the look of them, I feel like you can kind of tell with a lot of shadows if they're going to be that like super sparkly finish that I love, or if they're going to be more dull or more of like a standard shimmer. And I would say that these two here definitely look like a standard shimmer finish. They actually look like Looxi shadows that I know I had at one point and I decluttered. And this orange kinda like teeters in the middle, but I'd say these other 4, ooh, I just stabbed that one. From the look of them, look like they're gonna be really sparkly. So maybe we'll just get those 2 out of the way first. Just start out with Not a Bang. I have a little concealer on my lids, as usual, no primer. So this first one is called Lithium. I know that in the swatch picture, it looked like this like electric purpley pink, but I always know not to get my hopes up too much because it really is like a crapshoot getting shadows from Looxi. But I hope I can eliminate a little bit of the crapshoot for you, you know? I have the crapshoot so you don't have to. Lithium is described as a vibrant purple with blue and red shifts. Let's get a little close-up action. Wow. Okay, that looks really pretty. This shadow... Okay, I have a lot to say. There are times where a shadow isn't that sparkly finish that I love from indie formulas, but it has enough of like the duochrome flip or the sheen to it that it still holds its own in a different way. And I think there are some situations also where like I do try to like be my full made up self everywhere I go, but sometimes I don't feel comfortable having like just straight shimmers in my eye if I'm trying to not have it all be about my eyeshadow, you know? And I think this really teeters like a nice balance where it's like an interesting, really pretty shadow that I don't think you would get from a mainstream brand, but it's not so sparkly and distracting that it steals the show. Like I can still steal the show while having this eyeshadow on my eye, and I'm a big fan. It kind of reminds me of a more purpley or like a more red-based Nocturnal from the Menagerie Flight Club palette. Maybe I'll do a comparison. I don't know if I'm going to swatch them all in my hand. I feel like that's not the helpful part, but I will swatch the comparison. So this is Lithium. Super pretty. I know I've mentioned this shadow recently also. Yeah, Nocturnal. It's this one here. It does feel chunkier than this one. This Lithium from Looxi definitely feels like a very smooth shadow. Yeah, and I think you can tell they're definitely a similar effect. This one's just more red-based, and this one's more blue-based. I'm extra excited now that this starting out with Not a Bang was still a bang. This one I was excited about from the swatches because it looks so electric. This one is called Dido. It's described as a lemon lime green with shifts of yellow, silver, and pink. I don't see the pink in the swatch. Maybe like a little hint on the outskirts, but if this one's any indication for how these less sparkly shadows are going, me and Dido are gonna get along. It feels just like that one. And in fact, it does feel like a little bit more flaky than I expect from a shadow that looks like this in the pan, if that makes sense. Here she is on my finger. I'm gonna load it up a little bit more. Okay, I'm not super blown away by this one. I do like that you can see that really intense green where the light's not hitting it, but based on the swatch, I would have figured that where the light hit it would be more yellow, and I feel like it just comes off very, very light green to the point that it's white. You know? I could actually see this one working really well as like an inner corner shadow, because I think that like super light aspect of it, for me at least, is good because then it kind of like blends in with my skin tone. When I have something that's too much of a color on the inner corner, it can look too stark, too different, you know? And I don't think I'm going to keep doing this for all of them. We'll see. But I'm going to compare this to my favorite kind of like lime green from Divina. So here is Dido. Yeah, you see what I mean? It's so lime green when the light's not hitting it, and in the light, it's just like a super light green. The one I want to compare it to is Divina Orion, which is, if you are me, everything you could ever ask for in a shadow. It's like the lime green of my dreams with like all of the sparkle and all of like the bam. When I got this, I had kind of like spontaneously ordered a couple for Black Friday last year and then forgot which ones I ordered because there was like a long pre-order period, and I thought I had skipped over this one, then I saw someone use it on Instagram and I was like, damn, I wish that I had gotten that. And then I looked and like I had ordered it. So yeah, this is like the most amazing kind of lime green. And this would make a good inner corner shade to go with it. Okay? I hope I'm not talking too much about not Looxi things. Let me wipe this off and we'll get back to the Looxi things. Next up we have Tawny, which is one that I couldn't tell immediately from the pan if it's going to be super sparkly or not. It's described as a bright orange with shifts of gold, peach, and red. Feels kind of like those first two. Really has that strong gold shift. Huh, I feel like I do already see that green though. Huh. Okay, that's making much more of an impact than I thought it was going to at first. I thought it was going to kind of like apply like maybe the first one that I swatched, that purple one, but it does have like a lot of reflect and dimension, and it does have that sparkle finish also. Something that I know we're all dying to see is how it compares to Caterpillar. Caterpillar is from last year's Butterfly Kisses collection. I think it's a favorite of a lot of people. It's a really incredible shade. And you would think this wouldn't be too close, especially since they're kind of like sister collections. But let's find out. So this is Tawny. I think this one might end up being more yellow. Here is Caterpillar. Yeah, this one feels like the thicker kind of shadow that I love. Oof. And I think it does just kind of like look more fiery. Okay, so they are fairly different. I feel like the difference between Caterpillar and Tawny is kind of like what the difference was between that Divina shade and the Looxi shade. Because it's like whatever reflect I saw in this one originally, I'm like, I can't see it anymore. I feel like Caterpillar is just like soaking up all the sun. And since we're here and I just want to dig into shiny things, I want to compare it to that new Menagerie shade that I swatched in my last video. I think this might be really similar to Caterpillar, but this is Koi. My plan for a while has been to, after I go through all my brands, group my shadows by color and compare that way, which I am very much excited for, but I'm realizing that it's taking forever. So I just want to rub shiny shadows on myself right now. Let me know if you like all these comparisons or if I should just like stick to the subject matter. Wow. Alright, I'd say this Menagerie shadow is so similar to Caterpillar. Okay, this is fun. This poor Looxi shadow. But still looks really pretty in my eye. And I do kind of feel like you can't go wrong, because I think definitely in the swatches, this one looks like it doesn't really hold its own, but you can tell on the eye. If someone told you that this swatch was this on the eye, you'd believe them. I'd believe them. Now we're getting to the four that look hella sparkly. This one next up is called Adonis. It's described as metallic powder blue with shifts of silver, blue, turquoise, and purple. I feel like I'm particularly into shimmery light blues right now for some reason, and I'm really excited. It really like is right on the cusp between silver and ice blue in the pan. Ooh, I love how that feels. It feels like really soft yet crumbly. Yes, that looks incredible. This feels like a Terra Moon shadow. Just gonna add a little bit more on. Okay, my initial impression is that I really like the sparkly finish of it. I like the feel of it, but I'd say the difference between this and my Terra Moon shadows, for example, is that those would kind of have like a shift. And I don't feel like this one has much of a shift. Maybe a little bit, maybe that's like a little lavender in there. It's tough to pinpoint. I do like the finish of this a lot. It's just very white, and I'm not sure what I'm gonna do with it. Probably I'd use it as an inner corner. It also kind of runs the risk of being too stark, but maybe to like add to like a blue look and kind of like drape it into there. Sure, I like it and I am impressed with the formula. It's just the color and the lack of real shift that leaves me a little confused. Okay, I'll compare the shimmeriness to Terra Moon's. I am really curious how this is gonna look. So this is Adonis. It does look pinkier on my hand actually. And the one I'm going to compare it to, I actually filmed a Terra Moon's video a couple months ago now, and just been kind of like waiting for me to edit it. So that's coming eventually. But if I recall correctly, this one, Celine, was kind of the same problem of not really having a shift. So let's see how those compare. All right, they are pretty similar. I'd say if anything, maybe the Terra Moon's is just like a tad brighter, but also I'm sure this one cost me at least double, if not triple or quadruple what this Looxi one cost. And I bet that on the eyes, especially if it's a shadow that you'd use in like a small quantity, like the inner corner, it would be really difficult to notice the difference. We have 3 more left, and I'm going to save the one that I think is the most potential for last, so I could potentially make a look around it and give myself the option to keep wearing it if I want to keep filming. So the next one I'm going to do is Glass Wing. I'm really excited about this one. It looks really pink and intense and sparkly, but in the swatches that they have on the website, there's a picture where it looks very like blue and deep pink and intense, and then a picture where it looks very like lavender and light pink, and I'm kind of just not sure which one it's going to be. It's described as a sparkling pink with shifts of purple, blue, gold, and silver. Feels nice and mushy. Nice. I feel like I have other shadows that look like this in the pan, but already this looks more intense on my finger than what I think those other shadows do. It looks like my nail polish in that light. And now it looks really light. I'm going to build it up a little bit more. Huh. Okay, so it does have that hot pink when it's not touching the light. And it's a lot lighter when it is, but it's still really intense and sparkly. Huh. Funny that I started this out by showing you how I was wearing Unexplainable from Sean by SD, because I think I want to compare it to this. Because in the pan, they look really similar, right? Okay, so again, here's Glass Wing from Looxi. I mean, I do think that this Sean by SD one is like downright holographic. So maybe it's a mean comparison. Oh my god. I mean, I think this one does hold its own a little bit. Like, you can see the change in color in this one. This one's way more intense, but maybe you don't want the way more intense. This is also $16, I believe, and this is $3. But yeah, not hitting the light, they look the same. And then bam, yellow, light pink. Really interesting, really pretty. Either way, really pretty. So next up is Peacock, and this is the runner-up for what I think is going to be the most exciting. It looks so multi-dimensional in the pictures. I'm hoping they named it Peacock because like it really is a cacophony of colors. It's described as a metallic gold with shifts of blue, green, purple, yellow, and silver. That's a big menu, and I'm really excited. Okay, I don't see all those colors, but it looks really nice and shiny. Okay, this is not what I was expecting, but I do love this kind of shadow. It just feels like it has like this bronzy base with like a kind of like a olivey lime green reflect. Without knowing lime chrome that well, it gives me lime chrome vibes. It's really pretty. I love like the difference in color when I turn my eye, as I always say, but like, you know what colors I don't see? Blue, purple, and silver. I see green and yellow. I do try to like look on my camera sometimes, because sometimes this lighting doesn't tell me the full story, but usually it tells me at least enough of the story. Yeah, I'm gonna say really pretty, but not as multidimensional as the pictures. And I want to compare this to another one of those new Menagerie shadows. Okay, so we have Peacock, and then the Menagerie shade was Cobra. This one looks a lot more green, I think. Yeah, no, I guess they're pretty similar in the pan. Okay, I'd say they do a similar reflect, but Peacock is way more gold, and Cobra is way more green. Cobra is also more intense with the shift though. I hope the comparisons are helpful, but I'm not trying to like shit on these because they are really good. I like them a lot, but I think sometimes with these $3 shadows, you're still not getting like super expensive shadow quality, but you're getting really good, I would say the best you could get in that lower price range, you know, that $5 under price range. And also I just think it's fun to pull out all my other shadows. I don't want to take these off. So it's Glass Wing and Peacock. So the grand finale is called Social Butterfly. It's like the namesake of the collection. It's gotta be good, right? It looks super sparkly. It looks super shifty in the pictures, and it's described as a gold bronze with shifts of red, purple/mauve, brown, and gold. It feels really nice and soft. I'm going to reserve my judgments. I was really expecting it to have all those colors. I don't know why I was really expecting this one to actually do it, but it doesn't really. Let's put it on the other eye just to like make sure, you know? Okay, I like it, but it doesn't have all this reflex. Kind of what we expect from Looxi. I've said this before, but I think that they disappoint me more by like hyping up their shadows too much and showing swatch images that you're never going to see on your own with the naked eye, you know? Someone commented once that they think that they use like a mixing medium, and maybe it's like the long swatch also that like you're gonna get an effect that you'll never get on the eye. But like, it's really nice, so it's dumb that I'm disappointed, but I'm just disappointed because like, I wanted that. And that's not what it is. Maybe that like first part of it, but not that purple. I wanted that like warm into cool, you know? But it's really pretty. I like it, and I think that's all I have to say about that one. I'm gonna try to spruce this up a little bit, and then we'll talk about it. So here's my completed eye look. I just added in some Glam Light mattes to my crease and my lower lash line, and one of those Menagerie chameleons, actually two of them, to my inner corner. I hate that when I'm zoomed out, you could tell how bad my hair looks right now. So I usually like ranking them, but I'm finding it kind of difficult with these because I feel like all of my feelings are related to my expectations. So I'm going to try to think that if someone just gave me these shadows and told me to rank them, and the first time I ever saw them was right now, how would I rank them? But then like in this circumstance, like do I already have all those similar shades that I swatched out? Or are these like my only shadows in my collection? Okay, I'm gonna try to rank like this is my whole collection. It's tough. It's like part of me wants to give this purple number 1, but that's what's holding me back because I feel like I wouldn't give this number 1 otherwise, or would I? So this is Lithium, the first one that I swatched, and I was expecting nothing, and I got a really nice reflecty shadow. I also really like purple right now, so maybe that's what's giving it extra points as well. All right, fine, whatever. You know, I feel like with these eye swatches, I'm giving you the data to form your own opinions about, and then I'm just, at this point that I'm ranking, I'm using the data for myself. But like you have the data to like make other lists, you know? So yeah, YOLO. I'm gonna say today, Lithium was my number 1. I really like purple. It really surprised me. I liked the reflect of it, and I liked that it was kind of like a more like wearable duochrome. It wasn't like intensely sparkly that my eyeshadow enters the room before I do, you know? Hi, baby. I think number 2 I'm going to say is Glass Wing. I really gave it like the short end of the stick by comparing it to that Shine by SD shadow, Unexplainable, but I still really like how deep that pink is when it's not in the light, and I really like pink, so this is my number 2. I think in the spirit of trying to not think about what else I have in my collection, I'm going to give 20 number 3 because I really did like this on my eye, but I would also say that if I was like rebuilding my collection from scratch, I probably would pick either that Menagerie shade or Caterpillar over this one, but in terms of this collection, I really like how this was in my eye. Number 4, I'm gonna give to Peacock. I was disappointed in this one because I wanted it to be way more colorful than it was, but I still like that grungy green and brown look that this gave me. Next up, I think I'm gonna say Social Butterfly, which is what I have in my eye right now. It's ranking so low just because I do like more colorful shadows, and just like looking at my eyes right now, I'm like, it's just like a brown look. But I still really like the reflect of this, and I think it's really pretty. So this is number 5. And for number 6, I'm gonna say Dido, which is that green. I really like that deeper, that like limey green within it. I just don't like the light reflect when it hits the light, but I could definitely see myself getting use out of this as an inner corner shade. And then number 7 is gonna be Adonis, that like pretty much white on my eye, silvery blue color that I really like the finish of, but I don't really know what to do about the color. And I think the fact that I really like the finish of the shadow that I have in 7th place says that this is a really good collection. Yeah, I'd say the one that I thought was going to be the biggest dud of all the duds ranked number 1. The 2 that were really low, I still really like things about them. You know, in other ones of these videos, I've decluttered while trying it on my eye. I've been like, I hate this, get it off my eye. I don't feel like that today. I wonder if like Looxi took seriously the like hype off the first Butterfly Kisses collection and didn't want to flop on this one, and they didn't. I also find with Looxi, I feel like they do get better and better. The oldest shadows that I have from Looxi are the worst. And even there's been times that I've ordered kind of like older permanent shades from them, and those are way worse than any of these like newer collections that come out. So I think their formulas are really improving, and I like them. I think that if you don't want to spend a ton on sparkly shadow, pick up a couple of these, see what your collection's missing. I have been wearing Looxi more often recently, and I feel like they definitely do crease. Someone had asked me that a while ago, and I don't know if I had like a good answer for that, because a lot of times I'm not kind of like purposely noticing what brands do crease and what brands don't, but because I've made an intentional effort this week to wear my Looxi shadows, I have noticed the creasing. And I have hooded eyes, so every shadow does crease like a little bit usually, but these do crease a lot. But I find that I can tap them out, and it doesn't really bother me that much. And I think that's all I have to say today. I mentioned a long time ago that I'm trying to make a really good video about Looxi shadows eventually, where I can kind of like rank what's like the best and like, you know, maybe even like ABC ranking. So that's why I've been making this intentional effort to go through them. So yeah, hopefully that will come within the next few months and that will be interesting for you. And that's that. I'm back with another Looxi collection, kind of. This collection was bigger than they normally do. Usually they have like 7 or 9 or 10 shimmers and I'll just pick them all up. But for this one they had 8 shimmers and 8 mattes, so I got a combination and I picked up 5 of the shimmers and 4 of the mattes. A lot of them are kind of like the classic fall tones, which are more earthy, which isn't always my style. So I didn't want to just get the whole collection for the sake of it and then have 16 shadows that I wasn't sure about. But I'm really excited by the 9 that I picked out. For a little preview, these are the 9 that I got. I'll swatch them all on my arm. I'll swatch the shimmers on my eyes. And maybe I'll do a look with the mattes. I just don't know if it's as helpful to swatch all the mattes on my eyes. We'll see how it goes. It also feels like they made a bigger deal out of this collection than they normally do, which was awesome. It seems like usually their marketing is one email like the day before it launches, and usually one Instagram post the day before it launches. There's been collections though that I've noticed I only got an email, no Instagram post, and then there's one collection that might have been the last one they came out with that I just happened to check their Instagram and they had just posted, and they don't post that often, they had just posted and said that like a collection was dropping the next day and there was never an email about it. So it's a little bit of a crapshoot with how they market it, and there's usually not much marketing at all. But this time they announced their collection, they did like a sneak peek hand swatch, and then they made an individual post for each of the 8 shimmers and then combined the 3 mattes, or combined the 8 mattes into 3 posts, and then had another post that it went live. The nice thing about this was that in the descriptions for the shimmer posts, they talked about the shades a little bit. And it was really cool to not only go off a swatch, but also go off with like a description from the owner about how the shades perform. And that really helped me make my decisions. Yeah, so as we go through the shades, I'll mention what she said in the Instagram post, and also I guess after that I'll throw up a picture of the ones that I decided not to pick up. There is one at least that I didn't pick up because she wrote that it was like more of a satin, and I appreciated that because it makes a happier customer. So that's cool. So yeah, let's get into swatching these on my eyes. I have no nothing on my eyelids today. Usually I have a little bit of concealer. I'm just letting my my pink eyelids shine today, so I hope you don't mind. The first one that I picked up is called Sunflower. The picture on the Instagram looked more yellowy than this does in person, but it is described as a gold, in fact, a bitchin' gold. So I think that it meets that description, even if it doesn't seem true to the picture. So it's described as a bitchin' gold with a pink and red shift. It feels nice. I'm gonna do another little layer of that. That's pretty. I want to give it a chance to see the shifts in it. I don't see the shifts right now, but I do see a lot of sparkle, so I like that. I like the brightness of it, and I like the tone of it a lot, but it did feel like I needed to layer it up a little bit to get this amount of brightness and pigment, which isn't usually something that I feel like I have to do when I apply with my finger. So I do like this one, but I'm not obsessed. But I like it. I feel like what it usually takes for me to be more excited about a neutral shade is to have like a shift to it or something exciting about it. Okay, next up let's do Bonfire Babe. This one's described as a shimmer that's quite a fiery orange with a shift to a beautiful gold with slight pink hints throughout. And it says she's a beauty if you love color. All right, let's pop her on. This one feels a little bit more thick on my finger, I think, which I like in a shadow, and I feel like I see that pink already. Well, I see a lighter orange to a deeper orange. I'm gonna pop in another layer also. Oh, that's pretty. Okay, I like this one. I like this one more than the yellow one, which also I'll note, the yellow one does look more yellow now that it's on my eye. I don't know, the fact that I felt like I saw the pink when it was on my finger gives me hope that when I'm in more natural light, I will see it. But right now, it does just look like a really pretty tone, a nice bright orange, and I like it. This next one is called Reflection, and I'm excited about this because on the Instagram, she described it as more of a metallic shimmer, which made me curious, and she said that it looked like a mirror. The shade itself has a taupe brown silver with the slightest hint of green reflex. That looks really pretty. Looks way more brown on the eye than I thought it would. I really like this. I feel like we all use metallic and foiled and all those words in different ways. Because the way that she said more of a metallic, I was nervous that it wouldn't be shimmery, but it's beautiful. I see what she means about the mirror, but I also feel like it mixes together cool and warm tones in such an interesting way. I really like that. This next one is called Abracadabra. And this is the one that I'm actually the most excited about, but I'm also very used to the one that I'm most excited about not being the one that's actually the most exciting. So we'll see. She wrote, "This is a dang fave, even over your lippies. It's just so much fun." She also wrote a disclaimer here that it's a heavy swatch and under studio lights, but can be built up to full opacity with a good base. It's magic. So I guess she didn't really describe the colors here, but the swatches just look amazing. So let's find out. I don't have a good base on, but I don't feel like that really makes that much of a difference. I don't know, maybe that's just me. Oh. Oh. I love it. I feel like this is the kind of shade that I've mentioned is kind of my favorite. It's just like a rusty brown base with like undescribable shimmers and reflections on top of it. I really like that. It feels like the better version of ColourPop Glass Bowl. And I feel like this is even the kind of shade that like I would just wear all over my eye to work and not feel too made up, for my standards at least. I really like this. This next one is called Next to You, and this one I was really intrigued by the description on the Instagram. It said this shade is a gorgeous blue-purple metallic shade and perfect for that pop of color. Just a quick FYI, this shade is not black-based, nor are any others in this collection. Any black-based shades in the future will always be noted. I know it's super easy to do, but I'm not about it so much anymore. Which I think is really interesting, because I find black-based shades hard to work with, which I guess a lot of people do. I usually don't make my mattes that deep, and then it's just hard for everything to blend together when my lid shimmer is so much darker than my crease is, you know? So I thought it was interesting that this is such a deep shade, and she's saying it's not black-based, so let's see how she looks. That looks really pretty so far. It really teeters right between purple and blue. That's really pretty. I don't know how much use I'll get out of this, because I don't tend to wear shadows this deep that often, but I think I'm gonna have to find an excuse to wear it soon, because it's really pretty. Or at least use it in like my outer, and then do like a lighter purple on the inner half, something like that. Okay, so I actually do have eye primer on now. I put on my Anastasia eye primer, and I'm gonna pop on a couple of these mattes, and then I'll pop one of the shimmers on over it, and then after that, we can talk about everything else we need to talk about. So the first matte that I got is called Sweet Cream. This reminded me of that Makeup Geek shadow that I think I still have somewhere, and like everyone had in like 2013, 2014. The name's on the tip of my tongue, but I can't think of what it was. Either way, I really like this shade. There's also like an Anastasia one that was like this. Also, I should say about Looxi's mattes, super underrated. I think they are some of the best mattes that I have. I don't have the biggest collection of them because they don't offer that many of them, but I'm nowadays pretty repetitive about my mattes anyway. I like something kind of like warm and neutral, and then I like putting colorful shimmers on top of that. So yeah, I'm gonna go in with Sweet Cream with this Nabla fluffy brush because my normal Sigma ones are dirty. Yeah, I love how just like that, it went on beautifully. Beautifully. I don't know what it is about these powders because I feel like they maintain their pigment, but it must be like fine powders or something that just like gives it that blends itself type of look. Really love that. That's like the perfect initial transition for me. The next one is called Blood Moon. This one's like a little bit more of like an orangey brown. And I have this kind of like a fluffy packing brush from SL Miss Glam, which I got in Ipsy forever ago. But I like it for kind of like lower in my crease, and then I also will probably end up using this for my outer V also. It's way more pigmented than I thought. That one was a little bit of a miscalculation. Huh, that's the fun thing about first impressions. I feel like from now on, I'll know to go into this one a little bit more gingerly. I'll know that it's very pigmented, and I'll probably use it more so as like an outer corner as opposed to in my crease. But this is part of the experimenting. So let's try to do that on my other side too without making as much of a mess. See? I had to do that to see how to do that. We're gonna ignore the under the eye mess for right now because I don't want to stop and fix that. And I'm gonna take a little bit more of that lightest shade because we need a little more blend in. This eye is like my rebellious child, and this was... Oh, these are so different. Yeah, this is the one that gets straight A's, and this is the one that cuts class and smokes cigarettes. I'm gonna try that a little bit again, because I feel like I lost that pigment in the crease. Hopefully it's good enough. So these other two that I have, funny, in the camera I feel like they look way more different than they do to my eye, because to my eye they look so similar, and I wish I got one of them like a deeper brown, but I think the deeper brown they had in this collection was very cool toned, or at least it looked that way from their Instagram. But whatever, either way, we'll try both of these. This one is Rusted Rose, kind of like a brownish burgundy. I'm gonna go with that same SL Miss Glam brush. A lot of pigment here. Okay, cool. And actually, just because I'm nervous that if I do the other matte also on this, they'll just blend together, I think I'm gonna go with the other matte on my other eye. So this one is called Bourbon. I cleaned off my same brush. I feel like this one looks a little harsher, but maybe it's because I was gonna say maybe it's because of the bad blend. But I just don't like how that one works as well as this one, my beautiful, perfect eye. This eye is just so good. This eye is not. For my shimmer, I'm gonna go in with Abracadabra because I really like that one. It looks kind of blue right now. This is gorgeous. I wonder if it looks more blue now that it's against all of those warm tones. Cool. Alright, I'm gonna clean this up and finish off my makeup. And we're back. I popped the KVD little stick lipstick in Lolita on my lips, and I used a couple different of the Looxi mattes that we tried on my upper eye, on my lower lash line, as well as Bonfire Babe, that's the orange, and then my inner corner is Adonis. I think it was from their winter collection last year. So yeah, I really like this look. If I was going for perfection, I might do something a little bit less berry on my lips, but luckily I'm not, and this is just okay. So let's quickly talk about what I didn't pick up from this collection. There was a green called Cashmere, which I just feel like I have so many greens in my collection that I am so obsessed with, and I didn't think this was going to be one of my favorites, so I didn't want to add it to my collection. But if you're looking for a green, maybe this would be nice. It looks like a nice kind of like forest green with some brighter green in there. But again, I just have so many greens. Another one was For the Gram, which does look pretty, but it just looks like a neutral brownish copperish shade that I know I already have from Looxi. And in my experience, sometimes when the shadows look like they're going to be really similar, they're really similar. So I didn't want to add it just for the sake of adding it. And then the other one I didn't get was called 420. And then this is the one that she said that this one's not anything crazy. It was a light green olive with slight shifts, and I didn't want anything not crazy. It just didn't excite me, so I didn't get it. And then for the mattes, there was Marshmallow, which is a white. I don't tend to use white eyeshadows, and I have one if I need it. There was Peanut Butter, which just looked kind of cool toned. Maybe I would have used that, but I don't know. I decided against it clearly. Lucky Bones, which seemed cool toned, like a mid-tone brown. And Hot Cocoa, which seemed like maybe a cool, but maybe also kind of rosy. It's hard to tell, but a deeper brown. I feel like I really could have picked up all the mattes other than the white one, but I don't need it. I know I don't need it. So when it comes to what I did pick up, to rank the shimmers, I think I'm gonna go with Abracadabra first. What I have on my lid right now, please ignore my cat scratch. I just really like the tone of it. It checks the boxes for me. I feel like it's super versatile, but it's special. I like it. Special doesn't necessarily mean unique either, because I feel like I definitely do have other shadows like this, but I still really like it. I think number 2, I'm going to say Reflection, because that one I was really impressed with also. Also, what do we think of this nail color? It was like a Lights Lacquer coffee collection or whatever. I feel like it's kind of ugly though, I don't know. And not like my kind of ugly nail polish. I don't know. But yeah, Reflection. I really like that one. I'm gonna say number 3 is Bonfire Babe that I have on my lower lash line right now. I really appreciated the brightness of this one. Number 4 is Sunflower. I think this one, like, I built it up in my eye, and I think it's just the kind of shade that needs to be built up because that's a really weak swatch. Pretty, but it just didn't knock my socks off. I feel like even just looking at these 4 right now, like, you can see that these are shifty shadows, and these 2 don't look like shifty shadows, they just look like normal metallics. Next to you is taking the number 5 spot, just because I'm not the biggest fan of deeper shimmers, but when it comes to darker shimmers, I really like this one. The 4 mattes, I guess I'll rank these also, but I feel like I'm going to swatch them just in order of lightness to darkness. Sweet Cream is the lightest. Really like that. It felt like it blended itself. Perfect kind of shade for me, and I'm happy to have it in my collection in Looxi's matte formula. The one that I liked the second most was this Rusted Rose. I feel like this is just coming down to color preferences because I do just really like their matte formula. With this one being kind of like a pinky burgundy-ish matte, I really like that. The other 2 I don't really have strong opinions about yet. Blood Moon was that orange one. I'm a little bit mad at it for exploding on my eye, but when I went into my other eye just a little bit more carefully with a little bit of a lighter hand, it went on beautiful. And also now that like my look is finished, I feel like you can't tell how much better this eye was than this eye. But you know what? I feel like you can tell that this darker matte, which is that Rusted Rose, is nicer than this deeper matte, which is Bourbon. So that kind of solidifies for me that this gets the number 3 spot. And this one is Bourbon. I don't know if these are giving me the best swatches ever, but I can tell you, I like the formula. And there's the whole hand of swatches. I have some new shadows to share with you from Looxi's relaunch, because they relaunched. They don't post much, so I was wondering if I missed something about them like closing down and relaunch, and I did look back and see that they had a Black Friday post where they said then that they were discontinuing all of their current shadows and putting them on sale until they sold out so they could launch new in the new year. I didn't pay much attention to that because I pretty much buy everything I want from their launches, so there's nothing for me to buy from them on Black Friday. But I saw in the comments some people being disappointed that there were some shadows already out of stock that they now wouldn't have a chance to purchase again. But yeah, in conclusion, they shut down and relaunched. They sent out the email about it on December 31st at like 5 p.m. and then their first launch was on January 1st at noon Eastern time. And it included 20 permanent shimmers, and then I think there was 10 of these new Artisan shadows, and it said in the email that these Artisan shadows had like better ingredients. Let me see exactly what they said. Okay, they didn't even say anything about better ingredients. They just said a smaller, more manageable number of shadows with all the gorgeous colors and value you have come to expect from us. So not a lot of information. Once they're sold out, they won't be available again. But I guess the shimmers are something that's more of a permanent line, even though they didn't specifically say that. But yeah, after I got this email, I was like, I have no idea what to expect from this Artisan page. I don't know if all of a sudden we're going to be getting some like $20 Cleona shadows. I didn't know. But it ended up being that their shimmers that they were launching were the same $3 that they had previously been. And then these Artisan shadows were $5. So the questions I had, and still have, but from seeing them now that I unbox them, I have like a little bit more of an idea. I was wondering if the $3 shadows are going to be like a continuation of what they normally have, and then the $5 shadows are going to be better, or if the $5 shadows are going to be kind of just like them upping the price for the better type of shadows that they've been selling already, and the $3 are just like worse, or maybe the quality, the staying power is going to be better. That's something I don't have an answer for yet, but these are the shades that I picked out. I got 6 of the regular shimmers and then 6 of the Artisan. So these 2 rows here are the regular shimmers, and these 2 rows here are the Artisan shades. And I could already tell from looking at them that these look like the more sparkly shadows that I prefer, and these look like basic shimmer shadows. Looking at these, I have very little hopes for these actually. They look pretty bad in my opinion, or just not what I like, but these look nice. I don't know, sometimes when I'm swatching, there's duds, so in a way it's kind of nice if I know that like the $3 ones are duds, they don't apply to me, they're not the type of shadow that I'm looking for, and then maybe the $5 I can count on more. But I guess we'll find out also if maybe the $5 ones, are there still going to be inconsistencies within them? Or are some of the $3 ones going to be awesome and other ones are just bleh? So I should have said this in the beginning, but I will be swatching these 12 on my eyes to hopefully get some answers. But yeah, I'm really curious about how this is going to go. I picked these out really quickly because I was scared about them selling out, especially the Artisan shades that they said won't be restocking. And there were some I saw right away that I was super excited about, and I didn't want to risk those selling out. So I picked pretty quickly. I did kind of like go back through what they had afterwards, and I was kind of like, oh, I would have gotten that one instead of one of these had I had more time. Because there was no pictures before the launch. There was no information before the launch. No idea what I was getting into, so I was in kind of like a champagne-y mood, I guess, when it launched. So let's start with the regular shimmers and see how it goes. Also, I just looked. All of the Artisan shades are still available right now, and a couple of the regular ones are still available. So I wonder if they just made like a bigger quantity of the Artisan ones or something. but that's interesting because those are the ones that I was more scared of selling out. So the first one is a sold out one. It's called Naked Eye. It just looks kind of white in the pan, as most kind of like iridescent shadows do. I don't know if I can count on this being anything iridescent or special based on it being one of the $3 shadows, but it looked kind of like a glowy pink to me in their swatch, so that made me interested in it. It says it's an iced out white shimmer with purple pink reflex. So I'm going to pop it all over my lid, but usually this kind of shadow I just wear as an inner corner most of the time. It feels very light. I kind of call this like a slippery shadow. I like when shadows pick up more on my finger, but this didn't pick up very much. But as an inner corner, that might be fine. I kind of judge those differently sometimes. Huh. I don't know what to make of this. I definitely see that like pinky purple, but it's very sheer. It feels like I have nothing on my eyelid. Just for fun, I do want to pop this on this inner corner just to see what happens. I'm going to use my regular inner corner, just like a small little brush. It has like some nice glow to it, but I don't even know if it's enough shimmer that I would want to wear it on my inner corner. Yeah, not much to it. Not very excited about it. I'll definitely try it out because sometimes, like, you know, if I wear like one of those super iridescent reflecty ones from like Terra Moons or something on my inner corner, it can feel like too much. I don't think I run the risk of that with this one, but it also might not be enough. On my other eye, I'm gonna go into Champagne Dreams. You see, it just looks so flat in the pan. Like, it almost looks matte in the pan. The description for this is just the champagne shimmer of your dreams. I'll be the judge of that. This feels a little thicker than the first one, actually. Like, I can actually see where I picked it up in the pan, and it has like a little bit more texture on my finger. Okay. Alright, that one's not awful. Okay, my feeling on this is that if you don't have a lot of makeup and you want just like a plain shimmer to wear on your lid, very non-offensive, or if you're someone that like never wears eyeshadow and you want like a little something for like a night out, but like something really sparkly would be too intimidating, this is fine. But I've been making kind of an active effort to get rid of my single shadows that are like this because I have palettes that I want to hold on to, and a lot of my shadows and palettes are less impressive than single shadows that I have, and I have this type of shadow in palettes. I even think like my BH Weekend Festival, which is like a palette that I'm currently using, that I think falls into that category of like the shimmers don't totally amaze me. There's definitely a shimmer just like this in that palette. So yeah, it's fine, not offensive, but doesn't really do much for me. Now, I did see when I was wiping it off that that pink one, that Naked Eye, did have a little bit of that like micro sparkle that I tend to like, and even I still see some of that sparkle on my lid after I took it off. I don't know if it's coming across here. I tried to take a picture of it when it was on to show what I was seeing in my other mirror, but it wasn't really capturing on my phone camera either. So just something to note, I think it did look a little bit better in person than it did on the camera, but there are so many shadows out there that look awesome both in person and on camera, so I don't really want to make too many excuses for them. Also, by the way, I know sometimes I wear concealer on my eyelids. Today I'm not. We're just doing bare-ass eyelids. The next one up is called Pop the Top. It looks just like a little bit more gray taupey than the last one did, but still very much like a champagne-y shade. It's described as a toasted metallic champagne shimmer, perfect for celebrating any time. This one feels more like the first one than the second one. Yeah, very thin and smooth. I don't know what to say. I'm not impressed. It's fine, and it's the kind of thing that if it was in a Too Faced palette in 2015, I would have used it and it would have been fine. but Looxi just has such better shadows than this. Usually by the time I've tried 3 of them on, there's something that I'm impressed by. But this ain't it. This next one is Daydreamer, and I know this looked super pretty in the swatch. And I think even like in the pan, the colors in the pan look a little bit more varied, a little bit less flat than some of the other ones did. So hopefully this one will be good. It's just described as a metallic pink shimmer. This one feels like the last one. Really thin on my finger. Okay, it's picking up the light a little bit better. Okay, this is by far the best one so far. I just feel like this shadow's so flat, and this shadow looks more like a shimmer. This is like a satin. This is like a shimmer. Not the best shade I've ever tried, definitely, but I like the tone of it, and I feel like you can see more variance in it. So yeah, this one's alright. This one's cute. Okay, 2 more of these regular shimmers to get through before we can move on to what I hope is the good stuff. This one is called Pink Linen. It's described as a metallic, dusty pink shimmer. I would call it like a pink taupe. And I think this one looks kind of pretty in the pan also. I have higher hopes for this one. I think this one might be like the last one. Feels a little grittier than the last one. Okay. Okay, that looks pretty. Yeah, you can actually see the shimmer there. It looks like something metallic on my eye. Yeah, Pink Linen is alright in my book. Alright, cool. This last one that I picked up of the regular shimmers is called Kiss of Death. It's a red that I was very excited to get. It was like one of the ones that I saw and I was like, this one's like a definite. But looking at it, it just looks kind of flat in the pan. Did anyone else have the Royal Blood from Jeffree Star a couple years ago? It was like the purple palette that he had. I don't buy from Jeffree Star anymore, but I used to. And I remember seeing that red and that was kind of like a big sell. And I just remember that being so like dry. Like it was like a shimmer, but it was just like this like thick, dry pigment that didn't even look shimmery. And this is like giving me flashbacks to it, just since it doesn't look shimmery in the pan. But we'll find out. It's described as a bright and vivid red shimmer. It seriously feels like the Jeffree Star one already. Like it doesn't look shimmery on my finger really, right? It just looks like pigment piled on top of itself, like with like a satin. Oh god. What is that? Like this isn't shimmery. It's just like chalky. Like I feel like this would be way better as a matte than it would as a shimmer. It's like in my crease, it looks like I put down like a matte red and then like packed on like a little bit of a satin on my lid. But like it's all the same shade with my finger. Yeah, that's not shimmery. I'm not a big fan of this. For fun though, you know what I'm gonna do? Let's put a little Daydreamer on top of her. That was that peach that we did last before this one. Yeah, like that makes it look like a shimmer. But on its own, it's just not a shimmer. And like it's not as smooth as a matte. It would just be like harder to work with than a matte, but not shimmery at all. Just kind of like a dud shade in my opinion. I like the color of it, but like if the formula sucks, then the color doesn't really do anything. This one's nice still though. We've finally entered the Artisan shades. I really hope these are good. I don't want to be so negative this whole time. The first one we're going to start with is called Pink Lemonade. And you could just tell looking at the pan that it just looks more shimmery. Actually, I don't know if you can tell, but I can tell that it just looks more shimmery. But this one in particular, in the pan, looks very similar to ones we've already seen from them. So if it is a more duochromatic shade, you never know if it's gonna like look the same once it's swatched out, but For example, this is Flutter from their Butterfly Kisses collection, and this is Pink Lemonade. They look very similar in tone. I'd say Flutter does look more reflective in the pan, but it's dug into and maybe that helps. I'm not sure, but just something I wanted to note. So yeah, the description for her says that this pretty pink has shifts of gold and green. Since it's just like such a small jump and $3 for some of them has been like such a steal. Okay, doesn't feel like my favorite formula, feels kind of thin, but I can see some variation in color, so that's pretty. Oh, it looks really pretty there. Huh, add a little bit more on. You can't even see the pink here, huh? It does look like a more sparkly finish. It's funny that like you can't really see the pink at all. Maybe a little bit you can see the, like it flips to pink. Like it looks more of like a yellowy shadow that flips to pink than a pink shadow that flips to yellowy. I could see myself using this more so as the inner corner shade. And just for fun, maybe we could try that out. I'm gonna use my same brush as before. I kind of shoot off any pigments from it. It actually looks really pretty in the inner corner, and I think even just like with the more contours in that area, you could see the flips more. That makes me like lose all hope for naked eye before, because this looks so much nicer in my inner corner. So yeah, I don't think I would wear this at all on my lid, but definitely in the inner corner. So the next one we have is called Rosé, and this one looks really pretty. This was one of the couple that when I opened, I was like, all right, I could see that working out. It kind of reminds me of Angel Wings, which I think I've decided is my favorite Looxi shadow ever. It was from the Butterfly Kisses collection, and it was definitely one that when I first had, I was kind of like about, but it's like the prettiest wet look shimmer for like a simple look. I love it so much, and this reminds me of that, just in the pan, off the bat. It's described as a metallic champagne with shifts of rosy pink. It feels very textured. Yeah, it feels thicker on my finger. Cool. I want to clarify that I don't think it has that same specialness of Angel Wings, but I do think it's kind of like it meets my bare minimum requirements for a champagne shade, which those couple before definitely did not. This one, I like that you can see that rosy base when I face forward. You could definitely like tell that it has that like micro shimmer to it that I really like. I don't think it's like the most special shade, but I think it's pretty. And I could see myself actually wearing this for like a simple one shimmer on the lid kind of look. And by the way, at the end, I'm going to swatch these out, maybe do some comparisons. Someone on Instagram, I've been trying to post on Instagram more, asked me if Rosé was at all similar to JD Glow Unexpected, so I'll be doing a comparison about that at the end. But yeah, the next one is the one that I was the most excited about based on how it looks in the pan. This one is called Hot Rod, and that looks pretty. It kind of reminds me of like maybe Cliona Grisaille a little bit, that like intense rosy base with like light reflecting shimmers on top. It's interesting because this one looks so much more gold in the pictures online that I'm happy that I ended up picking it up, or at least happy so far. The description of this is the unsuspecting golden appearance has shifts of red, orange, and silver. So let's try it out. Oh, it does say now, I don't know if it always said this or not, but for added intensity, use your fave mixing medium with a flat shader brush. Do people really use mixing mediums? All right, I like how this feels. Okay, this is definitely my favorite one. I think even that description doesn't do it justice. Like, I don't think this is gold at all. I'd say if anything, it's like a bronzy base with like cool tone shimmers in it. I don't know, maybe it's not my job to describe colors for a reason, but I think this one's really pretty. This is the kind of shade that I really like, and I love that those shimmers are different enough from the base that they really stand out, and I think that's what makes this special. So yeah, this one's definitely my favorite, and I can see myself using this one. The next one is called Moth to a Flame, and this one doesn't look as shimmery in the pan, in my opinion. It kind of looks just like a more basic warm bronze. Yeah, I'm remembering that the pictures of this looked very like shifty of this like warm bronze to like a real like reddish. So that was cool. It's described as a burnt orange with shifts of copper red, gold, and brown. Okay, feels nice. Yeah, I like when I can like feel it kind of like moving apart in the pan and really picking up on my finger. Okay. All right, I don't dislike it, but I just wish that like shimmer on top was more pronounced, a little bit more or something. Looxi even has some like really cool shades, or they did, especially in like the Halloween Treats collection. I think that was like a 2020 collection, and they had a couple that were kind of like a brownie shadow but had like a really intense shimmer on top. And I feel like this was going for that kind of thing, but it just doesn't hit the shimmer on top. So yeah, it's nice, but I just feel like it needs more. Like, this is not doing for me what this is doing for me, you know? My eyes hurt, and we have 2 left, so thankfully I can leave these on for a couple hours and give my eyelids a break. 12's kind of a lot of shadows to swatch. Okay, the penultimate shadow is called Fuchsia AF. This was one that I was instantly really excited for because I love a good hot pink shadow. I like that it looked like it was teetering that brink between pink and purple. In the pan, I'm a little bit less convinced. It just looks very purple. I mean, I guess we'll see. But I feel like I've seen this pan before from Looxi, so that kind of makes me skeptical. It's described as a vivid fuchsia with shifts of red/pink, purple, and blue. Feels a little bit tougher in the pan, like less picking up. And it feels a little thinner when I put it on. Okay, that's giving me that pink. Okay, so I like the tone of this. I was nervous it was going to be more purple than I wanted, and I think it does teeter that line that I wanted between fuchsia and purple. But just like the last one, I wish it had more shimmer to it. I think it's pretty, but I just can't imagine myself wearing this as like this being the pop on the lid. I feel like anytime I wear this, I would want to add something on top. And I mean, I have a big collection, it can be fun to layer, but I just have so many shadows that I don't need to layer. So it draws me more away from shadows that I do need to layer. So yeah, pretty color, not all about the formula. Okay, this final one is Dark Waters, and it looks much brighter here in the pan than it did in the product picture, which I'm happy about. It's described as a phenomenal electric blue with shifts of purple. Kind of feels like the last one. Okay, that looks pretty. Oh. I really like this one. Wow, I can't believe you can see that purple. I was not expecting that. I feel like I'm kind of used to it with Looxi, that they promise these shifts that just like, I can never see. But this one, I see that purple. And I think this has a decent amount of shimmer. Yeah. All right, cool. I can get behind this one. I do feel like it could use a little bit more Baba-Voom, but I'm happy enough with this shift that I'll take it. I'm gonna see if I can make this into a look without taking anything off right now, and I'll be right back. Okay, so we're back, and I turned those swatches into a look, and I like it. It's a look. I like it a lot. It kind of even makes me look on this one a little bit more favorably, because I really do like the color of it. So yeah, I just added a little transition to my top. I'm wearing Pink Lemonade as an inner corner on both eyes, and doesn't that look really pretty? And then on my lower lash lines, I just extended the same shimmer down, and then I added a little bit of this dark water one onto this purple eye because this one was just looking a little bit light in comparison. I'm into it. I like it. So I don't think I'm going to go through one by one and rank them, just because it's kind of a lot. And like certain questions like, do I like the worst Artisan shadow better than the best shimmer? Well, I want to say I don't know, but now I'm thinking yeah. Either way, I don't think I'm going to be purchasing from the shimmer line. I don't know. Right now, I feel like in the future, I won't be purchasing from like the regular permanent shimmer line anymore. I feel like I learned enough, and I learned that those are just really basic shimmers that I'm not interested in anymore. And I hope that if they continue to put out shadows as like a collection launch, as they've been doing for a while, I hope that those launch as Artisan shadows and not as the regular shimmers. Just because I feel like these regular shimmers are a big step back from what they've been doing for a while. So yeah, to answer my question from before, I think these $3 shimmers are worse than the $3 shadows that they used to have. And I think that the $3 shadows that they used to have are now the $5 Artisan shadows. But when I say worse, obviously it's subjective to me. I like things that are duochromatic and really sparkly, and if it's not that, then it's just not my vibe. So yeah, out of those $3 shimmery ones, my two favorites, I guess I'll start doing some swatches now. Take off my watch. My two favorites from those shimmery ones are Pink Linen and Daydreamer. So this is Pink Linen and Daydreamer. They just kind of had the most reflection out of all of them. I think they're basic shadows, but they're cute for what they are. They're cute, and I don't mind having these in my collection. The next two are the ones that I'm a little bit on the fence about, which is Naked Eye, that like pinkish, whitish one, and then Kiss of Death, this red one that I like the tone of, but just doesn't give me any shimmer. So this is Naked Eye and Kiss of Death. Doesn't that look like I just put a matte? Like, look at those two next to those first two. Like, I think that shows exactly what I'm talking about. It's just like not the same at all. This straight up looks like a matte. And then these two champagne-y ones really didn't need. It's Champagne Dreams and Pop the Top. So Champagne Dreams and Pop the Top. Yeah, maybe in formula, they're slightly better than the formula of these two, but just the colors are so boring, and you could tell that the formula is not as reflective as these two here. Yeah, and then for the Artisan shadows, my favorite one is going to be that Hot Rod, and my second favorite is going to be this Dark Waters. So this is Hot Rod, that's so pretty, and Dark Waters. And then my next two favorites are going to be that Pink Lemonade. I really, really like how that looks in my inner corner. And this Fuchsia AF. So that's Pink Lemonade and Fuchsia AF. And then I guess that leaves my bottom two of the Artisan ones to be Rosé and Moth to a Flame. How did I feel about Rosé? I know I just did that, but oh yeah, that one I thought was nice, right? Or like my bare minimum for a champagne. Yeah, that one was nice. Didn't blow my socks off. And then we have Moth to a Flame, which is pretty, but I just feel like I have other similar ones that give me more shimmer than this one does. So yeah, there's the 12 that I just tried on my eyeballs. Just for a couple little comparisons. I don't really have much like specific I want to compare, but I will talk about Unexpected for a second. I don't think I would have, no, I definitely would not have thought of this, but I did get that Instagram comment that said that they thought it might be similar. They don't have Unexpected. I don't know if they know how actually incredibly out of this world this shadow is, but it might be similar in tone, kind of. But this just has like such unbelievable sparkle. So yeah, we were talking about Rosé, right? So Rosé was this shadow, and here's Unexpected. So you can see Unexpected is more champagne-y, I want to say. Comparatively, Rosé looks a lot more pink, and this one has more brown to it. And you can just see from the formula, it has so much more glitter to it. I would say if you are at all conflicted between one of these and something like this JD Glow Shadow is $8.25. They have 30% offs or 40% offs, you know, a couple times a year. Go for this one before this, like, definitely. Like, this shadow is so good. It's bigger. You're definitely getting your money's worth. It's so good. And then I thought just to talk about formula for a second, maybe I'll swatch a couple of my favorite Looxi shadows and maybe a couple of my least favorite that I still have in my collection. I've decluttered my like real least favorites. Angel Wings. We'll swatch Angel Wings. She's so good. This one's more of like a smooth formula, but like it also kind of feels kind of like jelly and just so shimmery and pretty. I'll swatch it here. I think you can see that the sparkle kind of like reminds me the most of Rosé, just like with the reflectiveness. Not Rosé, I'm sorry, I'm talking about this one here, which is Hot Rod. Yeah, Angel Wings is one of my favorites. Another favorite is Hybrid, which is in my random palette for this month. I'll swatch the one here. I want to say Hybrid's like a kind of like a cooler tone version of this Hot Rod one. But I think it looks better in the swatch. I don't know. And then just one more for fun. Since I mentioned Grisaille, I'll swatch Grisaille. Oh, I don't know if I can get this out. Okay, I'm not going to take it out just to hold it up. But it's this one right here. Next to the green one. That one right there is Grisaille. It's a hard thing with those like rectangular or square pans. If they're all next to each other, taking them out is an ordeal. Okay, so we have Hot Rod here. So Grisaille is definitely more sparkly. Cleona does it so well. And it's definitely way more purpley also than Hot Rod. So yeah, welcome back to another Looxi swatch video. It feels like it's been so long since we've done this. I guess it's been 3 months, but it feels like so long. I missed it. So I just got in the Fairy Tales collection that they launched at the end of March. It came today and they look beautiful. I just took them out of the packaging a little while ago. It's these 10 here. This is actually one from their last collection that came out in February that I skipped over because the swatches didn't look really duochromatic. I was nervous that they were all going to be like manufactured shades, but there was one that I was interested in. So I picked it up today. It's the shade Drip. I don't know if it's going to go in my eyes. I don't know if you guys care about that because I don't know if my eyes can handle it after I swatch all of these, but we'll at least swatch it on my hand at the end. Back to the main attraction. My first impression when I took these out was that they all looked beautiful. Usually it's hard to tell from like the website pictures which ones are going to actually be really sparkly and which ones are going to be a little bit more dull. But as soon as I took these out, these all look really sparkly. So as of right now, I have some pretty high hopes. And yeah, we're gonna try them all out of my eyes and see. I kind of grouped them together in little twosomes that I thought might be like the most helpful for comparisons. And yeah, let's get into it. I want to save these groupings for last because I'm the most excited about it, but I don't necessarily want to start with the darkest. I'm gonna switch those two around. So I do have a little bit of concealer on my eyelids just to blend my eyelid tone into my skin. And we're gonna start out with the shade Under the Sea. The description on the website says, it's like an ocean in a pan with shifts ranging of teal, green, and dark blue. It feels so soft, like perfectly textured, wonderful. That's really pretty. What did it say it had? Teal, green, and dark blue. I definitely see the teal. I feel like I'm seeing yellow, but I guess it could be described as green, and I feel like I do see that dark blue over by my lash line as well. That's really pretty though. Really full pigment. I like that a lot. Really shiny. I think this is gonna be a good-ass collection. Next up is the shade Emerald City. This is described as an emerald green with shifts of gold, green, and blue. Feels exactly the same as the previous one. I'm gonna layer it up, and maybe I kind of just made worse contact, but it does feel like a little bit less full pigment than the previous shadow. Yeah, I feel like it did need a little bit more building up, but it's still really, really pretty. It's kind of an interesting shade in my collection. I thought it was going to be like a true lime green, but I think it's like right in between green and teal. Like it's definitely more green than teal, or mint. It's right in between green and mint. That's really cute. And I definitely see a lot of yellow in there. I do see some of that deeper green where the light's not hitting it. Really cool shade. These are both really nice formulas. Next up we have two kind of deeper greens. This one is called Dragon Slayer. I'm really pleasantly surprised in this because I think it looked a little bit more dull in the product pictures, but it's definitely like a bright medium green here, which is more up my alley. It's described as a gorgeous green with shifts of gold, blue, and purple. Feels just like the first two. I feel like they really mastered their formula or something. Wow. I feel like with a lot of Looxi shadows in the past, when they got deeper in tone, they weren't always as sparkly, and I don't know if that's just something with like eyeshadow composition, but this is like getting a little bit deeper and it's super sparkly. I can see that black base in there, which I'm not really the biggest fan of because I feel like to wear a black base eyeshadow, you need to have like either like really crisp lines, which I don't usually do, or just with like a deeper crease and everything. So I kind of have to see how I want to work this into my collection because I really like how it looks in the light. That green tone is gorgeous. And I bet there are a lot of people out there that prefer the black base if you are someone that wears a lot of really deep mattes. But yeah, I just need to figure out how to use that for my makeup style, but I do really like it. This next one I feel like is pretty unique to my collection, maybe you could say out of my comfort zone. It's called a Wicked Witch, and it's described as a deep and dark green with shifts of deep purple. I bet this is gonna have a black base also because it just looks really blackened. This one's a pretty similar formula to my Touch. If anything, it's a little bit softer. Ooh, that looks really pretty actually. That looks just like Oculus from Cleona. Oh my god. That's gorgeous. Oh my god. It just feels so incredibly shifty. Oh my god, you see how that base is just like dancing around? And it's like a red base, it looks like. Like maybe an eggplant purple with like red in there and then like green on top. Oh my god, I'm gonna do another little bit of a layer just because I feel like I didn't put enough on already. Oh my god. This is not at all what I was expecting. I thought it was going to be more of just like a deep green shimmer. But this feels like the most transformative shadow that I've ever tried from Looxi. And I've tried most of their shadows. I'm in disbelief. I feel like if you told me this was a Cleona shadow, I would believe you. I love it. I don't know what to do with myself. I don't want to take this off yet. Wow, I feel like this is like one of the best shadows, if not like objectively the best shadow that Looxi's ever come out with. I'm absolutely in love. I'm gonna stare at myself in the mirror a little bit. We'll be right back. Wow. Wow. I'm still in like utter disbelief of that shadow. I feel like I just won the lottery. I'm gonna try to contain myself enough to go on, but like, man, that shadow. That shadow. The next one is called Huff and Puff. It looks like this deep mid to deep blue with a lot of purple in there. It's described as a midnight blue with shifts of purple and brown. Be curious how that brown comes out. Because I mean, even with that last one, you didn't see all that dimension in the pan, so... I'm trying like hard to not be like, let's see if we get another one like that one. Because I feel lucky enough that like we got one. I'm shook. I never say I'm shook, but like I'm absolutely shook. Okay, this one looks really bright on my finger, which is cool. I like it so far. Ooh. Oh. That's really pretty also. It's no Wicked Witch, but trying to separate from what just happened. Okay, this one's really pretty. I love the brightness of it, and I feel like it does have a pretty big flip as well. Like, it's interesting how deep it looks, but I feel like it's like a periwinkle sparkle sitting on top of a purple sparkle with like a red base. Like this right now, there's so many colors in that. I forgot to say with the last one also, through my squealing, that like it can be harder to see the flip with the light that I have on right now. I do have a ceiling light as well, which I feel like does give another element to it. But the fact that you can see so many flips with this kind of direct lighting means that like once you're out in the world, it's going to be like all over the place. It's going to be a gymnast on your eyes. It's going to get a gold medal, or at least place. That's really pretty. Yeah. I love that it's like opposing colors too. I love that it's like cool and warm at the same time. That's a really nice shade. That's a really nice shade. I can't tell if this eyelid is stained from the last shade or if it's just being a little bitch today, but I did tap a little bit more concealer on there, so we're gonna persevere. This next shade is one that I was most excited for, probably in my top 4 of excitement. This one is called Once Upon a Time. It kind of looks like the brighter version of the last one. You could see how it goes from like this mid-tone light blue to lavender. Oh my god, I'm so excited. It's described as an electric and vibrant blue with shifts of purple and turquoise, which is right up my alley. Oh wow. Oh my god, what's going on with Looxi in like the best way possible? This reminds me so much of Insane from JD Glow. That's really pretty. Wow. It's just like really purple, really lavender, and really blue all at the same time. And really sparkly on top of that. Yeah, like the way it's catching the light, it has so much dimension to it. I do think kind of like objectively, this is a more impressive shadow. Like this is a more unique shadow in my collection. But also I am someone that tries way more lavenders than tries shadows like this. They're both so pretty. Yeah. I feel like this will be like a standout shade that like I'm gonna use like purposely. And this will be like an easy shade that I'll like grab and throw on whenever, you know? Wow, I love these. Okay, the next shade we're going to dive into is the one that I'm the most excited about, or I guess the one that I was the most excited about before trying any of these out. It's the shade Pixie Dust, and I feel like it just looks the most unique from all the other shades. A lot of shades that Looxi does, I can think of other shades that Looxi has done that it reminds me of, but this one feels like something totally different. It's like a really kind of like rose gold pink. It's described as a dusty pink with shifts of rose gold and mauve. Man, I'm so on with these descriptions. Yeah, and it looks like it's going to be really like really sparkly. Oh my god, it feels so soft. I love it. Okay, that's pretty. Let's build her up a little bit. That's really pretty. That's really pretty. That's really, like, foiled. Wow. It doesn't have a million flips like some of those last shades did, but this is definitely a shade I'm going to use a lot, and it's definitely a shade that's going to stand out in my collection, because I definitely don't have a shadow that's just like this. And actually, looking at it from this angle, I feel like sometimes with lighter shades, it's harder to see shifts because they're not shifting from one end of the spectrum to the other. But I do see like the deeper pink, I see the gold here, I see a lighter pink, and I see a brighter pink at the same time. Yeah, that's a really pretty shade, and I know I'm going to use this a lot. So this is Pixie Dust. This next shadow is called Ohana. Oh, that's kind of like Hannah. Wow, it's made for me. Looking at this from the pictures that she posted, I think in the sneak peek email, I thought it was going to be like a bronze that just shifted pink, but it looks like a really bright medium pink, and I'm pretty excited about it. The description says a plum purple with shifts of golden orange and brown. Plum purple. Cool. All right, I do see that like orangey bronze. Cool, I'm gonna give it another layer because that feels very thin. Huh, this one feels different, but I really like it. I don't know what it is about it. It feels like, I want to say less sparkly, but like that's not true. But like a different kind of sparkly. It just feels different. But I like it. Like this one feels like hot pink sparkles on top of orange. And I feel like a lot of Looxi shadows just kind of feel like a white sparkle mixed in, you know? Like it doesn't have the same brightness. I don't know how to describe what I'm trying to say, but I really like it. And I think it feels really special. It feels really different from Looxi shadows, and I like it a lot. It kind of even reminds me of a couple of those Shine by SD shades from their Dynasty 2 collection, I want to say. I could be wrong, but like Hottie and Summer Rush is what I'm thinking of. Just in the way of them being like super bright, sparkly shadows. But something about this, like, it's a more interesting color combination because it's such like a bright hot pink on top of more of like a burnt orange. I feel like I'm just like rambling color thoughts, but it's definitely way different than anything that I've seen before, and I really like it. And it's kind of like right up my alley because it's not, I feel like sometimes I get bored with super light shades, but also I find really dark shades kind of intimidating sometimes. And I think this is like right up my alley. Okay, on to the last two shades from this collection. I'm gonna do this one first and then save the one that I'm the most excited about, or I was the most excited about, for last. This is called The Rose, and it's interesting with like the swatches that Looxi themselves puts out makes everything look a lot more dimensional than I'll ever see it with my own eyes. But of the collection, this was the one that in their swatches didn't look duochromatic. So as much as I love a good hot pink, I was probably on the lower end of excitement about this one based on that. But I'm interested to see. The formula looks really sparkly and nice, and shadows don't have to be duochromatic for me to like them, of course. It's described as a fuchsia shade with shifts of red. I'm gonna pop her on this eye because I feel like I've been using deeper shades on that eye. The formula feels really nice. That looks really pretty. It does feel like a little bit more tacky when I'm putting it on, kind of a different experience, and I am gonna layer it up a little bit. That's a nice shade. I'm not super excited about it. I feel like, you know, it's just a hot pink, but a hot pink shimmer is nice. Looxi shadows are $3. If you've been looking for a hot pink shimmer, maybe this is exactly what you've been looking for. But I feel like I have one from Adept that comes to mind. I'm sure I have others too that I'm not thinking of, but it's nice and I think I'll use it. But it's not anything that feels particularly unique to my collection personally. I have been enjoying kind of more neutral shades recently than I was historically known to do. So when I saw the pictures from this collection, this was the one that I was most excited about for that reason. It's called Oh Bother, or maybe second most excited about, because I think I said I was the most excited about that Pixie pixie dust one or whatever that was, but whatever, they were my top two. So this one's called Oh Bother. It's described as a peachy shade with shifts of gold, orange, and reddish pink. I was thinking like maybe this could be like my Angel Wings 2.0, but I don't think it looks as dimensional looking at it in the pan. But let's try her out. Feels nice and similar to the other shadows. Oh, that does have like a really nice peachy flip. My impression of it from this is like, it kind of reminds me of Antares from Terra Moons, but like the version that favors the gold aspect of it as opposed to the pink aspect of it. Huh, I'm gonna layer it up a little bit. Okay, it's pretty and I like the brightness of it, but my socks are remaining on. They have not blown off. But I do like it and I do think that I'll use it. I could even probably use it as like an inner corner shade, I bet. Yeah, it's pretty, but it's not changing my world. Okay, I said I'd think about it, but I decided to volunteer my eyelids to also swatch that 11th shade that I ordered from the last collection. It's the shade Drip. It looks very much like an olive green in the pan. It's described as a golden green shade with shifts of blue, red, green, and purple. It feels like the most recent collection also. Man, that is really pretty. It kind of reminds me of other shades that I have from Looxi that I think were in that Halloween Treats collection a couple years ago that had some really impressive shades in it. But man, still really nice. It's making me wonder if I completely misjudged that last collection. Or I mean, the fact that they didn't look like duochromes, maybe they would have mostly been like that last hot pink we just swatched. But this is really pretty. That's like a really nice, really duochromatic shade. I feel like I do have other shadows like this. Which ones? I'm not sure. But this is really nice. And it's $3. So yeah, I guess I'm going to make an eye look based around this, and then we'll come back, talk about them a little bit more, do some hand swatches. Okay, I actually really do like the shadow Drip. I feel like looking at myself in my other mirror when I was putting on makeup made me realize that like maybe I don't have a shade like this, because I feel like the shades that I'm thinking of are deeper, and this one's like a really nice kind of like mid-tone shade. And I mean, even kind of like a similar, not as extraordinary, of course, as the one I was flipping out about before, but it does have that like duochromeness so like evenly dispersed in it that like you can't look at it without seeing the duochromeness. And I think that's really cool. So I like it a lot. I like my eye makeup a lot. So yeah, all over my lid is Drip, and then on my transition and my lower lash line, I just stuck in Glaminatrix Cherry Cocoa, and then on my lower lash line, I topped that with a little bit of Dragon Slayer from this collection, and my inner corner is Ohana from this collection, which I really like, and I think I'm going to get the most use out of that shade as an inner corner shade, because I feel like it's just kind of perfect for that. I really like it. What an incredible collection. I feel like there truly were no duds. There were some that were like more amazing than others, but they were all good. They were all good. And like I'd recommend any of them to someone who sees the color, sees the swatch, and feels like that's lacking in their collection and they like it, because they were all good. So I don't know how concise of a ranking I want to do, because I don't know. There were kind of a lot. Maybe I'll kind of like, we'll talk about like my top ones and my medium ones and my bottom ones. So my number one, I can't believe it. I would not have thought that like this deep green would end up being my number one. Like you can't even see looking at it that it has so much dimension in it. But like, I feel so lucky to have this shadow, and this made the whole collection worth it for me. Wow. So yeah, my number one, Wicked Witch, going in my top shadows ever, because I'm just so thrilled, so impressed with it. I like it so much. Another one that's in my top that I feel like maybe when I first put it on, I didn't sound as impressed with because it followed up Wicked Witch, the hardest thing to follow up ever. But Huff and Puff, I feel like as I put on the next shadow, I started like realizing how cool of a shadow this one is. So I'm gonna put this as, you know, roughly my number 2 spot. So there's Huff and Puff. I feel like it had a similar thing going on of being just like really interestingly dimensional. But I mean, even just looking at the swatches, you can see from the swatch Wicked Witch like doing its thing, and this one like came alive in the eye, but like you don't really see that in just like that simple swatch. Huh. Some others that were high up on my ranking, I'm gonna say Ohana, just because this one was so interesting. That like hot pink with that burnt orange was like no other shadow that I have, and it was a really pretty shade that I feel like I'm going to wear a lot. I feel like these aren't looking so amazing in the swatches, but like you just saw them in my eye, you know. And then Pixie Dust was that like rose gold one that was really pretty, really unique to my collection, really unique to Looxi's collection, and I feel like I'm going to get a lot of use out of it. So that there is Pixie Dust. And to complete my top 5, I mean, these are all pretty close together, but I'm going to say number 5 is Once Upon a Time. Or like this is just a shade that's like solidly in the middle, you know? I really liked it, but I did feel like it was less unique to my collection. But at the same time, the fact that like it feels just as good as like JD Glow shadows says a lot about it. Yeah, and I feel like you could really see that duochromeness in the swatch there. For my loosely number 6 spot, I'm going to put Oh Bother. I really, really like this as my inner corner, and I think I'm going to get a lot of use out of this way. But also, like, it is shimmery enough that I could wear it as a lid shade as well. So that one was Oh Bother. That looks really pretty in the swatch, actually. And the last 4? I don't know. I have no idea. I have no idea how to rank these. Maybe I'll say, you know, maybe I'll go with that first one. Under to Sea. I feel like it was ages ago. I feel like I was a different person when I tried this one out. Not necessarily a color that I'm super excited about, but like that formula, it's undeniable. That looks so pretty. That one might be like one of the fullest pigment shades here. You know, like I feel like these you can kind of see through a little bit, but like that one is like a wall. That's really nice. That's a really nice shadow. I'm also gonna put Dragon Slayer up here. I know this one, I complained about the black base a little bit, but I think it is really pretty. And I do like it on my lower lash line. That's how I have it right now. So yeah, there is Dragon Slayer. And then in my loosely number 8 spot, I'm going to put Emerald City, which it also feels like decades since I tried that out, but it was a pretty light green, nice color. And then in my loosely number 10 spot, I'm going to put the Rose, but the only reason I'm putting this here is because like this is a shadow that I know I have already, and it didn't have any like crazy flip or anything, but as a hot pink shadow, it's still a really nice hot pink shadow, and I would still 100% recommend it to someone who wants a nice hot pink shimmer. I mean, and also hot pink shimmers I've found to be pretty hard to find, especially in a vegan formula. So like this one being number 10 just speaks to how strong this entire collection is. I didn't include Drip in those loose, pointless rankings just because it's not part of this collection, but on my lid right now, I really like it, and I'll give you a swatch of that also. I feel like if I did have to incorporate that in that ranking, it would probably go in my top 5. Maybe it would push out this lavenderish one, Once Upon a Time, simply on the grounds that I know I have Once Upon a Time in my collection already in another format, and I do think Drip is a little bit more unique. So yeah, here are all the swatches. This was so much fun to do. I can't believe how good all of these shadows are. I feel like Looxi has really stepped up their game. I feel like I've said for a long time that they have hidden gems, and because the shadows are so cheap, I don't mind kind of like making up the cost of the wasted shadows because it's worth it to like put towards the cost of the shadows that are really good. And like some of my oldest Looxi swatch videos, I would come up with like a 50-50 about like what was good and not good. So I just feel like, what's going on with Looxi? How did they go from like that of like me instantly decluttering shadows as I swatch them on my eyes to this collection that's so good, and this shadow that like I'm going to think about this shadow every day now. I love it more than I can explain. Hello, welcome back. Today we are doing another Looxi video because I finally got my recent collection in the mail. It was a little bit of more of an adventure than usual getting it in the mail, but I might talk about that a little bit at the end just because I want to get into the shadows. I don't want to talk about shipping concerns right now. But yeah, I have them in this little palette. I have Xenon from Give Me Glow up here, which I recently posted a video about. I'll link that down below. I have a ColourPop glitter that I just got in the mail in here too, just because I put all my new shadows here. And the most recent Looxi collection is these 9 shimmers, and then I also picked up these 3 mattes that I guess I'll just do like a little hand swatch of at the end, because that's not what we're really here for, but I will eventually make a video about Looxi mattes because I really like Looxi mattes, so that's why I wanted to get those shadows. I don't think they had a name for this collection. I think it was just called like shimmers, so I got them all. There was 9 of them. I don't know. Last collection, the Fairy Tales collection, everything was really good, but then when I open these up, I feel like some of them just don't look shimmery, but like maybe there's a duochrome in there, something I'm not seeing right away. So yeah, and I think what I want to do to make this the most fun for me is to rank them in here from what I think is going to be the worst to what I think is going to be the best, and then swatch them in that order, and then we could see if I was right or if I'm really surprised, because I mean, you may remember last time that there was like a dark green shadow Wicked Witch that I thought I was going to really dislike, and then it like came alive on the eye and I loved it. So I think I'm going to do that, pretty much just rank them from what looks like the most shiny to least shiny. Okay, I made a little L. I'm gonna go from up here back up. The one that I'm most excited about is called Snickerdoodle, and I think it looks a lot like carving from Cleona, just in the pan, that just kind of like interesting neutral but kind of like teal. So that would be really cool if it's like a, you know, like a, I don't want to say dupe because I don't expect it to be as good as Cleona, because Cleona, you know, you get what you pay for. But it would be nice if it was a suitable alternative if Cleona is not in your price range that you can spend or want to spend on eyeshadow. And when we get to that, I'll also do like a little comparison swatch, like on my hand or something, just to show you how that goes. So the shadow that I'm least excited about that we're going to start with is called 8-Track, and I'm gonna zoom in. I have La Cienga, I think that's what it's called, from ColourPop, the glossy lip on my lips. It's a lot more pink than I expected, but it feels really nice. Just thought I'd throw that out there. And I don't have any primer on my eyes. And then also I just got back from vacation and I had the opportunity to film. I didn't want to pass it up just because of this, but I hate having chipped nails. And my nails are a little bit chipped, so I'm really sorry about that. I'm like truly sorry, and when I'm editing this, I'm going to be like, you should have just waited and fixed those nails, but I don't want to wait. I want to get this out. Okay. So 8-Track is described on the website as a blue shade with shifts of pink, purple, and pewter. I stabbed it a little bit with my finger, but it just looked kind of like a boring, steely blue to me, and it doesn't look that shimmery on first glance. Yeah, it has that kind of like thin feel, which I mean, I have been proved wrong sometimes about like the thin feel, but I do prefer when they feel more substantial on my finger and kind of like coat my lid more. Oh, I don't really like this. It just feels like very thin, very sheer. I feel like I do see the pink a little bit in the parts where it's sheared out, but not enough to be interesting, and I'm sure that I have like blues to pinks that I like a lot more than this because, like, yeah, I just don't really like this and it's not that shimmery. All right, so our first Looxi fail in a while. That's fun. The next shadow is called Morning Rain. I do like the tone of this one. I'm intrigued by the tone, this like kind of teal color. I've just been finding myself more attracted to teal eyeshadows recently, but it doesn't look that shimmery. So I'm hoping that this one proves me wrong and has like a bomb-ass shift in it, but I just don't know. It says, oh, that's interesting. It says, contrary to its appearance, this sneaky green has shifts of baby blue, smoky purple, and pink. So I hope that they're right. This does feel nicer now that I'm touching on my finger. It feels like a little bit softer than the previous one, and I feel like it is reflecting my light nicer. Huh. It does look kind of gray on my eye though. It's interesting though, I feel like on the outskirts of it, it does look kind of like yellowy and green. And I don't think that's like me being stained or whatever, because I just wore a neutral look yesterday. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, yeah, it looks very green out there actually. That's interesting. That's something I feel like I haven't seen before in any eyeshadow, like a teal to Kelly green. Huh. Okay, I have kind of mixed feelings about this one because I feel like it's really interesting because of that, but am I going to choose this to be my all over the lid shade over other shadows that I have or that are like more sparkly? I'm not sure. Or maybe this is the kind of thing that like I could add some kind of like pressed glitter on the center of the lid to give myself that drama that I want. But I do think that Morning Rain is like miles more interesting than 8-Track is. I think 8-Track just like doesn't really do anything for me. So the next one's called First Class, and I think I ranked this one so low on my prediction scale because it just didn't look as shimmery as other ones, but I really am intrigued by the tone of this one. And looking at it up close, it does kind of feel like it could be like a cool greenish reddish shade. I don't know. The description says it's a light gold with shifts of green, mauve, purple, and bronze. So I'm kind of excited right now as I'm touching it. It feels like the last one did. It just kind of feels like a little bit more buttery on my finger. It just looks like an interesting neutral, which I'm just all about right now. Huh. Okay, I like this. I think it doesn't have intense sparkle or shine, but it does have some. And I feel like this is the kind of shadow that I could imagine wearing to work or like wearing in a setting where I don't want my eyeshadow to enter the room before I do. I just want it to kind of like complement me and look interesting, but not steal the show. And I think this does just that. Yeah, I feel like you can see that kind of like, I feel like I wouldn't call it like a red, but kind of just like a pinkish brown base, which is interesting because I feel like other times that we see this warm base on Looxi shadows, it is more of like a red, but like the base is kind of light and then the shift is, you know, very greenish. I like this one. I'm very intrigued by this one. Cool. This is First Class. Up in the Sky. So the next shadow is called Willow. This one just looks like a darker mossy green. I'm not the biggest fan of deeper greens, and I also feel like I'm a little bit protective over my collection of green shadows because I really like the ones that I really like a lot. But it looks really nice. It looks really pretty. I had a cat named Willow when I was young, so I like the name. It makes me think of him. It's described on the website as a golden green shade with shifts of brown, turquoise, and purple. This feels a little bit thicker than the previous ones, nice and buttery. It does look very deep, but it looks interesting. Wow. Okay, this is a cool shade. I like this. I feel like it looks very brown with like that mossy green shimmers in it. Like, doesn't this look like so many different colors in one? I feel like it looks like I'm wearing a brown mat and I just like patted a little bit of green over it. That's really cool. I think this would look really nice with like a brighter green packed in the center. I have a bright green from Menagerie that came out like in their singles line last year. I did a whole video about those also. Maybe Koi? I can't remember the exact name of that one, but I was really enjoying that one, and I think that would look so cool packed in the center. Or even if you have a green look that you want to add some depth to, this would like probably deepen up the outer corner in an interesting way. I could definitely see myself using this, and I think this is a really nice shade. So the next one is really the only warm color they have in this collection. This one's called Cherry Bomb. The tone of it didn't initially excite me that much, but it does look like a really kind of cool, interesting shadow. I feel like it looks like a pinky red with a lot of purple shimmer. The website says it's a metallic red shade with shifts of pink and purple. So I think I hit all the keywords there. Cool. Oh, I really like the way this feels. It feels very thick and very soft. Oh, I think this is going to be an awesome shade, actually. Wow. Oh, wow. Yeah. Okay, now we're talking. This is like exactly what I want in an eyeshadow. It just like on that one swipe, it was so pigmented and it's so shimmery. I really like that. Just trying to smooth it out for fun. I really like the shadow. I think also this, I could see myself wearing it specifically all over my lid and maybe just like a lighter pink on the inner third extending into the inner corner. I would really like that. Or even on the lower lash line, this would look really pretty. Yeah, I'm very impressed with the shadow. I wasn't initially intrigued by the color, but like seeing how it looks on the eye in this formula, I'm very interested in it. So yeah, this is Cherry Bomb, and it's awesome. The next one is the deepest shade in this collection. It's called Twilight. It looks very blue, but I feel like it also, yeah, like it definitely shifts to purple. I think this might be a really good shade also. I think the formula looks exactly like Cherry Bomb did. Cool. It's described as a deep purple with shifts of electric blue and rust. I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued. Feels just like Cherry Bomb on my finger. This looks like a Cleona shade that I don't have, but I feel like I've definitely seen swatches that actually, or do I have it? Wow, I need to know my collection better. Okay, cool. Cool. This one's also a really nice formula. It looks way more purple on the eye than it does in the pan, but I definitely can see like the sparkles in it look very blue, and you can see here that there is like a reflect of this kind of like rusty pink in it. Oh yeah, and you can see big time when it's farther away from the light how it flips. That's a really nice shadow also. Yeah, I feel like I'm more initially drawn to more like light to mid-tone depths of shadow. That sentence did not work, but I think you know what I mean. But I think the shadow is like kind of a deeper shadow without being too deep, and I could definitely see myself using this in looks, or even just to deepen things up, because I love using a shimmer to deepen up shimmers, because it just, you know, you keep the shimmer going over the whole lid. This one's really interesting and really pretty. Okay, so we have 3 left, and these are the 3 that I was the most excited about. And even I feel like when she released the sneak peek and I was able to see the shadows that were going to be released the next day, I was way more excited about these 3 shades than I've been about sneak peeks of Looxi shadows in a while. So I'm really excited to get into these. This looks awesome. This is the shade Arctic Rose. It just looks so incredibly shimmery, and you could see that like yellow gold, but also like the warm flip in it. Wow, I'm so excited already. It's described as a golden shade with shifts of peach, pink, and copper red. Wow, I'm so excited. It feels thick and soft on my finger. How many times can I say that in one video? I'm gonna be demonetized. Oh my god, that looks so pink in the flip. Wow, I feel like this one could even be similar to, what's that Terra Moon shade? It starts with an A. I feel like I still have like vacation brain going on. I don't know, I'm sure you know. They have a new one also called Terrestrial that's kind of similar to it. Antares, that's it. It kind of reminds me of Antares from Terra Moons, just with that pinkiness and with that goldenness. This is probably more golden than Antares is. I mean, whatever, let's just put it in my eye and see. Oh, wow. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, I feel like this is the kind of shade that like erupts in light. That's so pretty. The pinky base did look more pronounced on my finger than it does right now, but knowing that's there, I feel like when I get out into the world and into different lightings, you will see that more. But either way, this is such a pretty shade. I could imagine adding this to a look. I could imagine plopping this on top of something to brighten it up. I could imagine just wearing it completely on its own, just like this. This one's so pretty that I feel like I want to spend more time on it, but I don't know if I have that much more to say because, like, just look at it. It's gorgeous. It's exactly what I wanted it to be. Arctic Rose, it's definitely a thumbs up for me, and it's definitely going to get a lot of wear from me. The penultimate shade I'm so excited about. It's called Venus, and it kind of just looks like maybe like the more champagne-y version of the previous one. It's described as a soft yellow gold with shifts of pink, lilac, green, and caramel. That sounds delicious. It feels like the last one. Wow, yeah, I think it does look exactly like a more champagne version of the last one. Wow. Wow. Yeah, and I'm sticking to that. I feel like you want something more golden, kind of even borderline greenish, go for Arctic Rose. If you want something a little bit more light and champagne, but like it's not white, like it still has a little bit of tone to it, but it's really just like a, yeah, like a champagne, then go for Venus. If you're like me and you love this kind of thing, you love interesting light shades, then I mean, go for both. Have I reminded you yet in this video that these are $3 shadows? Yeah, I love it. I feel the same. The pink is not too loud, but it's definitely there. You could see it in the reflect, and I bet in real life you'll see it even more. This is the kind of shadow I would definitely throw on if I have like a super light makeup look on. Even like makeup to go to the beach. I mean, I just like wearing makeup. I wear makeup to the beach. There's nothing wrong with that. And I could see myself throwing this on for like a simple, airy makeup, but also like I could dress it up and wear it in a louder look. Beautiful. Okay, this last one I am absolutely pumped for. It's called Snickerdoodle. It's so beautiful. I'm gonna pop up the picture of the swatch on the website also. I know that like I usually don't get them to look like the swatches. I have gotten some comments about how like, you know, it's nice that they're honest about using a mix and medium and stuff. I am someone that never uses a mixed medium. Perhaps I should, but like that's just not fun to me with makeup. I don't know, maybe my taste will change in the future and I will experiment more with that, but as of now, I take the swatches as what they look like when I use my finger and put them onto my eye. But if we can get anything remotely similar to how that swatch looks, I don't even know what to say. I'm gonna be thrilled. I'm already thrilled just looking at it. So this is the shade Snickerdoodle. This is everything that I want in an eyeshadow right now. It's described as a silvery green shade with shifts of pink, red/purple, turquoise, and gold. It feels just like the last couple, which, oh wow, makes me so excited. And I feel like this kind of shade too, it's not necessarily everyone's cup of tea. It's just like a specific thing that I'm so into. Like I feel like it's like a light teal reflect with a warm base. And it has that thick, beautiful formula. And I love it. Yeah, I love it. My face is a little bit of a mess from all those previous swatches. But like, you can see how beautiful it is, right? Wow, that's so nice. I'm gonna put it on my other eye too, just because I know I'm going to build a look around this. That's so pretty. I feel like this even too would be something that kind of like melts into my face, and I can imagine wearing it and having it just be like an interesting shadow that you might not notice right away, you know? but also this like around a warm look or around teal look would look so pretty. Possibly even in my inner corners, but I am nervous about the base. But if you have the deeper skin tone, then this in the inner corners would probably look so cool. I am getting exactly out of this what I was hoping, and I'm really happy about that. So this is Snickerdoodle, and I'm absolutely obsessed. And I'm going to put on my makeup around this eyeshadow. We'll come back, we'll talk about the shades. I'll swatch them in order of how I like them. I'll do a comparison of this with carving, just because I am also personally curious. And oh, and I'll also show you the 3 mattes. I'll probably try to use that in this look right now. A lot going on. Okay. This is the finished look. I'm feeling it. It's working for me. I have Snickerdoodle on the lid. I extended that into my inner corner. I extended it down into my lash line, and then in the outer lash line, I put that tealish one, the second one, Morning Rain, and then on my upper lid, I used a little bit of Willow to deepen it up, and I also did use the 3 mattes that I purchased also, and I'm still unpacking my travel makeup bag. I might film a whole video about that after this, but because of that, I had my ColourPop blue mascara sitting out, so I just grabbed that for my mascara. I switched out my lip to ColourPop 0.0 because I feel like the pink didn't go at all with this look, and yeah, I like it. So let's talk about these shades a little bit more. I feel like, all in all, I can definitely say my least favorite was that first one, which was 8-track. I don't know how long it's gonna last in my collection. It just feels like kind of almost dry to the touch. And it doesn't do anything for me. You know, maybe there's someone out there that like this is their perfect kind of shade. They like this kind of like grayish purple, but I'm just not into it. I don't find it particularly special. And yeah. When it comes to the other ones, I do feel like my ranking was pretty good, and I feel like a lot of the formulas do feel the same, and the biggest difference is just your color preference. I guess Morning Rain is a clear second to last, just because I thought it was interesting with that green flip to it. Oh yeah, there you go. But it doesn't have the like shimmery formula that I wish it did. But it is an interesting shadow, and I hope to get some kind of use out of it. Yeah, and then we had First Class, which I liked a lot. I feel like if it had more shimmer, then it would be up with my top 3. But it's down here just because it doesn't have that kind of shimmer, but I do really like the tone and the flip to that. Next 3, all really nice, probably the most pigmented out of all of them. We had Willow, Cherry Bomb. Oh, that still looks so good. Wow. And Twilight. I feel like Cherry Bomb might even be the most impressive formula-wise. It's just that I love the top 3 colors more than I love that color, but it's definitely like a really nice quality shadow. And then for the creme de la creme, we have Arctic Rose, Venus, and Snickerdoodle. 3 shadows that I'm super excited about. You can see how they catch the light, and I definitely feel like if I could keep 3 from this collection, it would definitely be these. But these 3, I'd be kind of sad to give up also. And then as promised, this is Carving, which I mean, looking at it, it's so incredible. It's so special. I don't think a $3 shadow could compare. I feel like Looxi, even when they're really good, like they have their limitations, and that's fine. But I do think it might be kind of the closest similar shadow that I've found. Yeah, I think you can see that Carving is a little bit deeper, and I feel like it just, the directions it goes a little bit farther. I think it's a little bit more turquoise in the flip, and then a little bit more warm purple in the base. But they both do have a similar vibe, and I think that especially if you layer Snickerdoodle over a deeper base, like over a purple perhaps, you'll get similar to where Carving is. Because I mean, on the eye, I don't know if I can get everything I want to get in this one frame. Because I feel like Snickerdoodle on my eye is giving that carving vibe. And then the 3 mats I picked up, they weren't new or anything, but I have just been kind of wanting to buy these when they're available, and they do restock their mats every now and then. They restocked when they dropped these shimmers, so I picked them up. So it's Sweetheart, Dreamy, and Sultry. On the website, the pictures of these 3 looked like almost the same, so I was kind of curious what I was going to get, because the descriptions sounded like they were more different, and they definitely are more different now that I have them, and I'm excited to use them. They're the kind of neutrals that I like, and I really like Looxi's matte formula. So yeah, there's my little hand of swatches, featuring the one Cleona one. So when it comes to shipping with Looxi, I think I've mentioned this before, that it's a small brand, they don't ship out very quickly, and I think I am very kind of understanding and forgiving about that. Just, you know, I wouldn't expect to place an order and have it shipped right away. They usually ship in about like 2 or 3 weeks. So for this one, they launched on April 29th. And when I bought it, I paid for expedited shipping because I went on vacation on May 21st, I thought it was, and I figured that they would probably ship sometime in the week before my trip, and I was hoping that if they shipped quickly enough, then I would be able to film this video and get it up before then. So when I got my shipment confirmation on May 16th, I was like, maybe this will be it. I think that was like a Monday, and then if I was able to get them by Friday, I would be able to film and edit that day and then post it on Saturday. But what happened after it shipped on the 16th was it just, like, maybe it was just that like the label had been created, so I got notified because the label had been created, but it wasn't actually shipped yet. But then it was received by the post office, but then the shipment hadn't been scanned in, something like that. I'm sure if you've checked orders before, you've seen messages like that. But I guess what I got out of it was that, like, my expedited order was in the same big crate as all the other orders that she brought in. And I don't know how much business they get. I don't know how many expedited orders they get, but I would have thought that if you have all of your regular shipments in a big, huge box waiting for the post office to take them all out and scan them all individually, that maybe the expedited ones would be in a separate, smaller box so that they would get done quicker, you know? So I guess I found that kind of weird that, like, I don't know. I don't usually pay for expedited anything, and maybe I was just misunderstanding. I didn't think that it would mean my order would get out quicker, but I just thought that it would get scanned in at the post office quicker and get shipped to me quicker. So after I got my shipment notification on May 16th, it arrived to me on May 28th. So 12 days later. And then when I got the label also, I thought it might say like 2-day shipping on it or something like that. It didn't have any marker on it that showed me that it had been expedited. I can't say that it wasn't, but I just don't know. It's not that big of a deal. I just thought it was kind of interesting, a little bit annoying, and I definitely won't be buying expedited shipping from them again because I feel like, you know, it still took like exactly a month from placing my order to receiving my order, and that's pretty much how it is every time I've ordered from them. So a little bit frustrating, but I think it is what it is. It's cheap eyeshadows. I'm still happy to buy them and to make these videos, and you seem to enjoy them, so I'm happy to do that. I just thought I would kind of share that experience about the expedited shipping because it wasn't what I expected it to be. I thought that, like, after I got my confirmation on the 16th that it shipped, I might get it on like the 18th or the 19th, but no such luck. Also, maybe I should have mentioned this in the beginning, but I did see that they have a sale going on right now. It is happening right now as I'm filming this, but I'm not sure how long the sale is going on for. It makes the shadows $2.50 instead of $3, so maybe go and check and see if that's still going on by the time I get this video up, if you're interested in those. But I thought that I'd throw that out there. I think that's the last order of business that I had to say about Looxi today. So hello, welcome back. I'm Hannah, and today we're going to be doing another Looxi eye swatching video. I just got my order in the mail. I was like checking the tracking all day when I was at work. I came home, it still wasn't here. I was opening the drawer and checking it every 5 minutes, and one of those times it was there. So I haven't even looked at the shadows yet. I feel like usually when we start this, I've already looked at them and already kind of have an idea about how much I'm going to like the collection based off of how sparkly the pans look, which I feel like you can get a lot of information from how sparkly the pans look. But we're gonna do that all together today. So I just opened up my cardboard box that it shipped in, and inside that is this other little cute box. It has like a little thank you for your order sticker. I will say that based on the Instagram, like when they were revealing it on Instagram, I had various levels of excitement based on the colors, but really I could be swayed into liking almost any shade just based on the formula of it. So we'll see. And like there were a couple that I was genuinely excited about. I think I'd say I was excited for like 5 of them, and then 4 of them I don't really have high hopes for. So inside of that box, we have them wrapped up in tissue paper, and I'm just going to put them into this empty Tarte palette. Ooh, I see sparkles. So then they're in there like this. And this first one I think is the darker purple that I was less excited about. There's 2 purples in this collection. And I think Cosmos was the one I was more excited about, and this is the one I was least excited about. But it looks really nice. Yep, this is Stormy Morning. I hope this isn't boring. And then, oh, a bluish one. It looks like it has like pink sparkle in there too. Oh, this is Peppermint Kiss. I was excited about this. This one looked very like greenish on the Instagram, and it looked like something that would be kind of like a unique inner corner. This looks more like a neutral. So far, these all look really sparkly. This is Tequila Sunrise, which is one that looked super shifty, and I was very excited about that one. Oh, this bright yellow. This is one that at first I wasn't that excited about, and then like re-looking at the swatches on Instagram, I was like, okay. This is Marguerite Ah, which I think looked cool because it looked so bright. I think this is Cosmos, which is like a pinky purple shimmer. Cosmo, yeah. Yeah, I was wondering also, because these looked kind of sheer on Instagram. They also did send PR to a creator that I follow on Instagram, which is interesting, and also looked very sheer and very sparkly, and I was wondering if these are going to be a little bit more like Pixie Dust, which I think was from the Fairy Tales collection, and I really like that shade. It's like really sheer, really sparkly. This is Bahama Mama, which I think is more of like an orange and pink. We have this blue one. Is this Blue Lagoon or is that another one? This is Electric Lemonade, and this is one that I wasn't that excited about because I feel like Looxi always comes out with shades that look like that, but we'll see. This one must be Blue Lagoon, which actually in person looks prettier. It looks like a little bit richer, and I like that. Yeah, this is Blue Lagoon. I was just at the Blue Lagoon in Iceland a couple weeks ago. Oh, and I think this is the one that I was the most excited about. Oh god, this looks gorgeous. This is Fuzzy Flamingo. I guess I didn't say this, but this is the happy hour collection. So that's why they all have like drink themed names. I'm just going to quickly rearrange these. I'm gonna sort them by like what looks the closest color-wise, just to try to like give you the most useful ones next to each other on the eyes. Okay, not all of them really have a companion, but that's fine. We're gonna start with one that looks really pretty. Oh, I'll zoom you in. So as usual, I don't have any primer or anything in my eyes. We're just gonna go right in with my finger because that's how I tend to apply eyeshadow anyway. And usually I start with like the ones that I'm least excited about, and this one's just kind of working like this, but I think we're starting with the one I'm most excited about. So this is Tequila Sunrise. It's described as a pinkish bronze with gold and green shifts. I love the sound of that. I love how it's picking up, but it does look like it's going to sheer out a lot, just because I didn't get like the most opaqueness on my finger. Oh, this is pretty. It does remind me a lot of that shade Pixie Dust, but like a little bit more muted. I don't think that one really has a shift though, and this I can see the bronze up there, and otherwise it kind of just looks like a light pink to me. I think that looks like something that I haven't really seen from Looxi. I just spun around to look at it in my mirror too, and I feel like I can see, like it looks like the particles, the glitter flecks in there or whatever you want to call it, are like different colors. And also the pink does look pretty bright, like it stands off of my face a lot. I like this one. Yeah. Next, we're gonna do the shade Cosmo, which is described as a metallic berry with pink and gold shifts. This feels exactly like the last one. Wow, on my finger. These are times that I'm like sad that not everything translates on camera, but it looks really multidimensional on my finger. Yeah, I think we could definitely see how sheer it is, which is something that I do like in a shadow. I feel like I don't mind using it over another shadow if I want to build it up. It's nice because you can kind of like customize the color a little bit more that way. And even I just like the effect of a sheer shadow. I think this one is pretty similar to this, but it doesn't seem to have as much of a flip to it. Looking in my mirror now, this one does look like the less special of these two. I think it's a pretty color on its own, but if you're looking for like transformative, shifty shadows, this one's more of that than this. I wouldn't say this one's like life-changing either, but it does have a pretty prominent bronze to it, and this one doesn't. Pretty though, but doesn't really have that much of a shift. I took this off and I could see a bunch of kind of like sparkle particles left around, so I did go over it with my foundation brush, which is just like dirty from yesterday. So just full disclosure of what's going on in my eyelid. The next one we're going to talk about is Fuzzy Flamingo. This is described as a peach shade with shifts of purple, gold, indigo, and pink. I'm really excited for this one. I am hoping it comes up a little bit less sheer, than those first two. Ooh, I have high hopes. I have high hopes. I have high hopes. I have high hopes. Wow. That's so pretty. Wow. This one, putting it on, I could feel a little bit more of like a creamy texture to it. Like this one feels like a real full pigment eyeshadow going on. Wow. I love the shade of that base too. It's like a bright pinky peach. And then the shimmer on top of it is so bright. I love this shade. Wow, that's so pretty. I feel like there's no way this isn't going to be my favorite shade from this collection. This is so pretty. It's nice too because, side note, I ordered the Menagerie Multichromes like 3 weeks ago now, and they haven't shipped, and I just got an email from them that it's because I ordered the shade Shell Yeah, which is from one of the recent palettes, and they ran out of that one and thought they'd get more pigment in time, but they're not, so they wanted to know if I was okay getting a refund for that shade, and I was like, yeah, that's fine. This, I feel like, looks like what I expected Shell Yeah to look like. This looks like, if Shell Yeah looked like this, I would be like, wow, this is a gorgeous shade and I love it. Like, this would have exceeded my expectations for Shell Yeah. That's what I'm trying to say. So, I'm really excited that I have it now. I love the shadow. That's so pretty. I love the shadow. I feel bad for the shadow that's going next, which is Bahama Mama. It looks really pretty and pinkish and bright in the pan, so I am excited about that. It's described as a reddish pink shade with a deep orange shift. I feel like this one's going to remind me of Ohana from one of the recent collections. It does remind me of that, but maybe brighter. I wouldn't say the shade's terribly sheer, but I think you can tell that it's more sheer than this. It actually reminds me a lot of Ohana. I like that, that's pretty. I feel like both of these also could be considered like fun, but like wearable. Like they're like peachy shades. I think an eyeshadow appreciator would be like, ooh, I really like your eyeshadow, but I don't think people would be like, oh, clutching my pearls, what's she wearing on her eyes, you know? I mean, I don't know. I don't know what you can get away with wearing to the office, but I would wear both of these. Still, Fuzzy Flamingo stole my heart, but Bahama Mama is a nice shade. I like the sparkle to it, I like the brightness of it, and I hope to get use out of it. Okay, same story. I saw sparkles and I went over with my old foundation brush. Now we're going to step into the land of the blues. The first one is going to be Electric Lemonade. It's described as a sparkling sky blue with turquoise and indigo shifts. It does, like, on first glance, remind me of, I think, Snow Cone from them, from their ice cream collection. Oh, and actually, it looks a lot like what I remember Snow Cone looking like. Oh. Okay, I think this is better than Snow Cone. I love the brightness to this. I feel like any shade can get me by being bright. You can see how sheer it is. Like at first I almost thought there was a base to it, but I'm like, no, that base is just my eyelid. But I do think it makes it a good candidate to like, I don't know, there's perks of sheerer shades because you can layer them up nicely. You can use them as an inner corner without adding too much pigment to your inner corner. And I feel like light blues in particular, I love adding them to all kinds of looks. So this is pretty and I like it, but not head over heels, but I do like it. Based on looks, I'm more excited for Blue Lagoon than I thought I would be. It's described as a metallic teal blue with a gold shift and a flash of platinum. I don't know what that means, but I like the way it sounds. This to me looks very, very much like a pink sparkle, right? I've been forgetting to mention, but they all feel pretty similar to the touch. Like I can feel the particles come up, which is something that I like. Like they feel like thick, which to me translates to it being more sparkly. Wow. This is really pretty. This reminds me of Glass Slipper from Give Me Glow, but maybe like a little bit deeper, which I appreciate. It didn't say anything about pink in the description, right? Yeah, it doesn't say anything about pink, but to me this looks like a mid-tone blue with tons of pink sparkle. You know, I think that the pink down here might be like just from my face in the previous shadows, but like all throughout the blue, doesn't that look like pink? Of the two blue shades, I definitely prefer Blue Lagoon. It's actually just been 45 minutes since you last saw me because my camera battery died, but I thought this would be an opportunity to talk about how these wear because this is the amount of creasing that I have from the past 45 minutes. I do have hooded eyes, as you can see, so it's not crazy for something to crease on me, but I do feel like Looxi shadows crease more than higher end indie shadows, but I don't think it's that much of a problem because like this isn't a deal breaker. You don't see that like darker line most of the time anyway, and I find I can usually just kind of smear it out and that's, you know, it's acceptable. The thing that I was saying as I got cut off was that I could see the lighter shade Electric Lemonade working nicely in conjunction with Blue Lagoon, and I wanted to just quickly tap that on it. I'd probably wear something like that. Ooh. I actually really like the brightness and like the tone that that brings in there. It would work really well as an inner corner shadow as well. The next two don't really coordinate at all, but they're kind of just what we're left with. And then the one that I want to use as my look for the outro is going to be our final one. So the next shadow is the shade Peppermint Kiss. It's not typically the kind of shadow that I look at from their previews and I'm like, ooh, that one. But it was the first one that they previewed that I was excited about because I think it would look so nice as an inner corner. It's described as a vibrant, quote, minty green shade with a lilac shift. I don't know why minty is so hypothetical, but I don't know how it's gonna look all over the lid. Yeah, like nothing great. I don't see the mintiness really at all there. I think it looks kind of like light and slightly pinky. Maybe that's why mint was in quotations like that, but either way, I will use it later on for my look in my inner corner. And with shades that like I think of as an inner corner shade, I don't expect them to also perform really well over the lid. So like it is what it is. It has some shimmer to it. I like shimmer, but like color-wise, this isn't anything that I would wear on my lid like this. This next one I'm excited about, and I feel like it kind of falls into the same category as Blue Lagoon, because those both looked kind of darker in the swatches, and they were the two that I was least excited about, but in person, it looks really bright and pretty. So this is the shade Stormy Morning. It's described as a deep lavender with shifts of pink and stormy gray. There's those quotations again. I like the idea of it being a deep lavender. Like, I see what they mean. And I like deep lavenders. I like deep lavenders more than I like purples. If you know, you know. This one reminds me of Kazookles from Divina, and there's a glitter multichrome from Cleona also. This might be a tad bit deeper, but like tone-wise, it's super similar. I think that's a pretty color, but I'm not blown away by the finish or anything. Let me see if I have one of those two shades I just mentioned handy. Okay, Stormy Morning and Divina Kazookles. They're really not that different, but you can see Kazookles is like a hair brighter. And just for fun, I'm just gonna pat a little bit over the center like we just did for that blue one. I don't know. I don't know if that came alive as much as I wanted it to. I kind of think Kazookles would be... I feel like the prettier solution to this would be Kazookles tapped over a deeper purple and just kind of take Stormy Morning out of the equation. It's a pretty color. It's a nice, like, foily finish, but nothing I'm particularly impressed with. We're down to our last shade, which is the shade Margarita, which you can see is a bright yellow, and I figured I would make my look out of it because I'm wearing like a yellow shirt and yellow earrings, you know? I'm pretty picky about my yellows. I did recently declutter a bunch of yellow single shadows, but I like the brightness of this one. So it gets a pass. I feel like it's like borderline neon yellow, and I'm into that. Even like has something greenish to it. It's like borderline like a chartreusey yellow, you know? It's described as a gold electric green shade. Green. With a shift of red/orange, which sounds awesome. I did put on my Anastasia eye primer just because I'm making a look with this, and that's just what I do when I make a look. I don't see any shift in the finger so far, but it does look pretty. And because this one's last, it gets the special treatment of going on both of my eyes. This one feels a little bit tackier, like how Fuzzy Flamingo did, but it might have something to do with the fact that I have a primer down and not the formula. Actually, no, I think I would be able to tell if it felt like the others. So I think I can conclude that it feels a little bit thicker than the others when it's going down my eyes. I like that. I see the green in the sparkles, and I can see that orange in the base, even though it feels a little bit more subtle than with some of like the bases in their other shadows. Okay, I like this. This feels unique to me. This isn't a yellow that I hate. Yeah, this is cute and it's sparkly, and I think I will get use out of this. I don't know what kind of look I'm gonna put on because I don't really like yellows with other colors, but like what if I tell myself this is a green because that's what it says? I don't know what I'm gonna do for my look, but I'm gonna figure it out and we'll be right back. Okay, this is our finished look, and I have a lot of thoughts about it and a lot of thoughts on the collection because of it. This actually looks even prettier close up than it did in my mirror. In my crease, I just used the matte shade Cub from Menagerie. I really like that kind of like bright mustard yellow to use in yellow looks. And on my lid, I still have Margarita, which I did build up a little bit after I was adding my outer shade just to make sure it really like stayed and popped. And I can say I love the way that this shimmer looks. It just looks so bright. I can really see the green in it. I don't know. I think it's really pretty. When I was putting a shade on my outer corner, it occurred to me that there's no green in this collection. I guess like kind of the Peppermint Kiss, but like that's not really a green. And I thought that was interesting that this collection looks so summery, but like there's not really a green in it. So I decided to use, I wanted to remember what it's called, but I don't. I know it's like 2 words, Bahama Mama. I used Bahama Mama for my outer top lid. I really like how that looks there. I did find that when I was at first just using a brush, it was going on really sheer, but it did look really pretty sheer over the yellow because it just added like a pink sparkle to the yellow that you couldn't even necessarily tell was a different shadow, and I liked it. But I did go in with my finger a little bit also to like add that punch, and I like it. And then for my lower lash line, I laid down a little bit of that crease shade, that Cub. I used some of that Bahama Mama for the outer side of it. And then for most of the lower lash line, I used Fuzzy Flamingo, the shade that I was like dying over, and I didn't feel like it was really applying that well, but now looking at it, I guess it did. I was prepared to come and say that I wanted to use something that had more of a pigment to it on my lower lash line, because I feel like when I use sheer shadows down there, it just looks like anonymous sparkle everywhere, and I don't like how it looks on my face. Like, it just looks like sloppier. But looking at it now, it did come out pretty nicely. For my inner corner, I used the shade Peppermint Kiss, and I'm kind of surprised by how much base pigment it looks like it has. When I was smearing it on my lid, it just seemed so like sheer and not too much to it. But doesn't that look like, that looks pretty stark there. So I'm not really sure what to make of that shadow. I was gonna say too, that like, if I could have my way, I would want something a little bit deeper on my lower lash line to give myself some definition, and I pulled out Celesta from Divina, because I felt like doing my makeup, that's what I would have used. Maybe I'll add a little bit. I do like how it looks more than I thought I would, but I think with the little green in there, oh yeah, good call me. Yeah, it just makes the whole thing like a little grungier also. Oh yeah, pretty. Also unrelated, but I like using a little blush on my nose, but when I use a cream blush, I haven't figured out how to like put some on my nose and blend it without making my foundation go away, so then it just kind of looks like red glasses marks or something. I'm living with it, but just putting that out there. Okay, so it's time to rank these shadows today, and I feel like this is going to be kind of difficult because I feel like there weren't that many standout shades, but there's a lot of shades that like, if you have a hole in your collection, they could fill. But as always, my opinions on these are subject to change. This is just my like, this second impressions, just for fun, you know, and just to give ourselves an order for some hand swatches of these. I'm gonna say, for right now, my least favorite shade in the collection is going to be Peppermint Kiss. I'm just surprised and confused because I know I didn't like how it looked all over my lid, and I'm also not crazy about how it looks in my inner corner. So if it doesn't do either of those things, I don't know how I'm gonna wear it. So this is Peppermint Kiss. The next shadow, again, not confident about any of these, but I'm gonna say Cosmo, just because it didn't really impress me that much on my lid. It didn't really have much of a shift to it. It didn't really have much of a base to it. It's pretty, but I don't think I would reach for this over all of the gorgeous pinks that I have in my collection. That I recently just posted a video of me swatching all of them, by the way. For my 7th favorite, I'm gonna say Stormy Morning, just because this one didn't have much of a shift to it. And as I was saying, it's kind of like similar to me as Kazookles, but not as like wow and versatile as Kazookles. I will note with this collection, I feel like the quality of the shadows was a lot more consistent than it usually is. I find Looxi shadows to often be all over the place. Some are like really sheer and slippery, some are really pigmented and textured. These felt all pretty much the same to the touch, which is why I didn't mention it for each individual shadow. And while it varied in how much base pigment they had, they all were pretty shiny on the lid, pretty shimmery on the lid. I'm gonna say the next one is Tequila Sunrise. I thought this was pretty and I did see a flip to it, but I don't know. I like the brightness of the other shadows better. It didn't blow my mind, but I think this one I could get to know better and I could end up really loving it. I don't think that's gonna happen with the bottom 3 though. Next up's gonna be Electric Lemonade. I really like a light, sheer, shimmery blue. I do have a lot of light, sheer, shimmery blues, but I feel like because of the brightness of this one, it does have the potential to become like one of my favorites. Like, this could be like a go-to inner corner shade. I'm gonna put this in my inner corner right now. I do already have Peppermint Kiss in there, so I don't know how well it's going to show up on top of that. But that's fun. I don't think it would look as pigmented if it wasn't on top of that other shade, because I think it has less of a base than Peppermint Kiss does. But yeah, I am excited to use this, and it is the type of shade that I find myself using very often. The next one's going to be Blue Lagoon. which I like just a little bit better because it just felt more unique, and I really like the sparkle in there. It doesn't look that spectacular in the swatch, but it was pretty on my eye. In third place is going to be the shade Bahama Mama. I really didn't know how I was going to rank this one, but after using it on the outer part of my lid, I really love how that turned out, and I could see myself adding this to a lot of different looks and just like adding some like brightness. I feel like the shade of it is unique in my collection, because when I think of like really bright pinks, I think of like Shine by SD Hottie, but I'm realizing that one, which I just posted a video using today, so maybe for you like tomorrow or 2 days ago, that one isn't as sparkly as this one is, and I could definitely see myself adding this in to a lot of looks. This look wouldn't be as pretty as it is without this in it. And the orange flip is just like a big bonus. Second place is going to my lovely lid shade, Margarita. I really am just impressed with how this turned out. I love how it teeters on the edge of yellow and green. I love how shiny it is. And I especially love how it's definitely not like anything else that I have in my collection. I'm picky with yellows, and this one is a really good yellow. This might be my favorite yellow shimmer that I have in my collection. I guess that counts. I guess it depends if you count Light Year from Terra Moons as a yellow, or if you count like Iridescence as just like their own category, because like that one might beat this. But other than that one, this is my favorite yellow in my collection. And first place, to no one's surprise, Fuzzy Flamingo. I called it when I used it. This one is going to be one of my like favorite Looxi shades of all time. I already know this is like up there with Angel Wings. It's just so gorgeous. It's gonna get a swatch down here. Yeah, I can feel touching it too, that this one, it feels a little bit different when I swatch it. Like picking it up in the pan, it feels the same as the other ones, but swatching it, it just feels like a little bit creamier. But that flip is so gorgeous. The sparkle in the light is so gorgeous. And I'm gonna use this one like tomorrow. I'm really excited about that. I am so excited. Hi, welcome, I'm Hannah, and I am so excited because I have the 7 new multi-chromes from Looxi. They look so pretty. I had no idea what to expect because all of their shadows are normally $3. They have some that are really shifty and shimmery and duochromatic, but this is like a whole new formula from them, and I'm so excited to discover what the deal is with these. These were $12 each, but they did have the bundle that I got for $70, so you're saving $14 by doing the bundle, but we're gonna find out if they're all winners, if it's worth just picking up a couple, if it's a whole skiff situation. I just don't know. I've said before too that I like shimmery eyeshadows the best. I would take a really shimmery eyeshadow over a multi-chrome that's not shimmery. So I was nervous that maybe these would be less shimmery because I have seen that before in multi-chromes, but at least 4 of these. Like, look at this one here. I think this one's like the best just from looking at them in the pan, and it looks like TV static. You can see the shifts in the pan too. These got delivered to me really late last night, and the self-control to not touch any of these, I don't know how I did it, and I couldn't do it for a second longer. They do look pretty different from each other looking at the pans in person, but I feel like online there was a lot of kind of like overlaps. I think a lot of these do shift green, so that'll be interesting to see how that looks in person. But I'm saying that because I am gonna swatch 2 at a time, obviously, and I'm going to group them by what looked similar to me online, even if they don't look like similar enough in person to even like need to really compare them, you know? And it kind of works out too, because each duo looks like it has one that looks spectacular and one that I'm not sure about. So that's kind of fun also. The first shadow, oh my god, I can't wait to see what this feels like. The first shadow is Vacation. It's described as a maroon red with shifts of purple, green, and gold. I really like that like berry color and then that bronze and green. Oh my god. Okay, let's see. Wow, let's see. Okay, it does feel a little harder pressed, but not so hard pressed that I dislike it. Oh my god. Huh. This reminds me a lot of Smolder from Cleona, which I will compare it to towards the end when I'm swatching these out of my hands. But Smolder has a really intense black base that discourages me from wearing it, and this does not appear to have that dark of a base. Like, I see a little bit of like the dust around the outskirts, but that doesn't look black to me. I am gonna layer it up just a little bit more. That shift is so apparent. I really like that. Yeah, I think in this harsh lighting where it's the hardest to see shifts, I can see that like the berry color of it looks really bright and really pretty, and that bronze is so apparent. When I turned around and looked in my mirror too with dim lighting, I could also see the green to it. I will say I'm not the biggest fan of like deeper shadows, and when I got these in person, I was like, maybe these will be bright enough that I'll like wear them a lot, but I think it does look darker on my eye than I expected just from the pan. Like, it's still bright and pretty, but like this isn't the kind of color I like reach for like a grab and go. This I'll probably use more either on the lower lash line or to like deepen up the outer corner of my eye. But I do feel like it's easier to use than Smolder just because the base of it isn't as dark. The next one might be the one that I was most excited about based on color alone, but it doesn't look as shimmery as the most shimmery ones look in the pans. This one, it's called Euphoria. It's described as a light magenta with shifts of green, gold, orange, and reddish pink. Let's see. This one does feel a little bit softer than the last one did. That's so pretty. That's a really pretty color. I'm gonna build this one up a little bit more also. Okay, interesting. So I feel like Euphoria looked a lot less shimmery in the pan than... I literally just looked at what this one was called. Vacation? Euphoria, Vacation? Euphoria looked less shimmery than Vacation, but I feel like on the eyes, they have a pretty similar effect, right? Like, I think if anything, maybe Vacation doesn't look as shimmery on the eyes as it did in the pan, but these look pretty even to each other. So all that to say, the fact that this didn't look as shimmery in the pan doesn't make me like it less, because I like the color a lot. And this is a color that I feel like is really unique to my collection. It kind of reminds me of Noble from Cleona, which I was just talking about, I just got recently, because I really like the color, but this one's a little bit more pink. But it's like right in that family of like pinky purples that I like a lot. I do think that like the flip looks so dark when it goes that way, but it's interesting enough that like I'm down with it. And then like when I go this way, you could see like the bronze and the green and kind of that orangey yellow. Wow, these are so shifty. I really did not know what to expect, but like I didn't have my hopes up for these to be like ultra sparkly and ultra shifty, but they are. Yeah, I think they're both really good, but Euphoria, I'm really into Euphoria. Okay, I did just run to the mall in the last like 45 minutes and I kept the eye swatches on for it because I don't think they look that ridiculous. And a couple notes, when I was in the harsh fitting room light, because I'm going to a wedding tomorrow, I was trying to find a dress, trying to get lucky, it didn't happen, but I will post the video here if it looks okay. I could tell that Vacation was more spectacular and the green reflect in it was super bright. Euphoria looked like it had more of like a dulled down green reflect, but the green was still very prominent. Also, interesting, almost everything creases on me, and especially Looxi shadows crease on me, which I tend to forgive them for because they're $3 shadows and I could tap them out really easily, but I just like speed walked a lot and there's like no creasing on this one and like the slightest hint of creasing here, and like my eyes, you know, fold into themselves, so I think that's really cool, and I think that makes sense with them being like a firmer formula. I think the formula feels like a really good balance where it's not so firm that I don't like it. I can't put into words why I don't like it, but I don't like them if they're too hard pressed. But it's hard pressed enough that there's no creasing after like more than 45 minutes of having this on. So let's go on to the next two. I forgot to mention for the first swatch that I didn't have anything on my eyes, and now I removed that and I just kind of tapped over with my foundation brush with nothing new on it, just to like even out my skin tone. The next one we're going to talk about is Wish You Were Here, which looks pretty, but it doesn't look like one of the most spectacular ones. The color of it looks like a muted olive, but a lot of like copper in it when I hold it up. It's described as an antique golden chartreuse with shifts of green, blue, and pink. Feels consistent. I see like a bright Kelly green and blue in person that's not coming up on camera. And I'm going to build it up a little bit. This one, from the looks of it here, reminds me a lot of Clionadh Weathered, which I do have and I will compare it to at the end. This one does, like, it looks nice, and I'm excited about like the prospect of that Kelly green that I can see in person, but I'm not as attracted to the tone of it. But I feel like this is a tone that a lot of people really like. I think it looks duller than Weathered, which kind of reminds me of Weld from Clionadh, which I don't have, but I know a lot of people love. I'm just like not one of them. So I think if you want something really like green and grungy, this could be for you. But also like, it's so funny seeing the green in my finger and then holding it up, and like, it's just more of what's on my eye. But yeah, beware of the bright green. Oh, that's interesting. I'm gonna take a video on my phone to insert, because when I hold my phone up, I can see that Kelly green there. And the fact that it's so prominent on my phone camera, I feel like it's gonna be super Kelly green in person. Like, this looks like Kelly green and like kind of like a bronze. Okay, so the next one does look spectacular. Like, how pretty is that? It's called Life's a Beach, and it doesn't have a description on the website. I can see from the Instagram post, which do tend to capture more colors and look different than they do in person to me. I can see that it's like has a lot of bright green and teal and blue. So I'm expecting it to have a lot of bright green and teal and blue. This one feels a little bit coarser when I touch it. Oh my God. Wow. But it still applies just as smooth on my eye. I'm gonna build it up. Wow. So this one I am seeing like hints of that dark base, like right like there where it kind of got out of the lines and like right around the outskirts, but not enough that I think it would make it hard to work with for me. That's so bright. Doesn't that look like Christmas? Wow, that's like a holiday green. That's so green. I'm not seeing that many shifts like here right now, but that little bit of fallout kind of looks teal, which I should say, I haven't really experienced much fallout with any of them. I feel like this one little drop could have happened with anything. I'm just twisting around in my chair, and I feel like you can really see that teal when I have less direct lighting on it. Wow, look how blue that is. And I feel like I'm seeing pink on the outskirts of that also. Wow. I'm so happy that my phone is picking up on more colors than just what we see from this angle. But I'm still just like, I can't believe that they're actually so shifty. And they're also like shimmery enough for me to be happy with them. Okay, the next two are gonna be the two deepest shadows, and this first one of them is the one that looks the least shimmery of all of them, like considerably less shimmery. For example, I think you can see like how bright and shimmery the green is, and this just like looks very flat. But I think there are people out there that are opposite than me. I want shimmer over everything. Shimmer beats multichrome. But I know there's other people out there that aren't as into shimmer, and if they still want a multichrome, then this shade might be right up their alley. And also we haven't put it on the eyes yet, so let's reserve a judgment. It's described as a deep purple with shifts of orange, brown, red, and yellow. I can't imagine this giving us all that, but I'm ready to be surprised. That shade of purple is so pretty. Okay, yeah, this is definitely not my favorite. It has more of like a satin look, it seems, than a shimmery look. It also feels kind of like harder to work with. I was unable to get as even of a line, and it feels like it kind of like flickered out towards the edge there. But I do see that shift. I like that red in it. I wonder if this would make a good like liner, maybe? But also like, then again, like I try things like that and my eyes are like too hooded to use a liner without having a lot of the shadow get on like my upper lid. Yeah, I'll look at this one in the other angles too after I get the other eye on. But I still, like, I see that red and I think that's cool. But this isn't going to be a shade that I'm going to reach for. This next one's called Never Lost. It also doesn't have a description, but it looks really shimmery. It's like a dark denim blue to like a bright grape purple. And in the swatch picture on Instagram, I see some like green towards the edges also. Okay. I'm like right off the bat liking how bright that blue is in the shadow. Oh yeah. Cool. This is a good shade. This isn't typically the kind of thing that I grab for all over my eye, but this is so exciting. Like, I love how prominent that red is there, right at like the curve of my eye. I see so much purple. I see so much blue, and just that color of the sparkle. I really like that color of the sparkle. Yeah, this shade's really up my alley in a way that I didn't even know had an alley. And I think you could definitely tell there the difference between like the shimmeriness between those two shades. Oh, wow. Like, I love that. I love this one. I like how it turns from like a blue with some purple to just like full-blown purple. That's really cool, and you could really see that red there, and you can see the green. We got it all. That's crazy. Oh wow, I love that. Let's keep an eye on this eye. Okay. You can see the copper and the purple. It does have like nice shifts. It's just not doing it for me, and it's not going to do it for me, but Never Lost is awesome. Never Lost is awesome. Day Tripper, I would definitely skip if I remade this order. But it is cool that I saved the bundle so I can like tell myself that like this is the one that I got for free, so I don't have to feel bad about it. Not that I would feel bad about it anyway, but whatever. We are on to the last one, and I am immeasurably excited. This is Off the Grid, and it just looks so incredibly spectacular in the pan. I have a reel that I filmed that I'm gonna be posting on Instagram either tonight or tomorrow before this video comes up, and you can see it sparkling outside in the daylight, and it just looks so unbelievably spectacular. It's described as a burnt orange with shifts of red, brown, yellow, gold, blue, and green. That's like all of them. I do have primer on my eyes now because I'm going to be making a look out of this. I feel like this one's gonna remind me of Forge a lot because like when I look at it, it's so green and yellow, and it's so like orange and red and bronze in the reflection. Okay, definitely gonna need to build it up, but that's okay. I find with like most shadows, I end up going in a couple times anyway. Okay, that looks pretty. That looks like fall wrapped up in one shadow. Cool. I'm excited. I'm like really excited to see how this looks when we turn, but I feel like just in front of me, I can see the like green elements and the red elements at the same time. It looks so like grungy in the way that I like the best, where it's kind of like a bright grunge. Because this like color that's like sparkling, it's like a copper, and it just looks so vibrant, and I'm really into that. Okay, we can definitely see more of that yellow, and that green looks so vibrant. I love this angle where it's just like the green right next to the copper You can see that like orangey red also. And this looks like totally different shadows in my eyes. Wow. I do feel like with this one, I like the formula a lot. I like the shade, but it's not as exciting for me as like Euphoria was in the beginning, for example. I just really like the color of that, and this, like, I will wear it and I will like it, but it's not something as like tailored for me, you know, as other shadows are. So I'm going to make a look out of this and we'll be right back. This is the finished look. So on my lid, I have on Off the Grid, as you saw. I added a couple transition colors in. I used everything from Looxi, which is just like a very easy transition for me, pretty neutral leaning warm. And then I used Faded from Give Me Glow, which is a little bit more neutral leaning cool. I don't know, they just seemed right. And then I tapped a little bit more Off the Grid on just to make sure that I was still getting that pow. I used a pencil brush to like sharpen up the edges of it, and it picked up on a pencil brush really well. I also used a pencil brush to put 2 shades on my lower lash line. On the inner half, I used Wish You Were Here, which is kind of that like grungy green one that had that Kelly green flip. And then I also used Life's a Beach, which is that like super, like, doesn't this look like an edited on image? That's so bright. It doesn't look quite as bright on my lower lash line in this light right now, but it's so bright. And then my inner corner, I just used Phosphorescent from Cleona. I think these shadows are really good. As I've said numerous times, I didn't know what to expect. You could get so many different things when a brand says multi-chrome, and this is really nice. My only complaint is like it's not necessarily the group of shades for me, because I'm not someone who tends to buy these like deeper jewel tones. I tend to buy shadows that are more like mid to light toned and bright, but I can still appreciate how good they are. And that's another thing that I like about these eye swatching videos, is that like I'm giving you the data, like I'm showing you how they look on my eyes and I'm interpreting them to me, but like you could interpret them a different way. And the one that like I like the least for X, Y, and Z, like you could like the most for those same reasons. So I think that's really fun. And with that being said, I'm gonna rank them. Of these 7 shades, if someone was like, you have to give one up right now, I'd be like, here you go. Like before they even finish the sentence, I'd be like, here you go. This one's day trippin'. It's just not as shimmery, and I live for the shimmer. Some of the other ones, even if they're not my favorite color, like I could see how I'll use them, how I'll reach for them. They look exciting for me just sitting there in their cute little pans. But this one, I don't think I'm going to be grabbing for at all. It felt a little bit harder to work with, and it just really didn't have that shimmer. I'm gonna make them like as long as possible. I feel like sometimes I do like weak swatches, and I'm trying to start giving you juicy ass swatches. So you can see, really nice like shift and everything, but just not the shadow for me. The next one that I would give up is Wish You Were Here. I'm just not the biggest fan of this kind of like pewter kind of grungy shadow. I don't know, like this like muted type of olive that doesn't have anything like really bright to it, kind of like leans copper. But like again, I could see this being like the shadow that someone's waiting for, or someone who like doesn't want to spend Cleona prices. I think this could be really similar to Weld, even though I can't prove it. It's just not the type of shadow that I reach for. The next one, this is pretty. I feel like the next 2 are kind of tied, but I'm going to talk about Life's a Beach next, that like really bright green one. This one I wouldn't want to give up, but I would give it up to save the other ones. We're gonna need more than that for the swatch. I'm swatching my middle finger. I don't know if that's, oh yeah, there we go. I had to dig in a little more. It's pretty, it's bright, I appreciate it, and I think I will wear it. just not my first choice of tones. And the one that's kind of tied with that is Vacation, the first one that we swatched. I'm really curious how this is going to compare to Smolder, but either way, I do like that like bright magenta of it. And seeing how bright that green was when I was in the fitting room was really cool. Nice. Yeah, like this shade, this Day Trippin', doesn't it look kind of like magnificent in its own way? I really believe that this is someone's perfect shade. For the top three, I'm gonna give the number 3 spot to Off the Grid, which I have in my eyes right now. It is the coolest looking pan that I feel like I own, and I really do like how it is on my eyes. I'm excited to wear this, but not as excited about the color as I am about my top 2 colors. It's funny, in the swatch, it mostly just looks like a yellow copper bronze, but there's so much to it. It's probably the most multi-dimensional shade that there is here. Number 2 is going to Never Lost, surprising myself by choosing such a deep shade, but the way that blue sparkle looked was awesome. The way that I felt when that blue turned into purple, I was really into that. I think this is just a shift that I don't have in my collection. I have a couple other dark colors like this that I feel like want to be a shade like this, but just like, they don't get it done in the same way that this shadow does. Never Lost. Really excited about that. And number 1, I'm giving to Euphoria. These orders are subject to change, but this is just how I feel right now. I don't think that this is the most spectacular shade out there. I feel like Never Lost and Off the Grid, my number 2 and 3, those are objectively like better shadows, but I like the color of Euphoria a lot. I like the quality of it also, like I like the shimmer and everything, but I just like feel like sitting down at my vanity, this is the color that's most up my alley, and that's the color that I can envision myself wearing on a daily basis, like a lot more than I can envision putting on one of those, you know? And it still did have a lot of green to it when I saw it in the other lighting, and I really liked that. So I pulled out some other multi-chromes that I have that kind of remind me of these in one way or another to do some comparisons. I don't have that much to compare with because like this isn't my favorite grouping of shadows. So my collection of them is pretty small, but I think we have some good contenders to see how they add up. So I have Smolder from Cleona. This was in my first purchase ever from them in 2019. When I first found out about Cleona, like the jeweled multichromes were like unbelievable. I had never seen anything like that, and it took me getting this one and Oculus, which I got in the first order, along with Grisaille and Abrasion. I bought those 4. Fun. But it took me getting these 2 to realize that they're not something that I'm going to use that much, even if they're so fun and pretty to look at. I also looked for Oculus. I gave it kind of like a timeout because after I last used it, I was like, maybe I'm going to want to declutter it. I don't know, but I don't know where it is right now. I know I didn't declutter it yet, but yeah, whatever. Smolder. I want to compare this to that first one that I had tried on. I don't know why, like sometimes I'm so on the names of these things, and like today I can't remember any of their names. Vacation. This did feel like easier to pick up. It felt like a little bit less hard pressed, which is something that I do like. Okay, I'd say Smolder is like a brighter shadow. Like the pink goes harder. And you can see the like bronze and orange in there too. I think like you could see the shifts in here when it was on my eye. You can't see it as well in the swatch, but I think that shows you that you'd see like this one even more on the eye. I have to remember to wear that. Like, damn. So I feel like it's a similar idea. I wouldn't say it's a formula dupe. I stand by the fact that like with Cleona, you get what you pay for. You get really good shadows with them, but not everyone wants to spend like, I think the jeweled multichromes are like around $25 each. They often have like pre-orders, long processing times, a lot of things out of stock. I could see the Looxi being a lot more accessible. And I think that like this one this one's great. You know, like, I don't want to dull it down by showing you something that's better. I think that if you've been wanting Smolder and you haven't, like, pulled the trigger on it, I wish there was a better saying than that, I think that you would be happy getting Vacation from Looxi. I also have Forge, which is one of their jeweled multi-chromes, and this one's just so many colors. I feel like this is a shade that comes up in makeup conversation with myself a lot, and I'm gonna compare it next to Off the Grid. I think that Forge looks like it's like a brighter red. Like, it feels like Off the Grid more so like stops at copper, but Forge goes more red. But I think like the same thing with like Smolder and Vacation, it's a similar idea. And if you've wanted Forge for a while and you haven't bought it yet, then I think that this might be the thing that, like, you know, gets you to not hold back on it for like half the price. Probably an easier purchasing experience. Yeah, I think they're definitely like a similar idea. I also do feel like in my experience with Cleona, the like black base with these jeweled multi-chromes would kind of come up more and make me a little bit frustrated when using them. And I don't feel like these really had a black base, but you know, I guess I'll kind of have to see as I use them if they meld into my other eyeshadows easily or not. Next I have Weathered. I do feel like this one's less black basey and like less shifty than the other jeweled multi-chromes that I have, and I feel like I like this one the best for that reason. It's also like very thick on my finger, which I'm really into. And I want to compare that next to Wish You Were Here, which I do think is a different experience because I think that one has more copper to it and also has that like bright Kelly green flip to it. And you can see Weathered is just like this gorgeous like golden chartreuse. But like the formula of Weathered, I love the formula of Weathered. I love how it like picks up so thick. Oh, that shade's so gorgeous. I have so many gorgeous eyeshadows. To compare to the top one, which was my least favorite, which is Day Tripper, I want to talk about Divina Magnetosphere. This shadow is not my favorite from Divina. They have so many shadows that are like so unbelievably sparkly that they blow my mind. And this shade, it has like a really nice multi-chrome to it. Even that tone of blue, this kind of reminds me of that one that I really liked also, but it doesn't have so much shimmer. Like, it looks more like a satin when you use it, which again, I think is like perfect for someone else, but not perfect for me. I prefer the like shimmer of their other shadows to this one. But interesting, I do still think that Magnetosphere, wow, that shift is so pretty. Oh my god, like that's so bright. I feel like Magnetosphere has more of a sheen than Day Tripper does. To compare against the green, I grabbed out Big Bang from Terra Moons. This is one of their gray base multi-chromes. I find it pretty easy to work with, but I don't think it goes as bright as, what's it called? As Life's a Beach does. Yeah, I feel like this one's more of like a sheer grungy color, and the reflect of it is very light green. It almost kind of reminds me of like Fairy Fire from Divina with like less sparkle and like more of a tan base. It doesn't really remind me too much of Life's a Beach. And then the last multi-chrome formula I want to compare is from Menagerie. These are not my favorites. I did a whole eye swatching video that I still have yet to post. It's just because I've had more pressing things to get up, but this is a little sneak preview because this is coming up soon. This shade is called Bolt. Looks pretty in the finger too. And then I also have Ribbit. I feel like Ribbit I'd put kind of in the same vibe as Life's a Beach. Let's try that one here. I think Ribbit definitely looks like it has more purple to it, but it also like it doesn't really have the same shimmer as the Looxi ones. I definitely like the Looxi ones better. And then I'll compare Bolt next to Never Lost, which I really liked. Bolt is pretty. I like the brightness of it, but I do think Never Lost is something a little bit more special. So here's all of my multi-chrome comparisons. Hello, welcome, I'm Hannah, and today I have the new Looxi Fall 2022 collection. there's 20 shadows. At first I was just going to pick out like my favorite 10 or so based on the swatches, but they were having a sale that made them $2.50 each at launch, and I actually think it is still going on right now. And I do like making these videos as comprehensive and helpful as possible, so the idea is that I got all 20 shades so you don't have to. They even said on their Instagram description that there's something for everyone here. There's shifty shades, there's shimmers, there's metallics, there's satins, but I also kind of take that to mean they're not all necessarily for everyone. So I'm not expecting to like all 20 shades, but I am expecting to like at least the most sparkly shifty shades, because that's kind of my thing, and hopefully be surprised by some others, as does tend to happen. Is that the right sentence? I'm also going to try to talk less about each one unless it gets really special and it deserves it, just because there's 20 here. I've never done an eye swatching video with 20 shadows before, so let's just get into it. Transition. This first one is called Ghosted, and it's described as a snowy white shimmer that transforms to a pink with gold orange shifts. Feels very thin. I've said this before about this type of shade that I feel like this will probably make a nice inner corner shade, but it's nothing to write home about on the lid. There's a little sneak preview of it in the inner corner, but definitely whatever look I end with today, I will put this on my inner corner. So this one gets a big to be determined. Although I do definitely see like the pinkness and some of that orangeness, and I like that. So it's promising. Next is Maze for Days, which is described as a light canary yellow shimmer. Feels just like the first one. This is a cute color, but yeah, I describe it as like a very basic shimmer formula. But I do appreciate the fact that the description isn't making it out to be anything more than what it is. It's like literally what you see in the pan is what you get. I forgot to mention before, I don't have any eye primer on or anything like that, but I did just buff over my eyes with my dirty foundation brush with whatever was left over on it, just to kind of give them like a smooth finish, you know? The next shadow is called Silence, and it's described as a metallic light gold with bronze undertones. This one feels like a little bit harder packed in the pan, and it kind of reminds me of the feeling of older Looxi shadows. Huh. This one definitely does have a nice metallic finish. It's my favorite out of the three that we've tried so far. And I do see that bronziness there. Yeah, this one's definitely a nice shadow. I don't think it's gonna be one of my favorites just because it's not shimmery enough for me, but I do think it's a nice shadow. And I think if you're looking for like a good, easy, straightforward gold, this might be a good option. Okay, the next one is the first one that looks really spectacular in the pan, looks like the type of shadow that's right up my alley, and I'm excited. It's called Until Dawn. It's described as a highly reflective gold with shifts yellow and pink. Yeah, this one feels softer. This one reminds me more of their like recent collections that I've really been enjoying. Yeah, like you can see the difference. Someone loves this metallic formula, but I like this like shimmery, highly reflective formula better. And I definitely do see the pink and yellow reflex in the sparkles. I really like this one. I'd say both these eyes are pretty similar colors also, except Silence goes a little bit more orange, and Until Dawn looks a little bit more of like a yellow or like a bronzy gold. I really like that. Next is another sparkly one that I'm excited about. This is called Gourd a Mercy. That looks so incredible. Wow, that looks like even better here than I realized. Wow. It's described as a reddish pink with green and gold reflex and a shift of orange. It does in the pan feel more like that gold metallic one. Oh yeah. I love this type of shadow. I feel like it performs like a metallic, like it goes on full pigment and smooth, but it has that like micro sparkle in it, like the really shimmery shades do, and it just has such like a pretty interesting effect. I feel like this looks like a party on my eye. I'm looking at the description again. A reddish pink check, with green and gold reflex and a shift of orange. I can see that even before I put my flashlight on it. But there it is with the extra flashlight light. I'm really impressed with this shadow. I thought that maybe since it didn't look as flaky as the previous one in the pan, I wouldn't like it as much, but I like it more. This next one is Scarecrow, and looking at it in the pan, I didn't expect it to have so many words describing it, but it's described as a copper with shifts of yellow, gold, and bronze, and a slight undertone of green. This one feels like a bit of like a rougher metallic. This one doesn't seem to be like spreading as easily. I follow Andromeda on Instagram. I think their username is like S Andromedae, but they received these in PR and wrote that they felt drier than previous Looxi shadows. I haven't really felt that with the ones I've swatched so far, but this one I definitely feel that it's a drier formula. I do think it performs as like a fine standard, like I don't even want to say metallic because I feel like it's less of a reflective metallic than that gold one before, I think Silence was. But I could see this being like an easy shadow for the office for someone that doesn't want intense sparkle or anything like that. But yeah, Scarecrow, definitely not my favorite. Gorda Mercy is. The next two also look pretty standard to my eye. This one is Cornucopia. It's described as a highly metallic, honey bronzed orange with gold undertones. This one feels like dry and gummy at the same time. Like an old gummy bear. And in a way, I feel like that's what we're getting on the eye also. It has that like full pigmentness of a metallic. I'm just making up words at this point. But it doesn't really have like the reflect of a metallic. I think the color is interesting and you could very clearly see the like orangey bronze on the outer and the more like antique golden bronze on the inner, and that moves in the light. It's an interesting shadow, but definitely not enough reflect, shine, or shimmer for me. The next one is Pumpkin Bumpkin. It's described as a semi-metallic pumpkin orange with slight red undertones. I wonder what they mean by semi-metallic, because I feel like if anything, that would be the last one. And this one does feel smoother than the last one. That is interesting. Oh, I like the tone of this, but I feel like this one's more metallic than this one. I don't know. Maybe it doesn't look that way. I think this is the kind of thing that I would use in place of a matte. Like it's that kind of like pigmented satin for me. I don't know if I would use it in place of a matte, but if I were to use this, I would use it in place of a matte. Because I also don't feel like it's like glidey enough for me to add to a look to deepen out the outer corner, which I do tend to do with less shiny shades sometimes. But overall, neither of these are the shades for me. The next one is Reagan, which is described as a chartreuse green with golden yellow undertones. It just looks like a standard lime green shimmer to me. It does look very bright, which is cool. Very like candy apple crayon colored. The color of this is really fun, and I think for a lot of people the color of it might be enough for it to be exciting, but the formula of it feels like the past two ones, kind of like drier, less statement-making metallics, and that's not necessarily my thing. So, cute color, but the formula is not for me. This next one does look very exciting to me. It looks in the pan a lot like Gorda Mercy, which I really liked. It's called Howl at the Moon. I don't know if I said that already. It's described as a bright yellow with shifts of green and reddish pink. It feels, ooh, that looks so pretty. It feels like a more sheer shade. That's so pretty. That's what I like in an eyeshadow. I definitely wouldn't describe this as a yellow off first impressions, but I feel like it looks so green in the pan. And on the eye, it looks like it's like a taupe with a lot of green sparkle in it. That's a really interesting shadow. I think it could even be classified as something more like subtle, just because it doesn't read instantly as a green shadow in the same way that like Reagan does, you know? But it still looks really pretty, really shimmery, really up my alley. I want to tap some of this over Reagan just for fun. Yeah. Yeah, if this shadow was like this, like built in, I'd be more into it. But like, if you have eyeshadows, like it's like art supplies, like you can mix and match. I could 100% wear a look like this, and I would wear a look like this. And actually, like, this is making me want to use Reagan as like a base for another shadow more, because that looks really pretty. But yeah, Howl at the Moon has my stamp of approval. Ooh! I'm also going to include what these look like to me in my regular vanity lighting, because I think they just look so interesting, and in Howl at the Moon, I could really see that pinkness, at least to my eye. I hope it comes across in this video. That was already 10 shadows. I feel like we're doing good on time. The next one is called Witch's Brew, and it's described as an emerald green with a deep blue shift. This one already kind of reminds me of, what was that one that I was obsessed with? Wicked Witch from the Fairy Tales collection. I love that one. This one kind of reminds me of that, but that one had such like an intense red base that made it so special. And I feel like this shadow is kind of like that without that surprise twist. It's funny that it says deep blue shift though, because I feel like it just looks kind of like browny, maybe eggplanty, if anything. I'm not seeing any blue to it. It is a pretty green, and I like how it's like this mid-tone green shimmer over a deeper base, but I still just feel like Looxi had other deep greens earlier this year. They had that Wicked Witch, of course. They also had a shade called Dragon Slayer that I think was in the Fairy Tale collection. Were they both in the Fairy Tale collection? They might have been. I really like both of those shadows, and I think I will continue reaching for those shadows over this one. But it does have a nice sparkle. It's not one of those like disappointing to me metallics. It does have a nice sparkle. I just have other similar ones that are also relatively new from Looxi that I would recommend over this. Next is Bayou. I don't know if I'm saying that right. It's described as a mossy green with hints of gold, and it looks like how those like metallic-y ones did in the pan, much less shiny. Yeah, it kind of reminds me of, what was it, that like reddish one or something? There's a couple that just didn't move as nicely. Like this one doesn't seem to want to move around. Yeah, I think if anything, I would only ever use this to like deepen up a look. But I think I would still rather use one of those other greens from Looxi that I mentioned earlier, or even this one, over this to deepen up a look. It's very like standard shimmer energy to me. The next two are the two that I was probably the most excited about based on the swatches from Looxi's Instagram and everything. They're also maybe like the last two that I'm excited about that I have left to swatch, but we'll see. This one's called Jeepers Creepers, and I think you can tell in the pan why I was excited about it. It's described as a sparkly green with undertones of brown and shifts of yellow and pink. It feels like soft and hard pressed at the same time, but it looks really pretty on my finger. Okay, that's pretty. It looks a lot like that other green. Was that Howl at the Moon from before? But maybe like a little bit deeper. Like I think the base, yeah, the base to it is deeper, and I think the green sparkle is more even throughout. That is a really pretty shadow though. This is too many shades, I'm getting confused. It's reminding me of the last one that was also on this eye too, Witch's Brew. But it's a little bit like grungier, like the green's a little bit brighter, that like reddish brown base is a little bit more apparent. I'm not seeing the shifts of yellow and pink right now, but like the way this looks is enough for me, and I do like the shadow. I'm not as excited as can be because I feel like I have other things that are like this or have a similar effect. I think of these like Terra Moon shades I have, like, what is it, like Space Case or M51, that like all kind of have this vibe. Those are more expensive shadows, and there might be like a little bit more to them than this, but like they give me the same vibe as this one. And I do think if you're interested in one of those types of shadows but don't want to commit to spending all that money, this would get you the same vibe. The next one that I think arguably the most exciting shade in this whole collection, it's Scream. This one, look, do you see that? Do you see it? All right, purple, purple, bronze. Wow, I can't believe how shifty this one is. And it looks so like perfectly chunky and everything, also exactly what I like. It's described as a metallic purple with pink reflex and shifts of gold and green. I'm really excited for this. Like, this is what makes these collections so interesting. I don't know, I feel like recently they've been a little bit more consistent with their formula in collections, but like this one, it's the same price for those like dry metallics that I wasn't excited about as it is for this one. This one feels smushy in the pan, which I like. And look at that on my finger. Wow. This one looks like a glitter. Doesn't feel like a glitter. Which is definitely a perk of it not being a glitter. That's really pretty. I don't see the green that they mentioned, but I do see like the purple with the pink with like an orangey bronze. Yeah, I don't see the green, but that's okay with me. That is a really pretty shadow. That's like a party. I like both of these a lot. I do still feel like Scream might be a little bit dark for me to get a lot of wear out of, but we'll see. It is so special that I could even see myself doing a look with like a brighter mid-tone pink on my inner half and this on my outer half, something like that. I really like that. And please enjoy this very messy clip of these shadows being spectacular in different lighting. Okay, it's power hour for these last 6 shadows. This one's Calm Before the Storm. It's described as a smoky and light metallic foggy purple. Feels pretty hard in the pan. It looks more purple in the eye than it does in the pan. I think it looks very gray in the pan. And this is something unique that I feel like I could see myself using to deepen up a look, but nothing I'm particularly excited about. This was one that I wanted though, based off the swatches, just as I thought it looked so unique. The next one is called Black Flame. It's described as denim blue meets gunmetal. I really like the color of it. The color of it is exactly what the description sounds like, but I don't like the formula at all. It reminds me of those like, that drier metallic that wasn't shimmery from earlier. It's just not cutting it for me, and I feel like without liking the formula, I won't be reaching for it, even though the color is so cool. This next one is Saw. It's described as a maroon red with a satin pearl finish. Yeah, this one does feel dry also, and it reminds me a lot of that denim blue one that we just tried on, Black Flame. But it is nice that it says like a satin finish, so you know it's not going to be really sparkly. I feel like some people have disliked that in the past. They've kind of over-described things that didn't really need over-describing, so you get your hopes up. But I think this is good that like someone out there is just looking for a plain cranberry red satin shade, and this is it. It is a pretty color. I feel like this, like similar to Reagan, I mean maybe even that denim blue one, I don't know. You can always layer things on top of it. But I think with me having a big eyeshadow collection, I kind of look for things I add to my collection to be more special, be more all-in-one, but you know, this does function as a supply that can be molded into what you want it to be. But it probably is one that I would skip if I remade this purchase. This one's Cranberry QT. It's described as a deep woodsy crimson with hints of smoky purple make this beautiful cranberry shade. Feels very similar, maybe even like less satiny. This one does feel thinner than this. I feel like the thing with these shadows that have been looking like this is they feel kind of heavy on the lid. This one doesn't feel as heavy on the lid, but again, not for me. My eyelids hurt. 2 more. This one is called Hush. It's described as an antique olive green with brown undertones. I think this one does look deeper in person than it did on the website. This one feels just like that last one that we had on this lid, very thick. It doesn't look very metallic. And lastly, we have I Love You Some More, which is described as chocolate and cream come together for this warm brown shade. This doesn't look very warm to me, and it doesn't look very creamy either. This one's giving me that like wet rock thing. And this one again is like a thinner type of satin formula. Maybe the kind of thing you'd pack on with a brush and do like a smoky eye around, but not really my thing. Usually I try to make my last 2 swatches into my eye look, especially to give my eye a break and not wipe off again. But I think I'm gonna wipe off again because I'm not really excited about these last 2 shadows. And I'm going to do a look with these shades that I am excited about. So I'll be right back. Okay, this is the look. that we're working with for the rest of today. I first just started with a basic transition color. I think this was one that I depotted from Tarte. It got a little messed up here. I'll tell you why in a second. For the inner third of my lid, I went in with Until Dawn, which was the first really sparkly one that I was impressed with. On the middle of the lid, and like for a lot of the lid, I used Gourd A Mercy, which I think, at this point at least, is my favorite from this collection. And then at first I tried to do Scream on like my outer third, but I wanted to keep it kind of small because I wanted most of my lid to be taken up with by Gourd A Mercy, but it was just like too dark on too little a portion of the eye. I'll post my little clip here that I ended up wiping it off just because I didn't like how the look was looking. So that's why I disturbed my transition. And then I ended up using Scarecrow on my outer third. This wasn't a shadow that I was like blown away with, but it did work for what I wanted it to do, and I extended Gourd A Mercy a little bit over it. I also use this on my lower lash line, just on the outer half, on top of the same transition color. And then for my inner corner highlight, I used Ghosted, that first iridescent white looking shadow. And like, I think it's fine, but I prefer an inner corner shade that has like a little bit more glow to it. And I'm still not over, I mean, I say it as if I will be over soon. I'm really into the Velvet Phantom Orbs from Divina that I posted an eye swatch video reviewing a couple weeks ago. And I think before I go out tonight, I'm probably going to put Verdant Frost, the more like champagne-y one, over this. And that will make this a look that I'll be like excited about wearing for the rest of the night. This was a lot of shadows and I am unable to rank them. But I think first we'll talk about my favorites. If someone was like, I'm taking most of this palette, grab what you want, I have a pretty clear idea of what I would grab, and it will be no surprise to you. First one, Gourd A Mercy. I really like this. I'm excited. I think it looks very neutral on the center of my lid, although it looks like a party in the pan. But like, I like when things look exciting in the pan because that makes me grab them, you know? If something's like a really exciting shadow but looks really boring in the pan, I won't necessarily think of it as much. But I mean, this is a really pretty neutral. Not to say it's not a really pretty neutral, but it is overall a neutral. That's my point. But still, I really like it, and I think it's probably my favorite from the collection. Also, the sparkly shimmer that's on the inner third of my eye, Until Dawn. It's really textured. I like a good textured shadow. I really like Scream, and I am impressed with it, and it's something that I'm excited about, and I will definitely try to be making looks around, but I'm not sure how many looks, like, I really will, just because it's not my type of shade. That also doesn't seem to be swatching the best, but like, you saw it on the eye. But still, I'm excited to have this one, and for $2.50 or $3, if I had to replace it, I think I would. And then we have those two greens. I don't know necessarily, like, if I thought this through and I had to replace these shadows, if I would get both of them, but I still think that they're like really good shadows and they're at the top of my ranking. This one was Howl at the Moon. I think this was the one that like was much like piecier green, and in my other light had like a big pink flip. I think it's like a really nice, cool shadow. And then the greenier one that I had on at the same time as Scream, which was Jeepers Keepers. Might not be the most unique in my greens collection, but I still think it's a really nice, good shadow. And if I had this instead of those other greens, like, I don't think I would need those other greens, you know? Yeah, these are the ones that if someone was like, I just want to buy the best shadows from this collection, which one should I get? I would say these 5. I guess next we'll talk about some shadows that I feel like they're good, but I'm just not extra excited about them. So the first one we'll say is Ghosted, my inner corner shade. It's a fine inner corner shade. I just prefer glowier inner corner shades. It does have like a nice iridescent shift to it. Then also that second one that we swatched, Maze for Days, the one that didn't try to be anything more than a shiny yellow. I feel like it's fine. And then we have the third one. I promise we're not just completely going down the list, but this one was a nice metallic. And I think that falls into the category of like, if you liked it, It's nice, but not spectacular. Next is Scarecrow, which is the bronze that I used on the outer third of my look right now. Again, this one is a nice standard metallic. I'm also going to put Reagan in this category because I feel like I kind of sold it to myself when I layered the other shadow over it. It's a nice, interesting color. And I think in a lot of ways you could use that in the place of a matte if you don't have a matte this color also. And then the last one I'm going to put in this category is going to be Witch's Brew, which was that like deeper green that I said was nice and had a nice sparkle. I just prefer my other Looxi greens over it. But again, I think it's fine. And you could see, I feel like the formula of this one does look more similar to these top 5 than it does to these right above it. So that was 5 in the really good category, 6 in the good category, and then we have 9 in the I didn't like them category. These kind of even remind me of the manufactured shadows from January that I wasn't crazy about. I don't know, but I'm also trying not to be too ho-hum on them because of course like this is all my personal preferences and opinions, and also like this color story isn't my favorite color story. I've said before I could be sold on any color if the formula is nice enough, but if I were to gravitate to like one color story, it's not these like autumnal tones. So this is like colors that I'm not the most crazy about and also formulas that I'm not the most crazy about. But if you like the colors and are like on the formula, maybe you would be more willing to work with it and layer on it and use it as a matte or different ways, you know? We have Cornucopia, Pumpkin Bumpkin, Saw, Cranberry Cutie, Bayou, Hush, I Love You Some More, Calm Before the Storm, Black Flame. And those are all 20 of the new shadows. I'm pretty sure that all 5 that I liked the best were part of the 10 that I was planning on buying anyway. And I also think it's worth noting that like I bought shadows that I didn't think I'd like, and like big surprise I didn't like them. But I do think that based on the swatches they had on their Instagram this time, you were able to kind of see what shadows would be the most sparkly, and I think like a lot of people in the comments seemed to pick up right away that like Scream looked pretty interesting and multidimensional and sparkly and spectacular, and like it is. So that's good. I don't feel like anything was like directly deceiving. I just feel like it's an assortment of finishes, many of which aren't finishes that I gravitate towards. I am really excited about this look though. And I'm really excited about the shades that I'm really excited about. Today we're going to be talking about the new Looxi Spirits and Sparkles collection. I'm pretty excited. I also have my shadows in this palette that I used for my video that I posted probably yesterday, where I did like a really dimensional, sparkly look using all of these. So if you're interested in that, I'll link that down below. But today it's just going to be these shades up here. I feel like it's been a while since there's been like a normal Looxi collection. Like we had the Halloween one back in October, but that was like a big collection with a lot of formulas. And before that, I think was the multi-chromes, right? So I feel like it's been a really long time since we've had like a small curated bundle. And I'm really excited. The word sparkle is in the name. I'm all about sparkle, and I'm pretty sure like since it's in the name, they have to be sparkly, because otherwise it's like against the law or something. So I'm going to go through them, put them all in my eyes, and we'll try to see what's good and what's not good. As usual, I don't have anything on my eyes, and we're going to start with the shade Champagne Punch. This one looks really sparkly. I'm really excited for it. And in the swatch picture that Looxi posted on their Instagram, it might have been a story or it might have been a post. I'll post a screenshot of it anyway. I thought this one looked like one of the most sparkly ones, so we're gonna start out with this one. It's described as a light champagne gold that shifts to turquoise and light pink. It feels nice and thick, a little bit like soft, like emollient, and I could definitely see that pink on my finger. Yeah, it feels a little bit more tacky than a lot of their shadows do when I'm applying it. Okay, I think it does look nice and sparkly, but it reminds me a lot of some of the shimmers that were in their collection a couple months ago that had Venus and Arctic Rose. I really love both of those, and I feel like I would still reach for Venus over this one. Like, it does look nice and sparkly, but it just isn't giving me like special vibes. The next one is called Glisten and Gleam, and this one also looks very sparkly. It's described as a bright metallic gold with a soft green shift. It does look pretty yellow, and it feels very similar to that last one, kind of like a little gooey. It feels like a little bit more tacky on the eye. And when I say tacky, like imagine like spreading like a glue that's drying, you know? Like I don't feel like it was spreading as much, it was kind of staying more in place because it is a little bit more tacky. And this one too, it's sparkly, but it's not giving me any of the feels. And I don't see that green shift to it. I think it looks a lot like this one, but I definitely prefer this first one, Champagne Punch, because at least it has a little bit of that mauviness. And also I liked the feeling of it better. Okay, I did go over my eyelids with my foundation brush with no new product on it, just to take away the wetness from removing the last eyeshadow. The next two we're gonna do, both don't look particularly sparkly, but I have been surprised by shadows in the past. This one is called Jack Frost, and it's described as a frosty, in quotations, icy blue with subtle yet sweet shifts of silver, pink, and green. It looks like a very flat, like robin's egg blue to me, so I guess we'll see how that goes. This one too. This one even more so. It's kind of reminding me of some of the Halloween ones that I wasn't crazy about the texture of. Yeah, just very thick and not very sparkly. At least on my finger. Yeah, not feeling this one. It has like a very smooth look, but it definitely has that like drying down glue type of finish, like, or feel to it. I think I am seeing some of the dimensionalness. I don't even know what to call that color. Is that like a brown I'm seeing where the light's not hitting it? But not a type of color that I'm particularly excited about, and the formula of it I'm really not feeling. The next one is called Mistletoe Meetup. And although this one looks less sparkly, also kind of like Jack Frost, I feel like I'm seeing some like micro sparkle in there that could end up being pretty, or it could end up being like flattened down if like it's too thick of a texture. It's described as a bright lime green with shifts of gold and coppery orange. I'll be really excited if I see those shifts in it. It has that thick feeling again, but actually it looks nicer on my finger, I think. Okay, this one does feel thinner and a little bit more spreadable. I don't hate this one, but I'm not excited. I think if I was looking for a green from Looxi, I'd probably still go with Emerald City from the Fairy Tales collection over this one. Or even like from the Halloween collection, I've been enjoying layering Reagan with, I can't think of the name, I'll put it on the screen. But I like layering those two for like a shimmery, bright green look, and I don't think I would pull this one out in place of those. Here's the last two in less direct light, and I think they do look a little bit glowy, and I'm seeing with Mistletoe Meetup, I do see that like orangeness to it, so I do like that. I think that's kind of cool, but I don't know, there's so many good shadows out there that look nice and sparkly in direct light, and then they also look shifty in less direct light, so I guess we'll see if I end up reaching for this in the future. Maybe I'll try to do a look sometime and see if I enjoy it or not. It does look a little bit interesting. Jack Frost I'm still on though. Okay, we have 3 more to go, and I'm hoping at least one of these will end up being one that I'm obsessed with. The next one is called Jingle Juice, and this one looks really nice and kind of like textured. It's described as a magenta with shifts of gold/orange and pink. I feel like Looxi's had a couple really nice pinks this year. I'm thinking of like Cherry Bomb and the Rose. This one definitely feels different than the last ones in this collection. It feels very wet, but I like it. Please be good, please be good. Okay. Okay, I like this one. It feels very emollient. It feels more like an Adept shadow to me, but it's also like glides on smoothly, full pigment, and it has like a really cool, like wet looking finish. I can dig it, and I definitely see that orange in there. Yeah, this is my favorite shadow so far. I like this one a lot. It is sparkly, but it's sparkly in that wet way, and that also makes me feel like it'll work well for my lower lash line, because although I'll accept when I use a really sparkly shadow and get full out down my face because I'm using that on my lower lash line, I prefer to use something a little bit more smooth, and I think this would like accomplish both. It would look really sparkly, but apply more smoothly. I mean, it did give me a little fallout, but I feel like that's like a solid flake and not just like a little sprinkling of powder, you know? Yeah, I'm excited to use this one. Definitely my number one so far. This next one's called Sugar and Spice, and I'm really intrigued by the color. It looks like a cool taupe. It looks really interesting, but the look of the finish in the pan, I could see it being like some of the ones we already tried, so we'll have to find out. It's described as a light beige with a pink, purple, and blue shift. I really hope I like this one. It's kind of feeling like the last ones. Okay, it is gliding on pretty smooth. Huh. Here's what I feel about this. I'm not obsessed with the texture of it. I don't entirely mind it. Like, I don't think it's the worst texture of the group, but it's not something that particularly draws me in based on texture. But I think the shade is really interesting and unique. Again, it's kind of doing that thing where it looks a bit wet, and you could really see that like kind of like a reddish brown base with a cool tan sheen to it. And I can't think of anything else in my collection that looks like this. I could see this being a good shadow when you want something that feels like a little bit interesting but isn't going to steal the show. I could see this being a good professional eyeshadow, a good everyday eyeshadow, a good kind of like throw it on and forget about it eyeshadow. And I am excited about it. But yeah, I am biased to the color. I think if it was this formula in a shade that I already have ones I like better of, it might not be my first pick, but it feels very unique to me and it gets a lot of points for being unique. So these two, I like them both. We have one left. I did put on primer for this one because I'm going to be wearing whatever look I make with the swatch for the rest of the day. I don't really feel like primer affects the way it goes on for me, but it does affect the staying power, so that's why I have it on. This final shade is called Goody Goody Gumdrop, and it does look particularly sparkly. It's described as a light metallic lavender with shifts of gold and blue. I find the description really interesting because it looks so cool toned. It definitely looks like a really light lavender to the point that it's nearly silver. And if there happens to be gold in it, which is warm toned, I would be really surprised and impressed. So let's see. It feels thick, not necessarily in the bad way. I am seeing that like yellowy gold around the edges of it. Okay, I think I could dig this one. I always think it's so interesting when shadows are so light but so intensely pigmented that it really creates like a bold white effect on the eye, but also like you can see that lavenderness to it on the outer edge. Yeah, I would put the texture of this one somewhere between the last two that I swatched that I liked. It does have like that thick, slightly tacky texture, but it blends well enough with just my finger. And I think that this is also a really interesting shade. I have quite a few lavenders in my collection, but I don't have a lavender that's this icy, and I think it looks really cool. Okay, yeah, so I'm going to do a look around this. We'll come back and we'll rank all of the shadows, so I'll be right back. Okay, this is the finished look, but without mascara because I still want to make another change to it. I decided to keep it pretty simple. I still just have that Goody Goody Gumdrop on the lid For my transition, I was using the Sydney Grace Temptalia Radiant Reflectance palette just because I never pull into it, but I probably would have done a lighter or pinkier transition if I was thinking about it a little bit more. On my lower lash line, I used the same transition just on the outer half, and then I went in with that pink that I really liked, Jingle Juice. And I had gone on and on before about how I feel like it would make a good lower lash line color, but I felt like it took so much work to even get it to look like this. Like when I was picking it up with the brush, it was just picking up the shimmer particles and not like a smooth swipe of the color. So I probably won't be using this on my lower lash line again. And then on the inner part of my lower lash line, I went in with the other one that I liked, the Sugar and Spice. And that does look interesting. I think it's a little bit lighter than I would like my lower lash line to be. And I did also go in my inner corners with that. I already covered it up, so I'll put in a picture of when just my inner corners was Sugar and Spice. But I just felt like the mauve-y base to it was a little bit too much of a contrast with my skin tone, so I didn't like how it looked. I think if you have more of a medium skin tone, it might look a little bit more natural, but for me, I didn't like it. And I went over that with my highlighter, which is Becca Moonstone. The change I want to make now is I'm just not liking how the lower lash line's looking, and I just want to go over it with a purple matte, but I figured I would talk you through the steps that I did with the colors in question before I do that. So I'll be right back again. Okay, here's the finished look. For real this time. It's not my favorite look ever, but I think it's fine, and I will step out into the world looking like this. For my lower lash line, I just went over exactly what was there before with Flighty, this grape purple from the Menagerie Flight Club palette. It's kind of my go-to lower lash line matte palette. On my lips, I started with the ColourPop liner in Cool Brown, and I went over it with the Rare Beauty lip balm in Thankful, and it looked so cool, like cool toned, and I just felt like my whole face looked kind of dead, so I ended up adding a little bit of this Kylie gloss in the shade Felt Cute, because I just needed a little bit more warmth to my skin, and at that point I'd also added a little bit more pink blush, and I do think the overall effect is okay now. It's just funny because I feel like it used to be the regular thing that I would buy an entire Looxi collection, and like some of my oldest Looxi collection videos, I was like calculating the success percentage and deciding if like the collection as a whole was worth it or not, and I kind of moved away from that line of thinking because it started being more hits than misses in the collections. And I just feel like this is the first time in a while that I'm just like, I really did not like a lot of these. Again, it's my opinion. I think these videos are great because you get to see how it looks on the eye and decide for yourself if that's something that you want on your eye or not. But for me, 3 of the shadows felt like worth it, and 4 of them didn't. Overall, including shipping, I paid like $21 for these. So $21 for 3 shadows that I like comes out to like $7 each, and that still makes it worth it for me. I'm just surprised because it hasn't been like this in a little while, you know? They have had all of their shadows marked down to $2.50 for a long time now, and it's so long that it's not just like a short time promotion. I'm wondering if they cut costs on eyeshadows to make the 16% discount worth it, and maybe that's why I'm not a big fan of this collection, and I wasn't a big fan of most of the Halloween shadows also. I don't know, just a thought. When brands have sales all the time, it's not just a sale, it's like that's how much they value the product, you know? Whatever. Let's go through these quickly. I'm going to rank them just based on the formula, how much I'm excited to use them, how they fit into my collection. Yeah. Last place is going to be Jack Frost. I felt like this one was the intersection of I don't like the color and I don't like the formula. Touching it now, it just feels so like thick but hard, And I hope I'm clear with that too, because I know I use like thick for eyeshadows in a good way sometimes, but with these, when I mean thick, I mean like tacky and like thick but dry, and I don't like that. I didn't think the shadow was particularly shimmery either, and I'm not a big fan of the color. If it was a color that I'm obsessed with, maybe I'd feel differently, but it's the intersection that gets it into last place. The next two are pretty close to each other, but I'm gonna put in sixth place this one, Glisten and Gleam. This was the second one that we tried out, and it was shimmery, but I just found it very uninteresting, and that's why it's ranked so low. I mean, looking at the swatch now next to this, I feel like there's a big leap between those two, because this looks like a nice shimmery shadow and this just looks like a boring shadow. So maybe I would reconsider and put that in fifth, but as I said, they are very close to each other. So number 5, what I had put was Mistletoe Meetup, and the reason this one gets ranked a little higher is because of what I showed you in that other angle footage, that it has that interesting flip to it. And that is a big redeeming factor for me. But at the same time, I often do value sparkle over interesting flips. But this is such like a boring color sparkle. I don't know, I'm gonna stick with this order for now, but this is my first impressions and it probably will change as I experiment with these a little bit more. In fourth place, I'm going to do Champagne Punch. This one, not bad, but Looxi has put out shadows similar to this that I like better. And actually, I'm gonna do the comparison now with this in Venus. So this is Champagne Punch. It does look pretty. It does look pretty. And this is Looxi Venus. You could see that Venus is a bit more cool toned, but overall pretty similar. And I just think Venus is more interesting, but they are pretty close to each other. Yeah. And I think my number 2 and 3 are also really close to each other. I'm gonna put number 3 as Sugar and Spice. This is the one that's kind of that like interesting taupe that I don't have otherwise in my collection that I can think of, but the formula isn't my favorite. But it's an interesting shadow, and I'm definitely going to use this like real soon. Number 2, we're going to give to Goody Goody Gumdrop that I have on my eyes. And this is my second favorite texture in the collection, and I think it does look good and interesting. Even the fact that it has that like yellow gold on the outskirts of it, like it looks like I lined it with another shadow, and I think that's cool. Oh yeah, you could see from the swatch too how that like looks pretty like full, like it looks like a full pigment shadow. It's cool. It's an interesting shade. And number 1 is going to be Jingle Juice. This one, not the most interesting shade. I think the number 2 and 3 positions are more interesting, but I just like the feel of this one a lot. I like this like wet formula. It feels super smooth, and I'm really excited to put it all over my lid and wear it into the world. So yeah, that's the collection. I think some of these look less pastel in person than I thought they did based on their swatches, like the green and the pink. Those aren't really pastel colors. I mean, the green maybe, but interesting. Interesting little bunch we have here. I hope this was helpful. I find with Looxi, it is like hard to get a grasp of what the shadows are going to be like until you have them in your hands. So I hope that this will help you not buy some of the ones that I'm not crazy about, unless you like them for the reasons that I don't like them. I don't know. Anything's possible. I'm back with a new ridiculous shirt and a Looxi collection, which I'm going to eye swatch for you. This is the Eye Candies collection. It launched on February 13th, which is a Monday. Usually they launch on a Friday. And I've said before how they sometimes have like weird ways of announcing their collection. Sometimes it's an Instagram post, sometimes it's an email, sometimes it's both. This time it was an email a half hour after the collection launched. I don't know if it's just like their mail chain goes out at different increments or something, but like I bought it right away. I got it the other day and I'm so excited. They look really sparkly, and a lot of them are those kind of like interesting neutral shades that I love, and I particularly love from Looxi. So yeah, let's get into it. I'm probably gonna end up changing like halfway through because man, I am so hot already. I'm gonna try to match up shadows that look kind of similar. Not all of them have a shadow that looks similar, so I'll put those together, but we're gonna start with two blue ones that don't look the most exciting, but I'm prepared to be surprised. As usual, I don't have any eye primer or anything on, and we're gonna start with the shade Now and Maybe Later. This is described as a pearl lavender with an electric blue shift. Ooh, really soft in the pan, I like that. I feel like sometimes with these shadows that look a little bit flatter in the pan, they pick up a little bit harder, but this picked up really soft. Oh, that's pretty. Wow, yeah, I thought looking at it in the pan, it might be something that's kind of like exclusively an inner corner shade for me, and I still think it would make a nice inner corner, but it's definitely like pretty and full enough to go all over my lid. It kind of reminds me of Gumdrop from their winter collection, but it's a little bit less icy, and this one definitely has a shift in it. Yeah, it's funny it's described as a lavender with a blue shift, because I feel like it looks like a bluish lavender with a pink shift, or like a bronze shift. Wow, one in, I'm already pleasantly surprised. I like this one. The next one is Blue Raz, which kind of looks like the same deal. And I stabbed this one with packaging when I was opening it. It's described as an icy electric blue with shifts of purple and pink. This one also feels soft. Wow. Yeah, I really like when you swatch it and you can see the texture coming up in the pan. That's like my favorite type of formula or pressing from Looxi. And these ones have both done that. Cute. Wow, I was really expecting these first two to both be really uninteresting, unimpressive, but that's really pretty. Like, it is a simple blue. I feel like we have seen shades like this before from Looxi, but it's a really nice one. And again, I'll test it in my inner corner at a later date, but this is the type of inner corner shade that I like, where it's not like specifically relegated to the inner corner. Cute. I don't know which one I like better. The next shadow is Cookies and Cream. This shadow, I saw Sarah on Instagram, Sarah Liz Glam. She received the shadow she ordered from this collection a couple days ago and did swatches on her stories and some eye swatches. And I know she's been enjoying this one as an inner corner, so I'm really excited about that. If you enjoy really like indulgent, beautiful indie single shadow swatches, I definitely recommend checking out her page, and like shadows look so good on her eyelids, but this is one that I've really been anticipating because of that. It's described as a glassy iridescent with shifts of multiple colors. On the swatch on the website, it looks like really like wet shine. To my eye, I don't know if it comes up on camera, but I feel like I could see a lot of pink shimmer, but I don't think that really comes up on camera. Same feeling. Wow, I'm so excited. These so far are all shades that like in the pan look a little bit more like dud shades to me. Like, we haven't even gotten into the ones yet that look really exciting. Cute. Yeah, it really does have like a wet shine to it. I don't see the multiple color shifts, but I definitely see like some purple, some pink and blue in there. That's really pretty. Okay, I could definitely imagine this being a gorgeous inner corner, kind of in the same way that the first two were. That like they're pretty shimmery shadows, but they're light enough to go in the inner corner. I'm really excited. The next one's the shade Gummy, and if this one isn't more hard-pressed, I'm going to be shocked, because it looks very hard-pressed in the pan. It's described as an intense orange with shifts of gold and red. Kind of matches my nails. Okay, this one is soft. Like, you can see the texture when I pick it up, but it's not like a hard pan. Like, it's not what I thought it would be. Okay. Yeah, it goes on a little bit less flaky, a little bit more smooth. It is pretty, but I'm definitely the least excited about this one so far. I feel like Looxi has released better, more exciting, similar oranges. Caterpillar is like an all-time favorite, and this really reminds me of it. This might have more red to it than Caterpillar does, but similar effect. I can do a comparison swatch a little later. I would skip over this one. Okay, we've crossed off these four. which have been, for the most part, a massive success. And I just want to show you in the pan the next 8. I'm so excited about these. So I can't wait any longer. We're going to dive into the 2 that I'm most excited about, which both look pretty similar in the pan. This is Jawbreaker, and then after that we'll do Jelly Bean. I think Jawbreaker just looks slightly more green, but they do look really similar, but I'm so excited for both of them. So Jawbreaker is described as a pinky purple with shifts of gold and green. Picks up a little bit more hard, like a little bit more pressed than those first 3 shades, but not as hard as Gummy, which is still not as hard as they can get. That looks so pretty though. That like pinkish green. Ooh, I love that. Oh, wow. Oh, I really like this. I didn't realize how much shimmer I have under my eye. I will take care of that soon, I think. But this shade is so pretty. I do wish it was like a touch flakier. Like I feel like if it was the same exact formula as the first 3, I would like it even more. But maybe the fact that it was a little bit less soft will mean it will crease less. I've mentioned this before about Looxi shades. I do find a lot of them crease on me, but a lot of shadows in general do crease on me. My eyes are pretty hooded. And while like I prefer a shadow to crease less, it's not absolutely a deal breaker. But because of that, I do bet that those first 3 would crease on me a lot more than this one would. So that is something to keep in mind. And I think the shade of this is gorgeous. I really love it. Someone had asked me kind of a while ago if I knew of a dupe for Wild Child from Looxi, one of their older shades, and I couldn't think of anything off the bat, but I feel like this looks like a lighter, brighter version of it because it does have that like mauvey pink and a greeniness to it. I really like this one. Okay, and then next for Jelly Bean, which I feel like I'm going to like even more than Jawbreaker. It's described as a sparkling pink with shifts of blue and gold. Yeah, this one feels a little bit softer. Yeah, I'm happy I have these on at the same time because they really are similar shades, but I think Jawbreaker goes a little bit more green, where this one goes a little bit more yellow. And I think this one is a shiftier shadow, but they're both really nice. And honestly, I might prefer Jawbreaker because even though I like the formula of this a touch more, it's kind of like a negligible difference, and I like the greeniness in this. I think this shade looks a little bit more special. And this shade looks a little bit more like something I've seen before, you know? But they're both really gorgeous shadows. I think I will get use out of both of them. And like for $3 each, I can have some similar shades for $3 each. Or for more, like who am I kidding? Next up is Lemonhead. It's described as a gold yellow with caramel and turquoise shifts. I'm a little surprised to hear this described as a yellow because it does come up as green in the pan. But green and yellow are pretty closely related. Let's see how it looks on the eye. It looks so pretty in the pan. It feels like the last one, maybe even a little bit flakier or like a little bit more emollient. Like I feel like more picked up on my finger, but it did kind of pick up in like a creamy-ish way. Oh, wow. Okay, I see why this is called a yellow. Cute. This one kind of reminds me of, is it Embellishment from Looxi? That one kind of looks like a yellow bronze, and this is giving me those vibes. I like this. A lot of Looxi shadows have more of like a sheer quality, which I do enjoy, but I also enjoy when they have a little bit more pigment to it, and this one feels like a little bit more full pigment. Like as in like if you had mattes underneath, it could like cover up those mattes, you know? I like this though. This is cute. Yeah, I'm really curious how it will compare to Embellishment, but I really like this off the bat. Next is Saltwater Taffy, which looks so metallic on the picture on their website. It's described as a metallic brown with shifts of green, blue, and gold. I just want to show you also how this in the pan looks really similar to the last one, to Lemonhead here. But it's interesting how this one was described as a yellow, and I see it on the eye, and this one's called a brown. This looks like nearly holographic in the pan. Ooh, this one's really soft, really emollient to the touch, and I definitely see this one coming up as like a full pigment metallic shade. Oh, wow. Isn't that crazy? Wow, how they could look so similar in the pan, but come up like this? That's really pretty. I feel like Looxi used to put out a bunch of shades like this. Like Drip comes to mind as something a little bit more recent, but I think that was February of last year. But I feel like this is gonna be my favorite one of those. I really like this. Or even, I think Jeepers Creepers, which I just got in my random palette selection. I think that's this kind of shade also, like a green sparkle on top of a brown base. But I really like this one. Ooh, that's just so pretty. And you could see how, like, you know, it looks so brown in the base when it's not in the light. And then that greeniness is just so intertwined in it. I love that. I really like these. Next we have the shade Chocolate Cherry. I love the name of this. I love like the imagery that it provokes, but the look of this looks like something that I might not love. It's described as a bronzy brown with green, gold, and reddish pink shifts. If it looks like what it describes, I'll like it, but it looks so like steely gray, sage green almost in the pan, and that's not really my vibe. But if it has that warmth to it, I'm gonna get on with it. Ooh, okay. It's soft like the last one, but not quite as emollient. This one feels like it's going to be really metallic too. Huh. Okay, I think it's kind of looking like what I thought it would be, and it's not my ideal type of shade. Maybe if I paired this in a look with like a lot of warm browns and I had this on the lid, actually I think I would really like that. But this I probably wouldn't necessarily do with like just a simple crease and this on the lid because it just doesn't feel very me. But formula-wise, I think it's really pretty. It definitely is a metallic, but it doesn't feel as full pigment as the last one. Sometimes it's kind of hard to tell if it just like is closer to my skin tone and just happens to match, or if it's that like sheerness at play. But it did feel like a metallic going on. Yeah, I think this one's kind of metallic. So yeah, not my favorite shade, but I do like the formula of this, and I think in a warm look, chef's kiss. I tend to be pretty picky about greens, especially like bright greens, but for some reason this one just looks so good to me. It's called Sour Watermelon, and it's described as a yummy green with blue and pink shifts. It kind of reminds me of Kevin from Odin's Eye. Oh, this one feels a little bit harder. Not quite as much as Gummy, but definitely more so than the others. Huh. Yeah, I think this one actually looks quite a bit like Kevin. Maybe if anything, a tad brighter. We'll have to compare that. I do like this. I think it's a less exciting shade. You know, I don't really see those shifts to it, at least in this lighting, but I do think it's cute. It's more basic. If it was a color that didn't intrigue me, it would probably be at the bottom of my list. Maybe it still would be, I don't know. I haven't been thinking about the rankings yet, but because I'm intrigued by the color, I'm down with it, you know? Okay, we're on to the final two. I often will put on eye primer for the last one or two so that I could leave them on and make a look around them, but I don't think I'm going to want to have mismatched eyes with these two. So I'm going to commit myself to making an unrelated look from these last two. Yeah, I don't know. The penultimate shade is Licorice Lace. This looks really pretty. It's described as a raspberry shade with shifts of purple and turquoise. Okay. This one does feel like it doesn't pick up as well. It has texture in the pan, more so than Gummy. That's kind of the baseline because I feel like that's been the one of all these that had the least texture, but definitely not the most texture. But that shade looks really pretty. I love a blue reflect in like a pinkish shade. So pretty. Oh, wow. Yeah, I don't like the formula of this one as much, but I love that color. Ooh, that's so pretty. And I don't think I have a shadow like this one. Yeah, and you can see how, like, raspberry is a really good word for it, of how it looks in the base. And then the blue is just intertwined. I do think of this shadow, though, as being the type of shade that's, like, interesting enough that you'll have a good time wearing it, but subdued enough that it won't completely take over your makeup, take over your look. I feel like if you don't have the absolute strictest of office, you know, that you could wear this to work, that kind of thing. I really like this. I think there definitely is a place for this in my collection, but I do wish the formula was a little bit more flaky. The final one is called Red Hot, and this one looks like a straight up glitter in the pan. Cute. It's described as a semi-metallic red with shifts of caramel bronze, yellow, and orange. Oh my god, this one is so soft. This one feels like Jell-O. Wow. Oh, that's pretty. This one I do definitely feel the roughness to it. I know my eyelids are probably a little bit sensitive already from removing, what, 5 swatches already? But this one, like, I can definitely feel, like, shards in it, you know? I don't think it actually contains real glitter, but just, like, not very finely milled sparkle pigments. But that looks really pretty. Yeah, I could definitely see the, like, orange bronziness to it. And then that pink that it shifts to, I love that shade. It's so bright. It's like a neon corally pink. That's really pretty. I do feel like though, based on how extremely soft this one is, it probably will crease really badly. So it might be the type of shade that I'm not gonna put on if I'm going to be like walking around all day, not looking at my makeup. You know, it might require like a little touch up, a little like pat out, which is often okay for me. And I will take that for a shadow that looks that pretty. Okay, so those were all 12. I'm going to make a look out of these and we'll come back for some thoughts, comparisons, and rankings. Okay, this is what we got. I feel like I'm always like, I don't know about this look. So as usual, I don't know about this look. It got a little greener than I meant for it to on the lid, and then I tried to overcompensate under the lid. I don't know. Let's go through it. For my crease, I used Labyrinth from ColourPop just because that's what I have in my randomly selected palette from this month. The outermost color is Saltwater Taffy, which is the one that was like brown with the green sparkle. And it's funny because I like it from the side, but then from here, I don't know, I feel like there's some angles where you just see like a spot of brown and it looks unblended, but that's just the way like it interacts with the light. So I'm not sure about that. Then next to that, I used the green Sour Watermelon. This one went on really nicely with the brush. I feel like Saltwater Taffy didn't want to go on the brush as much, but this one was like, okay, and hopped right on. And then for the rest of the lid, I used Jawbreaker, which I really liked, and I feel like the greens just like really blended together. Like I wouldn't guess that this inner color on my lid is Jawbreaker. I did end up tapping a little bit of Chocolate Cherry kind of like low on it just because I wanted to add another color in there. For my inner corner, I used Cookies and Cream. I did feel like I had to work it in to my inner corner a little bit because it is a little bit more flaky. And when I picked it up on my inner corner brush, it only wanted to pick up the flakes. So I did have to go in kind of a couple times and kind of like dab out some of the flakes. So I don't know. I think it does look pretty, but in terms of ease of use, I have so many other inner corner shades that I love that do go on to my inner corner very naturally. So I don't know if I'll be favoring this one. For my lower lash line, first I used a little bit of Looxi Bourbon, which is just a dark reddish brown matte because I wanted to make sure that there was some depth in the lower lash line. I went over the outer part of it with Gummy, which picks up on a brush really well. And then on the inner more part of it, I went in with Licorice Lace. That was a lot of shades. That's 7 shades, so I used more than half of the shades in my eye look today. I changed into this t-shirt when I was putting on my makeup, and then I went to go back into my weird fuzzy thing, and I realized there's absolutely no way I can do an arm of swatches wearing that thing. So it's t-shirt Hannah for the rest of today. I do think ranking these is going to be kind of hard because a lot of them are just very different, but as usual, I'm just going to kind of go off my gut feelings. Definitely these are subject to change, but it's just how I feel about them personally right after trying them for the first time. So I'm going to say my least favorite is the shade Gummy. You knew it was coming. It was kind of my baseline least favorite formula in this collection. Definitely not bad though. Definitely had way worse. I feel like there's been some Looxi collections where I just like straight up hate some of the, you know, lowest rank shadows. I don't hate this. I feel like if I had a small collection, it might be the kind of thing that I would use a lot for my lower lash line. But I feel like because I have so many shades I like that work well on my lid and my lower lash line, I'm not really in the business of keeping things just for my lower lash line. But that is definitely a perk I see of this type of like harder pressed formula. You're not going to get flakes all over your face if you try to pick it up on a brush and get it onto your lower lash line. My second to last, you know, again, based on my first impressions, I'm gonna say cookies and cream because of how I felt when I put it on my inner corner today. I kind of feel like if I'm not using this for my inner corner, I don't know if I really would go all over my lid with it. I feel like there's so many other interesting neutrals from Looxi that I prefer. So for that reason, second to last. But I do like it, and I think it just shows the fact that, like, I like this collection, you know? And I think the next one is going to be another one of those inner corner shades from the beginning, Blue Raz. I did like this one. I think I will wear it all over my lid, but I just don't know how much use it's going to get out of if I'm not using it for my inner corner. Maybe it will pick up differently than the experience I have with cookies and cream, or maybe I'll kind of get used to that extra little bit of tapping it out, but I don't know. First impressions, didn't love it. And then the fourth worst is going to be Now and Maybe Later, which was the first one that we swatched, the purpley one with the shift. This one's really redeemed by the shift. I think it's a pretty interesting shade. These other two inner corner ones were a little bit less interesting, but this one did seem more unique. And I think of the three of these, I'd be most likely to use this one all over my lid. Or especially on top of like a darker purple base, it would really kind of amplify the shift in it. That's funny, I just realized the bottom four are exactly the first four that I swatched in reverse order. That's funny. I'm staring at these now and I'm like, I have 8 more to rank and I just don't know. Because it's funny, I'm thinking now, I'm like, even though I like all of these, I don't think any of them are going to be a new favorite. Like, I think there's some really gorgeous shades that I'm going to get use out of, but if you stack these up against like the Fairy Tales collection they had last year that I thought was just so interesting and sparkly and unique, and that other kind of like unnamed sparkly collection that came out sometime last spring, I think those would all win over these. So that's kind of interesting. You know, I'm coming to that thought because I'm like, which one's even my favorite? Okay, I think I'm just going to call number 8 as Saltwater Taffy. This is the one that I have on my outermost part. That's the brown with the green sparkles in it. This one definitely, oh, I really like the way this one feels. So I don't know. I'm regretting it as I'm doing it, but I just don't know. Yeah, this one is really nice. But I know I do have similar ones. But like, this might be my favorite of the similar ones. I don't know, we're sticking with it. But I guess this is good to show, to let you know to keep in mind that these 8 are ranked very haphazardly. And these 8 are pretty similar in my heart. None of them are my absolute favorite Looxi shade, but I do think they're all really nice. Maybe I'll call number 7 Lemonhead? I don't know, I really like this one also, but if it's similar to Embellishment, which we will check out soon, I probably will favor the Cliona formula over this one, which, I mean, makes sense. Embellishment was probably $12 or $14. This one was $3, and Looxi shadows do have a history of creasing on me more than Cliona, which, as I said, although it's not the biggest issue, I will still choose a non-creasing shadow over a creasing shadow, since I already have both of them. Number 6, I'm just going to give it a Chocolate Cherry. This one, not my favorite shade, but I do like the formula, and I am really excited about the prospect of using this in a warm matte look. Even like burgundies and pinks with this, I just think it would be so pretty. But maybe like just on the shade alone, it probably should be number 8. I don't know. Number 5, let's give it to Licorice Lace. I think this one's really pretty though. I'm like, which one am I most likely to like want to use tomorrow? It might be this one, but I don't like the formula as much. It does feel like a little bit thinner and harder pressed, but the color feels very unique for my collection. Number 4, I'm gonna say Red Hot. I really like the look of this one, but I'm concerned by how emollient it is, but it's really pretty, and I really like the tone of it. This one I'll probably be excited to use really soon also though. So pretty. Number 3, I keep on wanting to call this one Kevin because it really does remind me of the Odensai one, but Sour Watermelon. Picked up really nicely with a brush. I do like the shade a lot. Not the most interesting formula, but something about the specific shade of green is just speaking to me. Okay, number 2, I'm gonna give it to Jelly Bean. This one was probably my favorite formula-wise. And also I really like the color, but just comparing it to the one that we'll talk about next, I like the color slightly less. But it is really pretty. I'll probably use this one really soon too. Okay, number 1, we're gonna give it to Jawbreaker. I really liked the pinkishness and the greenishness of this. I am a little concerned by just how green it looks. It's on like the inner half of my lid, and it just looks like a straight up green there. But the way that it looked when it was by itself, I really liked, and the way I'm most likely to use this is just by itself with the color in the crease, and I think it will really shine when it has the moment all to itself. So these are the swatches. My rankings with a lot of qualifiers. I don't think any of these are trash, but I think it's worth thinking about the type of formula that you like, the type of use you want to get out of them, and, you know, a lot of things to keep in mind. Okay, for those couple of comparisons that I mentioned, I pulled out Caterpillar, a well-loved shadow in my collection, and let's see it next to Gummy. Yeah, it really is such a similar vibe. And like Caterpillar, it's not like it's a super thick formula or anything either, but it just has like enough texture to stand out. And looking now at how extremely similar they are, unless you were interested in Gummy because you happen to like that really thin formula, I would really recommend Caterpillar over it. Okay, and then I grabbed out Embellishment from Cleona to compare to Lemonhead. Okay, let's see. Ooh, so pretty. Yeah, I think they are a really similar color, and Embellishment just looks like a little bit more interesting. It might have a little bit more brown to it than Lemonhead does. I feel like Lemonhead just makes me more excited to use Embellishment. Okay, and then we have Odensai Kevin. I made a whole video about how, yeah, these shadows are kind of stinky, but I decided I'm still gonna keep a couple because I bought a couple of the like separate plastic casings, and this was like my top one I wanted to keep. So I'm very curious how similar it is to Sour Watermelon. Oh, yeah, not that similar. I think Kevin comes up a lot more lime green, and doing that swatch reminds me of why it just felt so interesting. That like the base is this bright lime green with some darker green sparkles on top of it, and Sour Watermelon just looks more like a straight on what you see is what you get color. I do like them, so I stand by Sour Watermelon being my 3rd ranking, but I won't be decluttering Sour Watermelon or Kevin in favor of the other one anytime soon. Today we're going to be talking about the brand new Looxi collection that I just got in the mail today. This collection, I think they were just calling it 7 new duochromes. It didn't really have the same kind of cute theming as a lot of their other collections do. This launched on May 12th, and today that I'm filming, that I just got it, is May 30th, so it took 18 days between ordering it and receiving it, which is pretty good in my book. I feel like often they'll take between 3 weeks and a month. We're just gonna get right into it. I'm going to eye swatch all of these and we'll see what's instant classics and what can be skipped over. So let's zoom on in. Okay, so as usual, I don't have any primer on my eyes. Of the 7 of these, 2 of them look like they're less sparkly and 5 of them look like they're really sparkly. I kind of paired them up into little duos that I feel like will be helpful to have one on each eyes where applicable. And the first 2 I'm going to start with, one looks really shimmery and one looks less shimmery. And I, of course, want to kick this off on a good foot, start with the one that looks more shimmery. So this is the shade Splash. It's described as a metallic green-blue with shifts of smoky purple-gray. And right off the bat, it looks like an interesting color because it's like a very neutralized shade of like gray-green-blue, kind of what they said. I'm excited. It also notes that it has a larger particle size. Ooh, I like the feel of this. It feels like soft and emollient, but it still picks up with texture on my finger. Actually feels quite emollient while I'm putting it on my eye. I'm gonna pick up a little bit more. Oh. Right off the bat, it kind of reminds me of a lighter version of Terra Moon's Shattered Stars. That's a shadow that I'm not a big fan of the formula of. It's a much more smooth formula than a lot of my favorite Terra Moon shades, and this one I like the formula of better. This is interesting too, because color-wise, this feels like a good tiptoe into colors for someone that likes cool tone neutrals. Cute, yeah. Yeah, it has some like mintiness to it, but like a very kind of like grown-up, cool kind of mintiness. I'm down with this. It's a little bit more emollient than some of my favorite shades from Looxi are, but I'm down with the emollients if it has an effect like this, and I really do like how this looks. And the next one I want to try out is the shade Hunky Dory. It's described as a muted gray-green with shifts of purple, blue, and gold. I do see on the website, now that I have it in my hands, that like the swatch doesn't look as shimmery. I've long complained about the swatches on their website. I feel like a lot of people have, that you don't really get an exact feel for the shadow based on what they show you. But I am kind of seeing in this collection that like if I tried, I think I could have picked out that this one would look less sparkly. The lack of sparkliness doesn't always mean that I won't like it. Sometimes I do see other uses for it. Sometimes it means I'll like using it on my lower lash line more or something like that. But I like buying the whole collection anyway so that I can make these videos and be helpful in this way. But I think it's kind of good to know, if you're not someone that's like buying them to make content, that you can kind of compare the swatches to each other and see what looks less sparkly. So let's try this one out. I like the shade of this one. Oh yeah, it feels thinner, but it also does feel kind of like emollient also. I don't know how else to say that, but it did make like texture in the pan when I picked it up. Huh. Yeah, it's thin, but it didn't feel like it rubbed on that smoothly. Interesting. Like, I'm kind of intrigued by the idea of this, but I don't see myself reaching for this. But it's kind of like a weird color. I don't see, what did they say it is? Muted gray-green with purple, blue, and gold. I feel like I'm seeing like champagne over a mauvey brown, right? Yeah, I don't really know if I'm gonna have use for this, because also, as I said, this type of formula that's less sparkly sometimes works better for my lower lash line, but this is a shade that's pretty light, so I don't think I would use it for that anyway. I don't think I'm gonna have a use for this one. If it was like a really intense shimmery finish, I could, but the way it is, I would much rather reach for this one over this one. We're gonna get the other one that looks less sparkly out of the way, and then Sparkle City from here until the end. This one is called Fruit Punch. I really like the tone of it. It does seem a little bit deeper than Hunky Dory, so I feel like this could possibly be a lower lash line shade for me. It's described as a hot pink with shifts of fuchsia and golden orange. This one feels pretty much just like Hunky Dory did, kind of like like picks up in kind of like a rough way, but it has that like tacky emollients, and then it feels pretty thin on my finger. And it also feels very thin putting it on. And I think it looks like a really thin shade too. Maybe because Hunky Dory was closer to my skin tone, it didn't look so thin, but this one, you can tell more that there's just kind of like not that much to it. Yeah, I don't know. This doesn't look very interesting. I guess it can be built up, but it reminds me in color a lot to the shade Jingle Juice from their holiday collection. Jingle Juice was like a very soft emollient type of shadow, and I just think that like there's no reason that I would pick this one up over that one. That one also had like a very kind of like shiny wet look finish, and this one looks a little bit more like a satin to me. Next is the shade Big Bang, which I'm kind of surprised by, because I think it looks, maybe actually not in the camera. To my eye, it looks pretty pinkish, but I was going to say that on the website, it looks very like yellowy neutral, but I guess you could still kind of see the pink in the website swatch. I don't know. I'm intrigued by this one. It's described as a gold bronze with shifts of pink and orange and touches of turquoise. Oh, this one's the softest of all of them yet. I like how that picks up. I'm hoping this will be like the interesting neutral. Ooh, I think I love this one. Wow. This is so weird because I feel like the base of it looks like mustard, right? Like mustard and even like lighter yellow around the outskirts of it. And then it has that like cool toned, pinky, almost bluish shimmer to it. Oh, I like this. I feel like this is like an interesting neutral that I could totally get behind. I like having one of the really shimmery ones next to one of the less shimmery ones because it kind of shows you what Looxi can be. That like, sometimes it's this, which is like and sometimes it's that. And this is so great. This is the kind of shadow that keeps me making these Looxi videos because I love that. I'm really excited for this one. Which one are you again? Big Bang. I like Big Bang. So next up we have Nightfall. And this one I'm really excited about because it looks like such an interesting blue in the swatch picture. It looks like it goes like really deep, almost teal, but still certainly stays blue. And then like very cool blue shimmer on top. I'm intrigued. It's described as a dark metallic blue with shifts of purple and silver/gray. This one feels extremely soft in the pan. In fact, it looks like it almost is like breaking up a little bit and it came up with like actual visible chunks on my finger. Interesting. Like it feels a lot less pressed than the other ones do. And I'm being a little more careful because I feel like it's going to flake on my face. Wow. Okay, this one I'm definitely going to have to remember to be careful with because of how soft it is in the pan. But that looks so beautiful in the eye. Wow. I'm just smoothing out what I have left on my finger. This one's like so creamy, but it doesn't feel like you know how with a lot of Adept shades, for example, or like really emollient shades from other brands, you can tell when you put them on that they're going to be a creasy mess because of that. This one doesn't feel so soft in that way, but it does feel like incredibly blendable and just went on full pigment with one swipe. And I really like the look of this. I always kind of feel like my blues are lacking, maybe just because in the past when I started getting really into colorful eyeshadow, it was hard to find blues in vegan formulas. But I'm so excited to have this blue. I don't think I have anything like this. It feels so special. And I like that it really stays entirely blue. It doesn't teeter off into like turquoise or anything like that. Yeah, I like this one a lot. And then the penultimate one is this purple called Feels. It looks so pretty. It's described as a metallic lilac purple with shifts of silver, pink, and dark purple. It kind of reminds me off the bat of the purple from the Butterfly Kisses collection. The name's escaping me right now, but I'll figure it out. But that's like such a cult classic shadow from them. And this one seems like it has the same vibes, so let's see. Very soft, but not as lightly pressed as the last one. Maybe just like a step down though. Yeah, because this one also feels really creamy, blendable. Wow! This looks very foily metallic. Wow, that's so pretty. Both of these are so good. I like what they're doing here because they're just like, they're one color, but really dimensional. The difference between the lightest purple here and the deepest purple here is pretty dramatic. And maybe I'd say that lightest purple, I can see the green sparkle in there too, so it's not like entirely one color. But I just love shades with such a contrast. And I feel like the contrast between this silvery, purpley green shimmer and the deep purple base, that's a big contrast. And I really like that. Wow, both of these, such winners. I love them. Okay, we're on to the final shade. I did put eye primer on my eyes just because I plan to leave on this look for the day and I think it will help it last, but I don't think it really aids it in looking better, so we'll still get a good swatch. I'm gonna do the shade Jaded, which looks like such a gorgeous delicious green. It's described as a jade green with shifts of yellow and shades of green. This one feels a little bit less soft than the last two, but still picks up really nicely. Ooh. Cool. I feel like this is somewhere between a lime green and an apple green. Like it kind of has shades of both in it. I don't think it's quite as show-stopping as the last two. Let me do the other eye. Similarly to that blue one, I am having kind of like chunks of it come up on my finger, which is fine, but I do think it's a little unusual for Looxi shadows. But sometimes with these, like, you just don't know what you're gonna get formula-wise, so I always try to point out anything that's notable. Okay, this is pretty intense. I think compared to other recent greens they've done, this is like the best one in a while. They had Reagan in their Halloween collection, which I have since decluttered, and I feel like that was a toned down in formula version of this. They also have Emerald City, which was in their Fairy Tales collection last year, and that one was like a bit mintier version of this, but I think similar in effect. I do really like this though. It doesn't have as intense of a duochrome. You can see the lighter green sparkles, the slightly deeper green base, but the colors aren't too different from each other. But it still is really pretty, and I think if you want a green, this is a special green that's not show-stopping for its multi-chrome or duochrome. You know, it's just like a pretty dimensional green, and I do think there's a place for that in my collection. So I'm going to make a look around this, and we'll be right back. Okay, this is the finished look. We're serving a full green moment. I feel like sometimes in the conclusion of this type of video, I try to get a lot of shades on my eyes and then I end up disliking my look. So today I gave myself permission to just go all green and I like it. So I kept the green jaded all over my eyes. In the center, I did end up patting a little bit of Big Bang just because I wanted to see what it would do. And I feel like it just made it kind of a little bit more taupey in the center, a little bit something different. I could have lived without doing that, but I did, and it's fine. My lower lash line, I went in with a green from the Menagerie Killer Purr palette. I just used Baobab. I just used Baobab on my lower lash line, and then I went over it with a little bit more jaded on a pencil brush. This didn't pick up beautifully on the pencil brush. I really didn't expect it to. I find that the softer a shade is, especially with Looxi, the worse it picks up on a pencil brush, but it was okay. I still got a little bit of the sparkle down there. It took me a little bit longer than a drier shimmery shadow would have, but it was fine. And then on my inner corner, I just used Fairy Fire from Divina, which is kind of my go-to green inner corner. Is it stealing the show? Maybe, but I like it. And then my crease, I just used a light pinkish color from the Kylie Cosmetics Mauves palette. And that's the look. So I'm gonna rank these. If you've seen other videos of mine where I eye swatch and it ends with me ranking them, then you might recall me being like, ooh, I really don't know how to rank these, or these are definitely subject to change, just my first impression. But this time, I feel like very confident about how I'm ranking these. You could probably put together too, based on my reactions, how I'm going to rank these. Let's just do it. Number one, it's a solid Big Bang. I'm really excited about this. I'm excited about the shadow in a way that I feel like I haven't been excited about a Looxi shadow in a while. I might have to refresh my memory on it, but I feel like the last couple collections, there was shadows that I like and I was excited about, but there weren't shadows that I was like, this might be a favorite, this might be a classic. And right now I feel like if I had to choose my top like 15 Looxi shadows, this could be on there. I mean, like, I probably wouldn't be prepared to full on say that right now, but I could see myself in a month, if I were to do a ranking like that, including this shadow. So I like it that much, you know? I'm into light neutrals, but I'm into interesting light neutrals, and this is the type of light neutral that I don't think I've ever seen before. I don't think I have any shadows that's this, like, Wet Look Shine Mustard and Pink, but still so neutral, you know? It feels so wearable, but so interesting, and I'm really excited. In fact, I'm going on vacation in a couple days, and I feel like this is the type of shadow I could see myself just like throwing on for like a little beach day, you know? Like a little like no makeup, but like my version of that, which is like literally exactly what I have now, but like a lighter color on the lid. Number 2, I'm gonna give to Nightfall this beautiful dimensional blue. This feels so special in my collection. As I was saying before, I love all the different blues in here, and the fact that like on the eye it was so distinct from dark blue to light blue while all staying blue. This also feels very unique for my collection. I think recently too I've been a little like jaded about buying eyeshadow just because there's only so many shifts out there. There's only so many different combinations of pigments. There comes a point where you're just duping yourself over and over, or finding something that's like minusculely better or minusculely worse. So I'm so impressed and excited that these two in particular are unique to my collection, because I just don't feel like I always have that nowadays. Number 3, less unique to my collection, but still really beautiful, the shade Feels. I loved the deep purple base and the lighter shimmery forefront sparkles, and it just seems like a really gorgeous, high impact, almost like metallic kind of impact, the two of these purple, and I really liked it. Okay, actually number 4 and 5 is a little bit of a toss-up. I was thinking that number 4 was going to be the green that I have in my eyes, but even though I like it, I'm not the biggest green shadow wearer, and I feel like I already have more greens than I wear and a lot of greens that I really like. The shade Splash, the first one I tried, I was kind of thinking it would rank a little bit lower because it's kind of like a weird cool tone shade that I don't see myself grabbing for, but it's a lot more unique. So I think for that reason, I'm gonna give it the number 4 ranking. Yeah, I am excited to compare this to Shattered Stars, which I will do in a minute, because I feel like it just seems like a lighter version of that, and I think actually seeing them together might up my appreciation for this. Because I mean, like, it's all there with the formula, and it's an interesting color, so yeah. I feel good about this one, Splash, being number 4. And then that means number 5 will be Jaded. As I said, I think it's a really pretty, just straightforward green, no complaints, dimensional, sparkly, but less something that I really like desire for my collection, because I have all the greens I could ever possibly need. And then some. I actually still need to do a video like going through my greens and trying to get rid of them and kind of make my collection a little bit more concise. But as greens go, I like this, and I do really like the look that I have in my eyes right now. And then the bottom 2 are, of course, the less sparkly ones. Both of these I feel like I'm probably going to end up decluttering next time I go through my shadows. I don't want to rush into anything today because I do want to give myself the opportunity to think of something that I didn't think of off the bat, of a way to use them or something. I don't really foresee that happening, but I like to keep the doors open, and I will keep it open. I'm going to give Hunky Dory number 6 because of the 2 colors, this one's more unique. If this one was the same formula as any of the top 5, I'd be into it. It's like a weird little neutral. But this is like barely a swatch, barely shimmery, and I think you could see why I'm so much more excited about like this interesting neutral than this interesting neutral. Because like this, oh, it's so wet looking and beautiful, and this is just like, did I even get a swatch? And then number 7, Fruit Punch. Like I said before, I would just recommend Jingle Juice if they still have that on the website. I always forget that like they recycle things so quickly. But even then, I've compared Jingle Juice before to, I think it's called Powerhouse from Pretty's For Your Face. It's a big price jump, but I think of Powerhouse as like a better Jingle Juice. So I guess those are all things to keep in mind. This shadow just did nothing for me. It kind of looks like a satin, not very unique, not very interesting, whatever. But I think as things go, for $3 shadows, and 5 are like knock it out of the parks, I'm really pleased with this collection. This is probably the best overall Looxi collection in, I mean, at least a couple months. You know, I feel like a lot of the most recent ones I haven't been that excited about. I'm really excited about the top shadows here. I'm not going to do comparisons for the ones that I know for sure I don't have anything similar to, but I will do the comparisons for the couple that I mentioned, so let's get into that. Looxi Jaded, Terra Moon's Ophiuchus, Looxi Emerald City. Very different. I thought of Ophiuchus just because it's another kind of very dimensional green, but you can see Ophiuchus has a much deeper base to it, and it looks like it has more bronze. Jaded is definitely more green. Emerald City is much more mint. Looxi Fruit Punch, Looxi Jingle Juice, Pretties for Your Face Powerhouse. They are all similar tones of pink, but you can see that the other two are much nicer. The Pretties for Your Face one is a multi-chrome that I do really like, even though the multi-chromeness isn't showing itself right now, but it's there, and I like both of these way more than I like the new Looxi one. Looxi Feels, Looxi Painted Lady. That's the one I couldn't remember the name of before. You could see that Feels looks like, I'd say, a better, more duochromatic, updated version. They have a pretty similar undertone to them. Maybe Feels is a touch warmer, but I think the biggest difference is that this one just has lighter sparkles all throughout it, and Painted Lady looks more flat in comparison. Looxi Big Bang, Terra Moon's Light Speed. I thought I'd compare it just because they both have yellow and pink to it, but I think in comparison, Big Bang looks like straight up orange. You kind of like lose the mustardiness when you see how yellow Light Speed is. So both very distinctly different. Looxi Hunky Dory, Divina Thalassic. I thought to compare these just because I feel like they're both the same kind of satiny shimmer vibe. Thalassic is definitely way more intense, but I think they do have similar tones to them. Thalassic is this idea done right, and Hunky Dory is this idea done meh. Looxi Splash, Terra Moon's Shattered Stars. The purple base in Shattered Stars really sets these apart, but the cool tone shimmer on top is very similar, and I bet you could get the same exact look just by layering Splash over like an eggplant purple. This one deserved my eggs. I'm so excited because today we're ice swatching a brand new Looxi collection. I never know what to expect from these collections. They tend to send an email out the night before. Maybe they'll give like a little sneak peek at the shadows, but even from the sneak peeks, it's hard to tell what you're actually going to get in your hands. And to be honest, I don't try to figure it out that much because I know I'm just going to buy the whole collection and ice swatch it for you. But I'm very pleased with what I've seen so far. These look pretty sparkly. In fact, I'd say 4 look really sparkly. 1 looks like quite sparkly, not quite as much as the other 4, but you know, enough. And I think the other 2 that don't look as sparkly are the 2 that were sneak peeked on their Instagram. And I think those 2 are particularly shifty. So I kind of have high hopes right now. I feel like this is going to be a nice batch of shadows. I'm excited. I'm always excited when it's time to ice swatch Looxi shadows, but I think we should just dive right into it. Some of these colors also, right off the bat, do remind me of other Looxi shadows that I already have, so I'll definitely be doing comparisons at the end. I'm the most excited for this one down here, this pink. We'll talk about it. I'll give you the little close-up when we get to it, but that looks like the Hannah-iest of Hannah shadows that there are. I'm going to start with the 2 more like golden looking ones. I don't have any eye primer on as usual, and I'm just going to use my fingers. This first one is Gold Rush. It's described as a warm gold shade with shifts of yellow, pinkish red, and purple. I know better than to believe everything that their descriptions say, but that sounds cool. It does look like an interesting neutral shadow. I don't know if I can capture it on camera, but looking at it in person, I do see like a coolness to it that you wouldn't expect from straight on. Oh, this is that feeling of a lot of newer Looxi shadows feel a little bit more emollient, and it picks up quite thickly on my finger, which I do like. I prefer a thicker shadow to a thinner shadow usually. and it spreads out really nicely, looks really shiny. I like this. I'm excited about this, but my first impression is it doesn't feel that special from a lot of other more neutral shadows that they've had recently. And in fact, I feel like other recent shadows that come to mind, like Champagne Punch and Jawbreaker Jelly Bean, I can never remember which one's more green. I like that one more, but the one that's less green, I feel like is similar to this. And those shadows, I think, have a cooler sparkle to them, which I prefer. If you're looking for that type of shadow, but with more of like a yellow warmth to it, then here it is. This is exactly for you, but I think it's a little bit less for me. But that's just color. Formula-wise, I think it feels really nice. I think it feels consistent to some of the more high-impact formulas that they've been doing recently. I see like a mauve-y base to it, and it does look like that yellow almost goes green. Yeah, I think it's a nice, solid shadow. Gold Rush. I'll give you the other angle too once I have the other one on, just in case there's anything a little sneaky going on in there with the shifts. The next one is Honeydew. To compare this to the previous one, they're quite similar, but Gold Rush looks more yellow, a little bit lighter, and Honeydew definitely looks a little more green. It does look kind of interesting. I feel like at this angle, I can see like pink mixed into there. It's described as a golden bronze with shifts of green and brown. So they're not claiming to have any pink. Maybe what I think is pink is really a brown, but looks really sparkly. It feels a little bit thinner than the previous one. Sometimes I do feel like Looxi shadows crease more than other shadows that I have. It's not always a problem for me, and I often don't need my makeup to be bulletproof for a really long time. But I do suspect that the ones that feel a little bit thinner probably are less likely to crease. Okay. Yeah, these are very different now that they're on the eyes. This one's much more of like a mid-tone. I definitely see that like bronzy, warm brown base with golden, bronzy sparkles on top. I really don't see green when it's on the eye. Yeah, this shadow doesn't particularly excite me. I think it looks like a nice neutral, but it doesn't feel unique enough to stand out in my mind. But it is a solid formula, and if you've been looking for this type of neutral shadow from Looxi at their price point, then this might be the one for you. I think of older shadows that I have that are similar to this. I think of Adorbs and I think Honey Pot, but I don't even know if those are still available. So this might be like the newer version of those older shadows. I'm not seeing anything too surprising when I change up the light. They both look nice, sparkly, neutral. This next one is called Groovy Baby, and I believe this is one of the two that had been sneak peeked by the brand. It's described as a grassy green shade with shifts of pink, yellow, and gold. And the swatch that they have on the website looks really nice. It doesn't look quite as sparkly in the pan as other shadows do, but if it can give me that level of shiftiness, I'll take it. I also really like that tone of grass green. This one feels more hard pressed. It feels like a little bit thicker. It's definitely a formula of theirs that I like less. Oh, and this looks really dingy on the eyes. Huh. Okay. I mean, I do see the shiftiness, and I can see why they'd come out with the shadow. It's interesting, and I definitely don't have another shadow this color. That pink is really prevalent. It's kind of like a salmon-y pink. The base is definitely a grass green, and I can see when it's out of the light, it is quite bright. And then there's also very cool green sparkle in there. The shadow isn't as high impact, but I have found recently I've been enjoying shadows that aren't as high impact. I've been kind of more willing to try out things in my collection that I've written off in the past. Even like going into a palette and using a shimmer that I've previously deemed as like not shimmery enough for me. So I feel like I could be open to it. On top of that, like I did in that video about my signature look that I posted last week, I took a base shadow, I used a matte as a base, and then I put an iridescent shimmer on top of it. And I feel like in place of a matte base, I could use a shadow like this and then top it with a more sparkly, transparent shade. So I am open to this. And because I like the colors in it, I'm definitely intrigued to experiment and see what I can get with it. I could also see it working well for the lower lash line. So if you get this, don't expect it to be as high impact as some of their other more sparkly shadows are, but if you like the color enough, I think there's things that can be done. On the other eye, I'm gonna pop on Razzle Dazzle. This one doesn't look quite as sparkly as the most sparkly shadows in this collection, but it does look more sparkly than this one here. It also looks to me, we'll compare it, but they've had two shadows recently that were really similar. I think the first one was First Class. It might have been like a year ago that they did First Class, and I have since decluttered it, but more recently they've come out with Hunky Dory, which I do still have, so I can compare. Both of those shadows were not that shimmery, but I wonder if this is like the more shimmery version of that color, and for that reason, I'm really excited to see what this one looks like. It's described as a light grayish purple with shifts of blue, gold, green, and pink. Maybe this formula is like the compromise between the more shimmery ones and the more shifty ones. Yeah, weird feeling. This one also feels thick. It feels a little bit more dry. Like, I feel like recently they've been more leaning into that emollient formula, and I think the only one that was really like that so far was the first one, Gold Rush, because this is definitely more of like a dry, thick pickup. Maybe it's not too unlike the formula of Hunky Dory and First Class. Okay. Interesting. I can't tell yet if it's the formula or the color that makes this less high impact on me. I mean, I do think that the light teal to it isn't as sparkly as they sometimes are. I also think there's like a browny mauvey base that blends in with my eyelid pretty well. But I do think this is the type of shadow that is versatile in that it's more interesting than plopping any basic champagne onto your eyelid, but I feel like it's still office appropriate. It's not going to be the first thing someone notices about you. Maybe they'll be talking to you for a while and then they'll be like, hey, I like your eyeshadow, you know? And for people that really stay in that neutral zone, I feel like this type of shade is a good way to try to dip your toe out of it without, like, you know, falling into the ocean. So I do like this. I was hoping it would be a little bit more sparkly, but I do like it. And I feel like with the shadows I'm currently gravitating towards, I could imagine myself using this. Yeah, we got green and shifty, and we got light. This looks a lot less teal out of the direct light actually, but just looks like a nice shifty kind of wet effect neutral. The next one is Shimmy, and this one's a light yellow. I think this is the other one that they had sneak peeked on their Instagram. And I do see similarities between this and the grass green Groovy Baby from before. In the pan, the formula looks the same, so I expect it will feel similar. And also the qualities of the swatch seem similar too. It definitely has a very bright base with a lighter, pinkier shimmer to it. It's described as a bright yellow with shifts of pink and turquoise. Oh, this one's much softer than the last one. They're always keeping me on my toes. Much softer. Yeah, I'm so surprised by how different the formula feels. This is cute, and it's way more sparkly than the last one also. That yellow is so bright, and even the light part of it also is also really bright. The pink shift that I saw in their swatch is definitely not as prevalent here, but that might be something that comes up in different light. This reminds me a lot of Terra Moon's Lightspeed, but I don't think Lightspeed goes this bright either, so I feel like I like this one more. We'll definitely do a comparison though, but I'm into this one. I think this one's really nice. And then next up, the penultimate shadow is called Liquid. This is a bright blue. It's described as a light metallic silvery blue with shifts of gold, green, and purple. This one also looks pretty similar to blues we've seen recently. It does look very shimmery, but it seems very one tone. Let's see. This one's a little bit more of like a rough formula. They've had shadows before like Red Hot that almost feel like a pressed glitter when you pick it up. This doesn't feel that like large shardy, but it does feel like well ground shardy in a way. I should stop saying shardy. Yeah, I think this is the type of shadow that if you're sensitive to rougher particles going on your eyes, you might not like. Very high impact. I don't know what to make of this one. Right off the bat, I do think this is different from other light blues that they've had recently because of how high impact it is. Also, the tone of it isn't quite as true blue as I thought it might be from the pan. I think it looks a little bit more turquoise on the eyes. Beautiful shadow though. I feel like this is a bang for your buck type of shadow. And it's also nice the differences in formula that they put out sometimes, because I feel like some of their more sheer shadows are harder to integrate into looks because you can't layer them as much because they don't have enough pigment on their own. But this is definitely the type of shadow that if you had like a whole matte thing going on and you wanted to like fake a cut crease by putting a shadow over it, this seems to me like it would be pigmented enough to do so and you wouldn't see the matte through it. Just a thought. Not my favorite tone. I think I do prefer more true blues than the turquoise-ness that it's looking like, but I do respect it. And I think it's a nice shadow. The yellow is still yellowing, and this shadow looks a little bit more dimensional out of the light. I could see the yellow to it. I could see a lighter teal and a little bit more darkness where it's not in the light. Nice. Okay, we're on to the last one, and I did put eye primer on for this one because I plan to wear it for the rest of the day. I don't feel like eye primer helps the performance of the swatches. I just feel like it helps it last longer. This last one, I'm so excited about. It looks so sparkly, and not just sparkly, but it looks like different colored sparkles in there. It's definitely this kind of mauvey, relaxed pink base to it, and it looks like it has red and blue and silver sparkles in it. We'll see if it actually comes up on the eye, but I'm really intrigued by that. I feel like that's something that more expensive brands have started to do. Like I think of Ice Blink from Chambé SD with Seeking Shifts, and that's something that makes that shadow so special, and I wonder if Looxi at $3 can kind of capture a similar magic to that. So I'm really excited. All of my eggs are in this basket. It's described as a sparkly purple. Huh, I wasn't expecting that. With shifts of red and orange. And I don't know if I said this is called Glitz and Ritz, but this is called Glitz and Ritz. This has a really soft feel. This has a feel similar to that yellow one, and definitely a full pigment effect as well. It's very metallic looking. Wow, I like it. I'm surprised that they called this a purple because I feel like the base is kind of like a corally orange, and then over here it looks very much like a mid-toned Barbie pink to me, but it's really pretty. Let's do the other eye too. I like it. I like the feel of it. I like it that it's so soft. I wonder if we can see those multicolored sparkles. Do you see them? I can't tell. Oh, maybe kind of. Like, it's definitely super sparkly. And I think the multicolored sparkles thing isn't something that you see from far away, but I think I can kind of tell there's something interesting going on from close up. I really like this one. This one deserved my eggs. And I'm happy I saved this one to the end so I can make my whole look around it. So I'm gonna do that. We'll be back. We'll talk more thoughts. We'll talk comparisons, all that good stuff. And here is the finished look. It actually has been about 2 hours since I finished this look, so we can see what 2 hours of creasing looks like. Not bad. I don't mind this at all. I feel like you could only see that when my eye is like super open, but just like a normal amount of open, totally fine. So what I did was add a matte from the Kylie Mauves palette into my crease. I did add a little bit more of Ritz and Glitz and Ritz on top of the layer I already had on. My lower lash line I used a couple of ColourPop mattes, and my inner corner I used Divina Soleil's, my favorite. And I don't know if the individual sparkle, the like multicolored sparkle, is visible on this camera, but I did take a picture of it that I will insert. In less direct lighting, it is definitely visible, and it's so special about this shadow. I love when they add that touch. It's the cherry on top to a color that I already like, a formula that I already like, a price that I already like. Let's switch it up and start with comparisons, and then we'll finish with my ranking. So I went through my collection and I grabbed out similar shadows. They're pretty much all Looxi. I feel like that is the most helpful, but of course I would pull out a different brand if I was really inspired, and we'll start with one where I did pull out a different brand. The yellow shade, Shimmy. Beautiful, bright yellow base. Pretty sparkle on top. That shade, it just feels so nice. It went on like butter. and I wanted to compare it to Lightspeed from Terra Moons. This is also one of the less expensive shades from Terra Moons, but it's still $8, so a lot more. I could tell picking it up, it's less soft, a little bit more chunky, not like chunky in a sharp way, just more kind of flaky. And the base of it definitely leans a little bit more green. Not enough that I'd call it a green shadow, but just in comparison, the Looxi one's a lot more of like a true yellow. But the shimmer on top, very similar, and I know from experience, Lightspeed also has that pinkiness to it that shimmy does. And then also from Looxi, I grabbed out Margarita. I think this one's from last year. I really like it. They don't do many yellows, and I don't need many yellows, but this is a beautiful shadow. And this one's different because the sparkle on top is also a bright yellow, so it's really just like yellow all over. Slightly deeper yellow in the base, yellow in the shimmer, and it doesn't have that same level of pink that shimmy does. I think Groovy Baby is quite unique in my collection. The bright green in here I feel like is harder to come by. I love the way it shifts. I thought I'd compare it to Morning Rain, not in color so much, but just kind of in formula or effect. This is one that also is kind of a less shimmery finish, but I like it for my lower lash line. I feel like it's an interesting pop, and it goes on a little bit more like a satin. You can see this is like blue to green, but it is a similar tone green base, and I would say the formula is similar. So if you like Morning Rain, you might like Groovy Baby. I also grabbed out Kevin from Odin's Eye. This is the one shadow that I kept from Odin's Eye from my purchase earlier this year, and I think it has a similar tone green to it. This one's definitely lighter and brighter. I like both of them. They're different enough. I'm happy to have both. But I could also see Kevin pairing nicely with Groovy Baby. I feel like Groovy Baby would make a good like accent or lower lash line for Kevin. Next we have the blue liquid that I was surprised by how teal it is and how intense it is. And I grabbed two Looxi shades that I felt like were a similar depth. This one's Under to Sea, which definitely looks more teal in the pan. And then I have Blue Lagoon, which is a little bit more of a true blue with a pink sparkle to it. And I feel like Liquid might be somewhere in between these. Under to Sea and Blue Lagoon. Liquid is definitely the lightest of the three. None are dupes, but definitely in the same ballpark. These two would probably make a nice look together. The next one is Gold Rush, and I grabbed a whole bunch of them to compare for this one because I feel like so many neutrals that they have might be in the same ballpark. Very soft formula. I think this one will have a lot of universal appeal. And looking at it now, I feel like I might have been a little bit too ho-hum about it before because it is a beautiful shade. So Until Dawn was an original thought that I had with it, but I think this one is a lot more orangey and a lot more pink. Yeah, I think Until Dawn looks like it's just like those gold flakes that reflect pink. Gold Rush looks more like a mauvey base with gold on top of it. I also grabbed out Jelly Bean and Arctic Rose. Jelly Bean is much more pink than I thought and much more cooler in the shimmer. Arctic Rose is the same idea, but the sparkly particles feel finer milled, and it makes it look more like a shifty shadow than like a base with sparkle on top, if you know what I mean. Like this doesn't change that much in the light, but Arctic Rose does. I also grabbed Champagne Punch and Oh Bother. Champagne Punch is also much lighter and cooler than I thought, and Oh Bother looks much more similar to Arctic Rose than it does to Gold Rush. So actually it's interesting because if you're someone who appreciates the nuances in neutrals, then Gold Rush might be unique to your collection. I just did not think so based on looking in the pan. Next is the beautiful Glitz and Ritz that I have on my eyes. Beautiful formula, beautiful finish, love the sparkles in it, and it does look quite shifty on my arm in this angle, huh? To compare, I grabbed out Cherry Bomb. This is a shadow that I always forget about, but I love it. You can see that it's darker than Glitz and Ritz's, but it has multicolored sparkle in it as well. So it came to mind when I saw this one. Yeah, it has more fuchsia, and it is a little bit darker. I would say if this isn't the type of shade that you tend to reach for and you already have Cherry Bomb, you might not need Glitz and Ritz. But for me, considering this is exactly the type of shade that I like, I'm happy to have both. You can see that the base for Cherry Bomb's just a little bit deeper and the sparkles are more pink and less cool. Next is Razzle Dazzle. Yeah, this shade definitely feels weird, feels thick, but I did like how it looked on my eyes before, and I'm really curious to see how it compares to Hunky Dory. Here's Hunky Dory and here's Razzle Dazzle in the pan. They don't look exactly the same. Like, this one looks a little bit more green and Razzle Dazzle looks a little bit more blue, but pretty similar. Hunky Dory also doesn't feel quite as thick when I pick it up. Yeah, I would say Hunky Dory goes a little bit more yellow and Razzle Dazzle's a little bit more cool. The base is also slightly different. I think Hunky Dory's a little bit more brown. Razzle Dazzle has a little bit more berry to it, but overall quite similar. I still like the formula better for Razzle Dazzle, but I wouldn't say run out and buy this one unless Hunky Dory is your favorite shade and your only complaint is it's not more sparkly. But again, Razzle Dazzle is not worlds more sparkly. It's just like one step up. Other shadows from them are like 5 steps up. I also grabbed Looxi Splash. This is from their previous collection, and I don't expect it to be a dupe or anything, but I thought of it similarly because it's also kind of like a dulled down color, but still is way more colorful. And I think you can see, actually, I think the sparkles on top of Razzle Dazzle is a little bit similar, but this one has more of a purple base and Razzle Dazzle has more of a neutral base. We're on to the final one, Honeydew, and I have a lot of comparisons for this, and I'm wondering now if it's going to be the same thing that it was for Gold Rush, where like in my head every neutral that's similar is the same, but in reality, like, it's not, and I can appreciate the differences. Beautiful, sparkly shadow. Does look a little flat in the swatch, right? Maybe I'm just all sparkled out. Okay, yeah, 2 layers brought that to life a little bit more. We're gonna start with the first 2 that I mentioned before, which were Adorbs and Honey Pot. Adorbs is much darker, but I feel like the base might be kind of similar. Adorbs is definitely in the same ballpark. I'd say it has a deeper base, and the sparkle looks very similar, but it's more of like a shifty sparkle than an evenly dispersed sparkle like Honeydew seems to be. Honey Pot is much more warm. Looxi Peacock is pretty similar, but I know this one has more green in the sparkle. Lemonhead from their previous collection is a lot more yellow and lighter. Looxi Social Butterfly is definitely the same vibe and might even be like the better version of Adorbs, to be more specific. Starburst is pretty similar, a little bit lighter. I'd say Honeydew is right in between these, Social Butterfly and Starburst. Let's just finish off with some quick swatches. I'm just going to rank them in the order that I'm most excited about them, because there are so many different little formula differences. But at the end of the day, I feel like my excitement is where like the colors and the formulas meet. And I feel like with the eye swatches, you can make the distinction if you disagree with my list, but also if you have the same taste as me, you might agree with my list and it could be helpful. So Glitz and Ritz is going to be number 1. This is like the total package. I like the feel of it, I like the finish of it, the brightness, the color, the multicolored sparkles. I feel like this shadow is going to go down as like one of my Looxi favorites, and that's really exciting. We don't always have one of those in a collection. Next, kind of weird, subject to change, I'm going to say Groovy Baby. I'm not usually like a green person, but I am intrigued by this particular shade of grass green. This shadow is definitely unique in my collection, and I'm just curious to find ways that I'm excited to wear it. I think what I said before about layering a more sparkly shade over it, that's probably going to be my first step, or it's possible also that with my taste kind of changing, I'll just enjoy it on its own, because I've realized I don't always need the most high impact sparkle, so I am just excited about that. And I love when Looxi does something different. Next, I'm going to say Razzle Dazzle. Kind of surprising, but again, I feel like I've been wearing more neutral colors recently, but I still want them to be interesting and different. And I think this is just like an easy shadow that I can wear in all different types of scenarios, and I can put zero thought into it. And again, it does feel unique in my collection because Hunky Dory is just like not quite enough for me, and this is that little extra boost of enough to make me want to wear it. I'm gonna give Shimmy number 4. This one's mostly on formula. I just think it's so nice, so soft. I love the brightness to it, and I could definitely imagine using this as like an accent color, or again, kind of like a neutral that's a little bit more interesting, because I kind of think of yellows as being like one step outside of neutral. And I mean, and the fact that it's like just as good as that Terra Moon shade, that tells me everything I need to know. I'm gonna give Gold Rush number 5. I don't always gravitate to golds, but I think this is pretty, and I think I talked myself into it by seeing how it's like slightly different from other Looxi shadows that I think of very fondly. I really do love my Looxi neutrals, and I like that this has the warmth in the base. Number 6, I'm gonna give to Honeydew. I don't think I needed this one considering all of the other similar shadows that I have, and I think when it comes to me grabbing a neutral, I do tend to grab for something lighter over something like this. But maybe that will be the next step of me looking at my makeup differently. Maybe I will try to use a shadow like this and I'll fall in love. I don't know. And number 7, I'm gonna give to Liquid. This collection doesn't have any duds, and the only reason that this one's number 7 is just because right now, me doing my makeup, I'm the least likely to grab for like a tealy blue than I am of any of the other shades. But this is like a gorgeous formula. I would just keep in mind that the texture is a little bit harder if you don't like that on your eyelids. But it is a beautiful shadow, and I bet there's someone out there that's like been waiting for exactly this. And here it is. It's great. It's only number 7 because the other ones are also great, and I'm just a little bit more excited to reach for them. Here's those swatches a little bit more up close. I think Looxi's been stepping up their game for a while, and I don't know if it's them or my taste or the combination of both, but I feel like this is the first no-dud collection in a little bit, right? Just comes down to differences in preferences if you would want them all or not. But I think if you like the color, if you're open-minded for the application or the feel of it, I think there's some gorgeous shadows in this collection. Today we're going to be doing a Looxi eye swatching video, and I'm not as enthusiastic as I normally am. When I show you the shadows, you might understand why. So here is their fall edit collection, grunge edition, I think that's what they're calling it. Usually their collections are all duochromes, and I love trying them out and seeing which ones are really worthwhile out of the bunch. These are a mix of shimmers, metallics, and duochromes, so most of them look like not the most impressive formula. I will say that compared to how I felt in the past, I'm kind of more willing to accept a shadow or wear a shadow that isn't the most shimmery it could possibly be if I really like the color, or if it has some kind of like elegance, something beautiful to it. So I'm curious to see how I feel about the less shiny ones also. Maybe we'll get something that's a really beautiful finish, even if it's not super sparkly. But we're just gonna pop them all in my eyes, eye swatch each of them, and see how it goes. I kind of paired them up so we have similar colors together. We have one that looks like really shiny and I'm excited for that, but we're gonna wait to get to that. I don't wanna like do the best one first and then just go downhill. So we're gonna start with 2 browns. The first one is called Chocolate Kiss. It's described as a dark brown shimmer with pink undertones. It does look like it has some like little sparkle in there, which is something that I kind of look for if I'm wanting like a more simple eye look. Like I feel like it kind of adds a little bit of intrigue. This feels like thick and dry, kind of. There's something about their formula that I just feel like it doesn't work as well when they have less shimmery shadows, because it just feels kind of like chunky. Let's see. I don't have any eye primer on, by the way, as per usual. Yeah, like it doesn't feel the most spreadable, which I mean is okay, but just worth noting. Huh. Okay, I think it's a little bit pretty. I'm gonna lose all my credibility as a shiny shadow girl, but I do see that like dark brown richness to it, and I do see like the pink undertones around the outskirts. And even on the shimmer, it seems like the shimmer within it catches the light in different ways. and looks like a little bit golden, but also like a little bit silver. So although it's not the most like boom in your face, sparkly, exciting, it does look a little bit pretty, right? I've had some shadows recently that aren't the most sparkly, and I'll just kind of do like what looks like it could be a one shadow look, but I will have like a transition and a different color on my lid. And I feel like this would look good if I had a transition color that kind of like matched the tones, maybe like lended into the pinkiness, and then this just like all over the lid for like a simple fall look. Definitely not the most impressive shadow in the world. Definitely not everyone's cup of tea, especially if you're here for the sparkly, but I do think it's kind of pretty. So the next one's a metallic. This one is called Honey Bun, and it's described as a metallic, cozy, golden caramel. I think in the pan, it does look like a little bit flatter than that first one. Do you see what I mean? Like, I feel like you can see the little bit of like micro sparkle in Chocolate Kiss from before, and this just looks a little bit less exciting. I'm also less intrigued by the color of this, but let's see. Sometimes when these golds are very like antique-ish, I just don't like it. The formula picks up better on my finger than the last one did. So I bet, yeah, it'll be like a little bit more creamy going on, has like that glide to it. Okay. It's not bad. Yeah, it's not bad. I feel like this is the kind of shadow that people expect to get from Looxi for $3, and that's why the really sparkly, exciting duochromes are so cool, because it's like so beyond what you would expect for $3. I think this seems like a pretty $3 metallic, the kind of thing that maybe you'd get in a palette from a brand that doesn't have really special shades. It's pretty, but it doesn't do anything spectacular. I like the way it feels more than Chocolate Kiss, but I do like the look of Chocolate Kiss more. I feel like this looks a little bit more special with like the pinky tone to it, and this is like a very standard bronzy gold, not super intense metallic. The bar is so low for this collection though that I feel happy that neither of these are like, I want to get them out of my collection right away. Like, I'll hold on to these. These are cute, but I probably wouldn't say rush out and buy them. So next we're gonna do the two greens, and this one looks like the worst one out of the bunch. The texture in the pan looks so incredibly flat. I'm not really seeing any kind of like little shimmer particles in there or anything. So hopefully after this one, it's just up from here, which will be nice. It's described as an antique, dirty, olive green satin shimmer. So satin shimmer. That's interesting. I've enjoyed some satins also on my lower lash line, but I feel like Looxi shadows aren't like, I don't want to say powdery enough, because it's not like I want a super powdery lower lash line, but sometimes they're a little bit too emollient that they don't like glide on with a little pencil brush on my lower lash line. There's definitely exceptions, but so yeah, I touched the shadow and I hate it. It looks so flat. It like doesn't come up that well. It's not totally wet rock texture, like I feel something, but it feels very like dry and gooky. Huh. Yeah, this feels like a mediocre shadow you get in a palette. Like the look of it, like the idea of it feels kind of cute. It has that like swampy greeniness, and I definitely see that like brown underneath. So it feels like it could be a little bit interesting, but I really hate the formulation of this one. I hate the way it feels. I hate the way it spreads, but I guess it's better than like hating the look of it and hating the feel of it. Like I feel like once it's on the eye, like it's fine. It's not that exciting, but it's fine. But the experience of using this pan, I'm just not a big fan of. Yeah, the formulation of this, it feels like, I don't know if this is gonna make sense, but it feels like a dry cream, or it feels like something that was emollient and then it sat out for way too long and lost the spreadability. It's just so interesting because I'm interested in satins. I don't have a brand that I'm like, that's my go-to for satins. It's kind of just been like random little ones here and there that I find. But I love Looxi's impressive duochromes. I love Looxi's mattes. I wish they would just get it together and deliver a satin that didn't feel so gooky. That's like the best word I have for it. So the next one, Anaconda, this one's also described as a satin shimmer, but it doesn't look as flat in the pan as Dirty Martini. Like I feel like this one looks like a little piecey. It looks like it has like different things going on, some sparkle in there, and Dirty Martini is just like, ugh. So on the website, it's just called a deep green satin shimmer. This one definitely has more texture when it picks up. It has that same kind of dry, creamy feeling, but I feel like the little particles of the powder when I touch it. This is a pretty bold shadow. You know, it's definitely not my cup of tea. I'm very picky when it comes to greens. I have a lot of greens that I really love, and I just kind of feel like I don't need to keep adding on to that for me. But it is a nice tone. It has a nice intensity. I can imagine if I had to use it, it would work well on like the outer corner to deepen up another green look. But I have other Looxi deep greens that I definitely prefer. I think Dragon Slayer is one. I'll do a comparison later in the video. But that's a kind of shadow that's like pretty enough on its own, but also could work as like a building block if I wanted it to. This just feels dark and unexciting and just not my cup of tea, but it does perform fine. And if you've been looking for this kind of thing, it's not horrible. Yeah, I think that's a review. I think it's just fine. Here's where it hopefully gets good. I don't know for sure. These are very golden, and that's not my favorite type of color, but formula-wise, it looks pretty. This first one is called Hey, with a lot of A's, and maybe we've seen something like this from Looxi before. Or in fact, it kind of reminds me of Until Dawn, which I recently broke after my last Looxi eye swatching video. I dropped it, but it reminds me of that because it's this golden, but you see that like, that warmth to it, that like pinky red in there too. So that's cool. It's described as a golden shimmer duochrome with shifts of pink and green. So this is our first duochrome of the day. I hope it's good. Oh yeah, this has that feeling of the Looxi duochromes that the collections recently usually do. That like soft, emollient, spreadable feel that I like. And right off the bat, I like the brightness of this. Okay, again, not the type of color that I wear every day. Not the most impressive formula in my whole collection, but it does have that like sheen to it that I like, that like sparkly, almost wet look sheen. In this direct light, I'm not seeing anything too intense or wild with it, but there is that duochrome that's obvious, and I see the pink in there also in the sparkle. So yeah, this is definitely my favorite formula-wise, finish-wise that we've tried so far, and that makes sense because it's one of their duochromes. And then this one. This one is what's probably going to be the climax of the video. This is Many Moons, and it looks so pretty. I'll show it to you next to Hey also. You can see Hey is much more bronzy golden, and Many Moons is very close to orange, if not just straight up orange. But I think even though Hey looks pretty, Many Moons looks like so much brighter, and I'm really excited for it. It's described as a golden orange duochrome with shifts of green, gold, and yellow. Yep, it has that same soft feeling. Actually, maybe a little bit rougher in there. Like I'm feeling the texture when I go in, but it still picks up on my finger nice and soft. And then when I press down, it's feeling a little bit more tacky, a little bit more emollient than the last one. But those like small differences in texture don't matter to me that much when it looks this pretty. I like this one. I feel like I'm seeing a little bit of the greeniness to it, especially when I'm like pushing down on it and it's hitting the light differently. The duochrome is also strong. You see that orange base to it and then this like bright golden yellow. This is a pretty shadow, and I think I can already call it, this is the highlight of the bunch. This is the one that I bet a lot of people are going to be adding on to their next Looxi order. Not totally my favorite color to wear on my eyes, but I think I will use it, and I like this type of lighter, interesting shade. I just find it very easy to wear. It's not neutral, but it's not so much of a bold statement, and the finish of it is beautiful, so I like it. No complaints. The next shadow is called Ironic, and although the formula of this doesn't look like it's going to be anything really impressive, I am intrigued by the color of it. It's described as a metallic, dark, dirty mauve and rose. So I didn't realize it's called a metallic. That makes me a little bit excited because that last metallic wasn't so bad. Okay, you feel it coming up on the finger a little bit, but I think it looks a little bit chunky, even in just the finger swatch, but if it smooths out, that's okay. Oh, I need to do that a little better. Okay, good as new. Let's do the shadow. Oh, huh. This just like, it feels and looks very thin on my eye. I think this is in the same color family that, I did that video not too long ago about similar shades and I decluttered a lot of them. And I had that one color family of like dirty pinky purples that I did declutter a bunch of. I need to figure out which one of those I decided to keep because I'm realizing now that like this shadow isn't very impressive and I might already have shadows in a similar color that I would rather use. I like the color, but it's just not giving me that type of like elegance, like I was saying before, that I need if I'm going to do a less impressive shadow all over my lid. I can't imagine just like wearing this as the look. I wonder if it will pick up nice for my lower lash line. I could maybe see it there, but just on the eye, it's okay. Very thin formula. I'm not seeing anything impressive when it comes to sparkles or anything. I see like, it almost looks like a little bit of a duochrome, like a little bit bronzy in the light, but that's not really enough to save it for me. So not too excited about this one. So looking at these, I couldn't remember what the third duochrome was going to be, just because only those two in the pans looked really impressive, but this next one is the next and final duochrome. This is called Burnout, and you know, it doesn't look like it has a bold, shiny formula, but it does look like it has different colored sparkles in it, which I'm intrigued by. And let me show it to you next to Ironic also. They're definitely in a similar color family, but Ironic looks more purple and Burnout looks like it leans a little bit more brown. This one's described as a magenta duochrome with shifts of brown and green. Yeah, it picks up softer than the metallics do, but definitely not the same kind of silky emollient feel. I need to fix this eye too. Definitely not the same emollient, sparkly feel as those other duochromes, but it does feel like it glides on the lid very nicely, very smooth, and I like that. Okay. Okay, yeah, I think if I didn't know this was a duochrome, I could guess that it's like a better formula than the other ones. The color of it, not my favorite. Something like a little bit too red about it, but also like, it's funny, I'm like looking at myself in my little viewfinder and I'm like, I kind of like it with my eye color. Maybe I would experiment with this. I think if I think of it as like a cherry cola color, that makes me like it a little bit more. If I think of it as like a brown that looks really red, I like it more than thinking of it as like a cranberry or like a maroon, you know? I don't feel like the sparkle in it looks like that interesting. I thought it might look like a multicolored sparkle, but I think it does look like a silver sparkle. And I do appreciate shadows that contrast from warm to cool, and this one seems like it does. It looks like a deeper brown out of the light. It looks brighter in the light. Definitely not the kind of shadow that I think of myself as wearing, but maybe I will. I do kind of like it, and the fact that I like the formula really helps it. You know, like in a vacuum, I think I would have picked this color over this color, but because of the way they interact with their formulas, I definitely like this shadow way more, and I do want to do a look with it sometime. I am excited about it. We are up to the final shadow. So I did put eye primer on so I can continue to wear this shadow as my look for the day. I'm a little bit nervous about that because it seems like everything other than the duochromes is just like a crapshoot, and I don't know if I'm gonna like it or not, but I don't want to keep taking off eyeshadow, so I think it's just, we're going to make it work one way or another. So the final shadow that I just stuck my finger into by accident is called Mad Energy. I like the contrast of this blue in the collection. It's like very different from the other ones, but I feel like having one pop like this just makes the whole collection look more interesting. And I do really like the tone of this blue. It's almost purple, but it's definitely not purple. I mean, it is a little purple actually. I like it. And it's described as a metallic bluish purple. Okay, so it is purple. From accidentally hitting my finger against it, it seemed really powdery, but let's see when we get a good little swatch in there. Yeah, I think it feels similar to the other metallics. It picks up, it's not too hard pressed, but it's not as soft and silky as the duochromes. Okay. It's like almost too dark for me. Probably realistically, I wouldn't be wearing this all over my lid because of the depth of it, but it's not like, it's not so dark that it's completely out of the question, I guess. It's spreadable. I wonder if this would work on my lower lash line. I probably will try that for the look. Yeah, I mean, it works. It's not my favorite shadow of the collection, but if you like the look of the shadow, then I don't think the formula would like exclude it from working. It went on with enough intensity. It didn't feel too thin. It has, you know, some sheen to it, but not an intense sparkle or anything. But I do like the shade, and probably this I would use also for like a deepening most of the time. If I was using like a lavender and I wanted to deepen the outer corners, I think this would work really well with it. So I don't know what I'm going to do, but I'm going to make some kind of look with it, and I'll be right back. Okay, here is the finished look. I do like how it came together. I don't think I'd be reaching for the shadow on its own. All I did was add a little bit of a transition. It was Snickerdoodle from Dandelions. And then on my inner corner, I used UV from Cleona. And I just added the same shade that's on my lid to my lash line. I will say though, I think my takeaway from this look is I find the less sparkly formula like easier to wear if you're hesitant about the look for other reasons. I don't tend to go this deep in color. I know it's like nothing too crazy, but I do tend to stay more like mid-toned or light-toned all over my lid. But I feel like if this was like a super intense foily finish, it would make the look on my lids feel even like heavier. So because the formula is a little bit more subdued, it balances out with the depth of it being a little bit more intense. I hope that makes sense. So yeah, although I feel like I'm not going to be reaching for this and recreating it, it does work, and I feel happier in the look than I thought I would feel. Okay, so the next order of business is I'm going to rank these. I feel like we went over the formula differences, hopefully from the eye swatches, if you're deciding on them based on the formula that has helped you. I'm gonna rank them in just the order of like what I'm most excited to wear to what I'm least excited or least likely to wear. Number one, we're gonna give to Many Moons. Although, as I said, it's not my color favorite. It is a color that I could see myself wearing. It seems easy to wear, and the formula is just so undeniably nice. This is like the best of the Looxi formulas that we get, and I think I will definitely reach for it. Number two, and this one's a little bit kooky crazy, but we're gonna give it to Chocolate Kiss. I know I was surprised when I put it on, and you know, even re-swatching it now, I'm like, yeah, that formula, not my favorite, but I'm excited to make a look around this. I feel like it's pretty. I like that pinkiness to the brown. Number three, we're gonna give to Burnout. We kind of saw the whole like shift in my attitude as I was eye swatching this also, but it's so pretty. I think you could see what I mean with the formula too, that Chocolate Kiss is definitely the most subdued of the three, but I just like the color a little bit more, and color's been like on top for me recently. I think there is kind of like a drop off after these three. I'm quite excited about these three, and the next ones, my excitement is like way less. So like the next of them that I'm excited for is Hey, but I also don't feel like I'm going to be putting this on my lids in the next week. I mean, maybe, we'll see, but it's not something that I'm looking at in the pan and feeling really excited for, but I do think it's nice, and I think I would easily get a look I like out of it. I'm just not excited. After that is Mad Energy. This, I kind of feel like I'm wearing the look now, and as I said about this one, I like how it looks on my lid, but I just can't imagine like reaching for it more and like doing this look again. Maybe I'll feel differently at the end of the day. I think it's a nice shadow, but I just don't think that it's like the most me shadow. After that is Honey Bun. Not my favorite formula-wise, and just a very ordinary type of bronzy gold. Anaconda, this rich forest green. A nice intense shade, but doesn't have anything to it that makes it more exciting, and not really in the color family that I wear that often. And then the order of the last two is kind of a toss-up. I'm just not a big fan of either one. I gave Ironic the number 8 spot just because I like this color a little bit more, but I really don't see myself reaching for this, especially because the formula is so bleh, and I know I just recently decluttered so many shadows in this type of color family that were probably way better than this one. And then lastly, Dirty Martini. This one, like, this is why it's such a toss-up with Ironic, because Ironic gets an extra point for the color, but I feel like Dirty Martini gets an extra point for the kind of like almost duochromeness of it, the like brown interspersed with the green. But I mean, also touching it again, I'm like, oh yeah, this really picks up very poorly. So I guess it deserves its last place spot. So these are the 9 newest Looxi shadows. So I don't have that many comparisons for these. I feel like because these aren't like the best formula that I'd recommend, a lot of their older collections are clearly superior, but there's a couple that really directly reminded me of them, and I'll just do a little swatch next to them. So the top one, which was Many Moons, it did remind me of Fuzzy Flamingo, which also has that like bright orange quality to it, that lightness. But I think Fuzzy Flamingo leans a little bit more pink and Many Moons goes a little bit more green. Yeah, I think that tone difference is clear, and also Fuzzy Flamingo looks a lot more intense, which I'm not totally surprised about just because Fuzzy Flamingo is like one of the most wet looking shadows in all of Looxi's line. I have Honey Pot, which has been around for a while, and I figured I would just do a comparison of this next to one of the more boring bronzes. Was that Honey something? And you could see that I would definitely reach for that over this. It's kind of a good comparison with this also because this one just has more of a duochromeness than either of these do. I mean, this is the one that calls itself a duochrome, but it's not as obvious as this one here is. I have Twilight to compare to the one that's on my eyes. This also has that pinky purpley thing, but it's way more of a duochrome. And I think it also has like pinkiness to it. So you can see there, it's a similar color, but this one's just a little bit more intense in shifts and in sparkle. And then I want to compare this green one, Anaconda, to Willow. This is the one I was thinking of before, which is a nice green. You get a nice easy swatch of it. It has sparkles. It has a little bit of that brown to it also, which just makes it a little bit more intriguing. And this is the kind of shadow that I could use all over my lid if I really wanted to, but also I can deepen up with. So yeah, there's the collection. I will say, I think it's much better than last year's fall collection. Last year they released like the 20 shades that was also a mix of different formulas. I don't know why they always do that in the fall, but there was way more flops there than I feel like there was today. The ones today, even the ones that I didn't love, like I could see an argument being made for, I could see people using them in a palette, so I don't know. I also just prefer the smaller collections anyway because they're more digestible. I forgot to mention in the beginning, one difference between this collection and every other time I've ordered from Looxi is these were wrapped in plastic, and they were kind of like tightly wrapped in the way that like, I don't know if I can imagine the person behind Looxi like putting them in herself, which made me wonder if these could be like manufactured shades, unless she just has like a machine now that puts them in plastic. But I'll post a picture up here of how they looked right when I took them out of the box before I took them out of their little individual packaging. I just thought that was surprising. It also just feels wasteful because usually there's like absolutely no plastic when you order from them. But this time I had all these little plastic wrappers that were kind of like annoying to take off of them. Not a big deal, just thought I'd mention it. Hello, welcome, or in the words of this new Looxi collection, absolutely nothing. This collection is saying absolutely nothing. I opened it and it just looked at me like, we are going to eye swatch it. I don't want to totally jump the gun, but I have very low hopes at this moment, and it's frustrating that there's 12. Usually when it's like a larger Looxi collection, it makes me more excited because there's more chances to have like a spectacular standout shadow, as I've found within a lot of Looxi's past collections. But in this case, I think they're using like 12 paragraphs to say what they could say in 7, you know? It's like a bad movie being 3 hours instead of the bad movie just being like an hour and a half. Like, why did you do this to me, you know? Clearly I'm feeling a little a little heated about this. Looxi, I'm a big fan of Looxi. I've swatched all of their collections for the past couple of years. I'm always so excited. I'm always so eager to defend them because even though not every shadow has always been perfect, they've had such standout gems that make the whole thing worth it, you know? But it's been like over 6 months since the last collection, and when I got the email that there was going to be a new one finally, like they always give you like 12 hours notice or something, I was so excited to be like back on the Looxi wagon. But the preview pictures for the collection looked very unexciting, and then seeing it in person, the shadows just look very flat. Again, I've occasionally been surprised by a shadow that doesn't look like much in the pan, but I don't know, these just look like ones that I've tried out before. Like, I can already imagine how these are going to feel. I don't want to ramble on too much more based on speculation. We can do that based on facts. After I swatched these, I paired them up into little two-sums of the colors looking more similar, so it will be easier to compare. But yeah, let's hop in, let's zoom on in, and let's see how the Salty Clouds collection, I don't even think I said the name of the collection, we'll see how the Salty Clouds collection looks on my eyelids. I put on earrings. Me, being the positive person that I am, despite the super negative intro, there are a couple of these that I'm vaguely excited about, or maybe I should say like vaguely intrigued by for various reasons. A couple of them because I think the color is at least interesting, and then a couple of them look slightly more sparkly than other ones. And we're just gonna start off with the one that's potentially the best formula-wise of all of them, which is this one here. I'm showing you in the pan because hopefully you could see a little bit how flat some of these look. Like, look at this pink. Like, I barely see any sparkle, anything going on in there. But in contrast, this one, yeah. You can see like the little bit of sparkle in there. Not necessarily enough, and I think it still looks way less sparkly than other Looxi shadows, and the color looks pretty uninteresting if it is just this shade without any kind of shift or anything. But alas, either way, we're gonna start with this one. This is the shade Peachy, and it's described as a peach shade with shifts of gold, copper, and green. Okay, moment of truth. Yeah, it feels like exactly how I imagine this whole collection would feel. It just feels like a thick, dry powder. A lot of Looxi's more recent shades that have been so spectacular have been more like dimethicone, like a very kind of slippery feel to them. And this one does not have that feeling to it. I will say it glid on. How do you say glided? Do I just say glided? I'm gonna say glid. It glid on. Sometimes with this sort of like thick powder, they have a little bit of tack to them and they don't like spread or slide easily. This one did. It feels thin on my lid, and I think it just reads to me as like a very unexciting champagne. This is the type of shadow that I feel like if it was in a palette, maybe I would use it in a pinch. Or it's the type of shade that like, if this was the worst one in a Looxi collection, I would accept that, you know? But the fact that this might be the best one in the Looxi collection, I don't know about that. I'm seeing like a little bit of like light reflectance to it, but it doesn't even come up as anything super sparkly. Yeah, I think my review on this one is like, it's average, it's fine. I'm not mad about it, but I wish this was the worst one. Looxi's had so many champagnes and pale golds over the years that have been like way more exciting than this. This next one doesn't have too much in common with the first one, it just made the most sense to put them together. This is the shade Minty. It's described as a refreshing mint green shade with a subtle shift of silver and pink tones. And I'm betting that subtle is going to be so subtle, we're not even gonna see it. This feels a little bit softer than Peachy did, but overall like the same sort of effect. Yeah, both of these have been very thin shadows. I'm actually going to layer up Minty a little bit. You know, I will say about this one, I feel like it has that type of subtle glow that I could imagine using for my inner corner. I have this Urban Decay single, Lucid, and it's not like an impressive shadow. It's just a regular shadow. It's not even a moon dust shadow, but I really like the glow of it. And I feel like this could be similar. I'll definitely compare that later on. I am seeing a little bit of that pink reflecting, and that's kind of cool. I don't hate that shadow. So far, we'll see if it changes, but these two didn't have the tack that I associate with the Looxi shadows that look like these. And even though neither of these are like best of the best Looxi, I don't hate them. I just wish the collection would get better. But I do feel like if the other shadows have this like glow of minty, I don't know. I don't want to jump the gun. I don't want to be too overly positive, but I am feeling like this shadow has a little bit of a cool effect. I don't know. I'm sorry. Put me in jail. I don't know. And both of these look less exciting out of the direct light. Okay, moving on to two more shades of blue. When I was unboxing them, this is actually one that I was a little bit excited for because I like the color of it. It's a shade of blue that I feel like can be harder to find in a vegan formula because it has like a touch of red to it, but not so red that it makes it look purple. This is the shade Salty, which is like the namesake of the collection, and it's described as a periwinkle blue with undertones of purple and a shift of pink. This feels pretty consistent, a little bit less soft than the last one, but a very similar effect in how it goes on. Huh. Did have a little bit of fallout. It might just be like a particular fleck, but there's another sure sign that we've really moved away from the dimethicone. I think this does have a similar type of finish as the last shade, but for some reason it doesn't come up as glowy, I think. Like, even though I like this color more, I think the mint one somehow looked a little bit more special, but this does feel like the same idea, like a slight pink hue in just a different shade. I bet I could use this as an inner corner shade as well, but I'm less excited to do so than I was with the mint one. And then the next one is called Icy. I'll show you them together. This is Salty that I have in my eye and Icy. It is surprising that a collection would have the two of these because they do look so similar, but as I said, Salty has like a touch of red to it, and I feel like Icy has a touch of yellow to it. And personally, I prefer blues that lean more towards purple as opposed to the ones that lean towards green. Although both still are like quite mid-toned, like quite blue. Okay, feels pretty similar. Maybe slightly thicker. Yeah, they look different on the eye. I think this one commands a little bit more attention. Like, I feel like this one has a little bit more of the essence of what I liked about Minty. Is that what that one was called? Yeah, Minty. It just stands off of my lid a little bit more, but I still do prefer Minty. Not much to say, not a particularly high level of sparkle or anything. If anything, I feel like these have more so of like, I keep on saying glow, and I wish I could put that into better words, but I feel like these have more of a glow than actually like sparkly, glittery particles in it. And sometimes I like a glow. I definitely like a glow for my inner corner, but yeah, neither of these are doing enough for me. Bleh. The next two are more like interesting neutrally type shades, which is a field that I feel like Looxi has historically excelled at, but I do think part of what makes an interesting neutral is having like a noteworthy formula. So I'm concerned that these two are just going to fall flat. This one is called Nudie, and it almost looks like a super light olive. It almost looks like an antique gold, but then the swatch they have on their website, which we know we can't rely on, but either way, I get excited about it. It has a lot of green to it. Like, it looks like a neutral with the green flip, and that would be cool if we saw like any inkling of that. Nudie is described as a luminous golden beige hue with shifts of green, turquoise, and mauve. Let us see. More of the same. They all feel pretty similar. Huh. I don't know. I really don't know. Okay, it does definitely look more interesting than the past shades. We're seeing some like duochrome flip to it. I see like a bronziness when my head is turned, as well as like a golden shade in the center and green, but then straight on, it's more so green. I don't hate it. I don't hate it, but I also think the color like looks a little icky. Like, something about the particular shade of this isn't doing it for me. Again, kind of like what I was saying with the first one, I wish this was like the worst one from the collection. Like, I feel like my whole perspective is skewed because it really just feels like I have to take what I can get. And I feel like there's been other times where there's a shadow like this and then all the other formulas are so sparkly and beautiful, so it makes me like this one less. So I'm really just liking this one more compared to the formulas of the other ones. But, you know, time will tell if I do reach for it, if I decide I like it when I have like a whole look on with it. What I'm reporting to you right now is that it's not particularly sparkly, but it is duochromy and I don't hate it, but I am unsure about it. The next one is Stormy, and this is the type of color of Interesting Neutral that I'm generally a little bit more intrigued by, a little bit more of a cooler tone. And up close, I don't know if it'll come across on camera, but to my eye, I can see a little bit more like actual sparkle in here than I was seeing for some of the other shades. This one's described as a lavender, which also surprised me, but also kind of intrigues me. I like an Interesting Neutral with a questionable color. Some debate about whether or not it's actually neutral. A lavender shade complemented by shifts of pink, orange, and blue. I am dipping into that again. This feels so close in shade to my eyelid. I like how it looks here. It definitely has a little bit of the duochrominess going on like this one does, but I feel like the shimmer of it is like so similar to my skin tone. In a way, I do like that. There's times when I want to do my makeup and I don't want to go somewhere and have someone be like, you really dressed up for this. I feel like this is the type of shadow that's interesting enough for me to not be doing something totally boring, but it's also like subtle enough that if you're not looking for it, you won't catch it. Like, it's the type of shade I could imagine wearing to work. Still, it's not a very sparkly shade, and it doesn't have the same contrast within it as this one does. But in this Take What You Can Get episode of Ice Watching Looxi, if these are the best that we can get, like, I don't know. I guess what I'm trying to say is that these feel better than what I feared this collection would be. I was nervous that these would be 100% like tacky, icky, thick, one-dimensional shadows with no sparkle, no duochrome. So although these are not the Looxi shadows that I love and I recommend and I scream from the rooftops about, they're not bad. That's what I'm trying to say here. We're halfway there. The next 6 are potentially the bolder ones. Maybe that'll be good, maybe that'll be bad. I have no idea. The next shade is called Royalty. My New York accent was coming out there for a second. I'm scared about this one because I feel like they've released so many purples like right in this color scheme that it's like, why compete with yourself if you know you're gonna do so much worse? This one's described as a vibrant violet with shifts of turquoise and pink. It does look kind of like cool and glowy in the pan, and like it does look a bit duochromatic. Okay. You know, I'm trying to remind myself that the bar is on the floor, but also at the same time, I do think this looks pretty. It just doesn't feel like a spectacular shadow. And I'm trying to pinpoint what it is about it. Like, is it the fact that it doesn't feel soft? Like, it feels to me like a cheaper shadow, like physically? Does that make my impression of it worse? But at the same time, I know other people really weren't enjoying the dimethicone feel of it. And also, even with myself, I've said before that like I often won't wear Looxi shadows if I'm going out for the day, if I'm like wearing my makeup for a long period of time in a way that like it counts, because the dimethicone shadows will like crease and gather on me. And then when I look at myself at the end of the day, it's just like a line like right in the deepest hollow of my eye. So like this shadow could mean I could wear this all day and it won't necessarily crease as much. And I think it does look nice, right? Please help me, tell me. I don't think it looks like the most incredible shade in the world. I don't think it looks like, you know, an $18 Terra Moon shade or Divina shade, but for a $3 shadow, I think it is doing something. I think it does look nice. Yeah, okay, I guess that's it. I think it does look nice. I am excited though to see if I have something else in my collection to compare it to like put it in a little bit more context, because maybe there is something else to it that I'm not thinking about right now that is the reason I don't feel super excited about it. Okay, the next 5 are all warm tone shadows, and we're going to kick that off with the shade Fruity. This is the one particularly that it reminded me of, I think it's Fruit Punch from a collection last year, and Fruit Punch was trash. I think that was one of the instances though where like it was the bad one in an otherwise fine collection. So I'm wondering if A, this is going to remind me of that. I don't still have that shadow though, I did declutter it. And also how I might feel about this in this context of a worse collection. Although maybe it will do the glowy thing. I don't know. I haven't tried it yet. No, I'm not feeling this. Maybe it's that like certain shades can do the glowy thing. Like the mint somehow has enough translucency that you can tell that it's like glowing off of my skin and not just sitting on top of it. Did I even say what this was described as? It's described as a fuchsia shade with shifts of magenta and orange. And I do feel like I see a little bit of that like color, a little bit of that like orangeness, but it's not enough. You know, like this one's giving me like a bit of like a duochrome thing. And the shade of like, I know I'm still talking about this one even though we're moved on to this one. The shade of like bluishness in the like forefront is pretty. This shadow, it's not the worst thing in the world, fine, bars on the ground. If it was like the worst shade in a palette, fine, maybe you'd use it sometimes, but I'm not feeling it. I'm not excited about it. I don't want to wear it. The bluey one, Royalty, I feel like it is growing on me the longer I wear it for. And Fruity, it does have a little bit of a glow in the dim light. I don't know. The next 2 are bronzes, which I usually find myself pretty unexcited by, especially because Looxi has released so many bronzes over the years. And it's funny with these 2 because they look so similar in the pan, except one looks more sparkly. This one might in the pan look like the sparkliest one in the whole collection, but even if it is, like I'm still not going to be that excited about a bronze. We're going to start with this one though, which is Honey. These all end with eyes, and I don't really like it. This is described as a golden honey shade with shifts of orange, pink, and green. It does like feel soft going onto my lid. I don't dislike that. It has some presence to it. Okay, it does look kind of nice farther back. I know I usually like finish my thoughts on one and then move on to the other, but I'm actually very eager to put this one on too, and then we can talk about them at the same time in comparison to each other. So this one is Hottie. Is that named after me? Ha ha ha. Hottie is described as a multi-dimensional shade with metallic properties. Shifts of gold, bronze, copper, rosy pink, and turquoise make this a must-have. That is the longest description that any of these have had. What if this is the one? What if this is the one? It feels slightly drier, like it feels slightly harder pressed than the other ones, but it's still picked up enough. I'm going to get a little bit more. Yeah, I like this one better. It still feels like just a bronze to me, but it's interesting because the colors of bronze of these look so similar. It's kind of like a golden copper in the forefront and then a warm bronze when it's out of the light. Maybe this one's like a little bit more warm, a little bit more reddish out of the light, but I think the biggest difference is that you can see the like smooth metallicness of this one and how this is like little tiny pinpoint sparkles all over it. Yeah, just a weird thing to have both of these in the same collection. Like that's the kind of thing that makes me feel like there wasn't a lot of thought going into the colors that were selected. Or it's the kind of thing that I could see another brand, if they were going to do this, there would be some type of explanation with it, but Looxi doesn't say anything. Looxi just every couple months is like, here's what you're going to get. I'll see you next time I have something else, you know? So neither of these are horrible, but I definitely prefer this one. I think I was just like looking at this with a little bit of admiration because we haven't seen an actual sparkle in a while. Yeah, and I think you can definitely see the difference in the other lights. Sparkles for the win. I think it makes such a huge difference moving around because it picks up light in curious ways. Definitely far superior over the metallic. We're on to the final two, and my eyelids aren't on fire. I don't know if I was just kind of mentally prepared for the physical toll of eye swatching 12 shadows, or if something about the fact that these felt so thin, like I didn't have to like try as hard to get them off so I didn't irritate my eyelids as much. I don't know. The last two, I'm a little intrigued by the colors. When I opened these up, I was like, because Looxi has a tendency to dupe themselves or nearly dupe themselves a lot. So these colors looked more unique to me, and that piqued my interest. Let's start with the second to most exciting. I mean, and don't get your hopes up. Like, these were exciting to me because they were a little different. Don't get your hopes up. But this is the shade Slushy. And it's kind of like an orangey copper shadow. It's described as a rich, deep orange with subtle shifts of cherry red, gold, and pink. These last two shades were also what inspired me to have these warm parts of my sweater on, or to wear the sweater that already had warm parts. I didn't add warm parts for this. This feels a little bit more like that sparkly bronze one did. Like, it feels a little bit harder pressed, but it doesn't look like it'll have sparkle like that one did. Yeah, this is pretty unexciting on my eyes. It is different from other Looxi shadows we've tried, but in a world where Terra Moon's Arcturus exists, this isn't really gonna do much for me. I am curious how some of these will pick up on a pencil brush, like if this will work better for my lower lash line. There's been a couple Looxi shades in the past that I enjoy and I keep around because they operate a little bit more in place of mattes. And Arcturus, I feel like it's a little bit too chunky to work well for my lower lash line, but maybe this would. But this color that I see on my eyelid right now doesn't excite me. I feel like I'm seeing a little bit of like lighter orange sparkles to it and maybe a deeper orange out of the light, but all of the colors are similar enough that they're not standing off of each other. So I probably won't put this on my lid again. And then the color that I was for some reason most intrigued by when I opened up the package is the shade Poppy. It's kind of like a warm, hot, pinky orange. I don't know. It's described as a deep pink hue with shifts of orange, bronze, and copper. I felt like this one looked like a little interesting in the pan. I don't think it's going to focus right, but it looked a little bit like orangey in the base and then some lighter pink sparkles to it. I don't know. Let's see. Maybe this one will be as much of a disappointment as this one is. Feels slightly softer. Okay. Okay. No, I like this one. I like this one. I was right. I like this one. It kind of reminds me of a less pink Cinder from Cleona. But yeah, the pink in this kind of glows. Am I crazy? Am I delirious from eye swatching 12 subpar Looxi shadows? No, I like this. Like, this color feels flat on my eye, and this color feels dimensional on my eye. I'm not saying it's like the best of the Looxi shadows, but I have occasionally enjoyed a shadow that's not super sparkly, high impact, and I like how this looks. I am seeing some of like the copper to it. Doesn't really shift that much, not much of a duochrome or anything, but I just like the effect of it, and I like the specific color of it. Yeah. Cool. Okay. All right, cool. I'm going to do a look using some of these shadows, maybe try to get a couple of them on my eye. I'm not really sure. Either way, I'll be right back. Here is the finished look. I do like it. Let me tell you what I did. Usually I just add on to the shadow that I already have swatched on my eye, but because my eyes didn't feel that irritated, I did take off those shades. I added on eye primer. I put a shade from the Kylie Mauves palette as like the matte in my crease. And then I did Poppy, the last shade that I really liked, over both of my eyes. Over the outer corner, I used Hottie, which was the more sparkly bronze. On my lower lash line, I used some of the hot pink, the coppery orange, and the less sparkly bronze, fruity, slushy, and honey. And then I popped minty on the inner corners. I do think all the colors worked pretty well in like their assigned places, but especially for the lower lash line, I don't know if the colors are special enough that I'm gonna want to keep them around long term. Like, I'm not sure if I'm going to think to reach for them. I feel like the other Looxi shadows that I have that I keep pretty much exclusively for my lower lash line are special, and that's why I keep them. But I am enjoying how Minty's looking, I like how Poppy's looking, and I like how Hottie's looking. Definitely not as sparkly as the usual look that I would choose to do, but I'm not mad at it. One thing that I do want to add to this, some sparkle. This is something that I always want to do, I don't always remember to do, but eyeshadow is like art supplies, and even though it's nice when you just need one to do exactly what you want it to do, sometimes you find a color that you really like that it just doesn't happen to come in a more sparkly formula. So I want to take a little bit of Celestial. This is an iridescent from the Glam Smitty and Shine by SD collab that I've been enjoying. And I want to try to tap this a little bit over, and then it has some sparkle to it. I like that. It's just like a little oomph, and I could imagine using this Poppy shadow over my lid in the future and knowing that I'm gonna top it with this. I'm gonna do swatches in just like a general ranking, because I feel like at this moment, if I were to lose this collection, there would be 5 shadows that I can pretty confidently say I wouldn't consider repurchasing, 5 that the jury's kind of still out on. I'm gonna let time tell me a little bit if I do end up wanting to use them, and if I do, how I feel about them. And there's 2 that I feel like if I lost them, I would add them on to my next Looxi order. So for the bottom 5, Salty, this like slightly periwinkle blue. I had hope for the color, but I just felt like it didn't have enough presence on my eye. Icy felt pretty unremarkable. A slightly yellow leaning blue that didn't have like the glow and sheerness of Minty. Honey, not the worst metallic bronze, but completely upstaged by Hottie, the more sparkly version of it. Fruity, a mid-toned hot pink. We've seen it before from Looxi, not enough contrast within the shade to be anything interesting. Slushy, again, just not enough contrast within the shade to be anything of note. And then the 5, I don't really know yet. Peachy, a little bit on the sparkly side compared to the others, but nothing too exciting or memorable about it. Like, what did I even think about this? Royalty, the shadow that broke my brain, it looked pretty, just didn't feel like it had that like je ne sais quoi, but I do definitely want to try it because I feel like there is nothing wrong with it. It just wasn't giving what I wanted it to give, and I don't know what I wanted it to give. Nudie, a bit more duochromatic than a bunch of the other shades, but something about it just felt like kind of ugly, and I don't know if I'm going to wear it or not. Stormy, also a little bit more duochromatic, feels like a pretty practical shadow, but not that exciting. And Minty, this one had a nice glow to it. I'm enjoying it on my inner corner. This was like right on the brink of being one of the shadows I would repurchase, but I mostly want to see how it compares to other shadows that I have in my collection that I feel like filled this spot. So I might even have a little bit more of a concrete decision before the end of this video. And then the 2 that I'm actually specifically interested in wearing this week, we have Hottie, not the most interesting shade, but it did have a sufficient amount of sparkle, and I feel like this shadow is worth my $3. And then Poppy, not the most sparkly, but it has some kind of glow to it, and I like the shade. Personally, I'm willing to have a shadow that's less sparkly if it's a color that I find unique and compelling. I just can't get over the fact that this was a 12 shadow collection. I was just trying to figure out where I went wrong in these swatches, and I'm pretty sure I swatched Royalty over Peachy, so let's give Peachy its own moment. But I was counting because I was going to say they could so easily have cut out like 5 of these, and then like the slightly better formulas would be a larger percentage of the collection. So we're going to move on to some comparisons. I'm not going to do comparisons for every shade because I just feel like you guys aren't sitting at home needing comparisons for every subpar shade to see how they compare to other shadows already in your collection to help make purchasing decisions. If I'm wrong, let me know. I'm sorry, but that's just what I think. And then B, I don't have enough subpar shadows in my collection to compare to these subpar shadows, but I will do some for shadows that came to mind. I will do some to show you the formula differences between the Looxi formula that we know and love and these. Yeah, let's hop over to that. To set the stage for these formula differences, this is Looxi Salty, and this is Looxi Electric Lemonade. I think you can see in the swatches how Salty comes up more opaque because it's less kind of separated in how it reflects the light because it doesn't have as much sparkle. In addition, Electric Lemonade has a duochrome from like a pinky purple into the blue. This is Looxi Minty next to Lucid, that Urban Decay single, and Water Mist from Divina. Here's Peppermint Kiss from Looxi and Prize from the Shine by SD Treasure Palette. I think you can see here too that Minty is the most opaque of them. So it does do a similar thing for the inner corner as Lucid and Water Mist, but it's going to be a bit bolder. Water Mist also, I like it because it has enough sparkle to be a little interesting on the lid, but it's also subtle enough for the inner corner. But it also has a big duochrome, which isn't showing on camera, but when I look at it, it looks like a reddish pink. Peppermint Kiss is a little bit more of a shiny, wet look formula, and Prize is more of a true iridescent, just sparkly. Here's Poppy next to Cleona Cinder and Looxi Ohana. I think Poppy and Ohana are the most similar in tone, but Ohana has way more texture to it. Cinder looks a lot more hot pink in comparison, but I think you can tell that Cinder even looks more textured, and Cinder is a Cleona shadow that I think of as particularly untextured. Here's Looxi Peachy next to Looxi Nectar and Looxi Arctic Rose. Just some examples of some more interesting champagnes they've done. Nectar is not one of my favorites, but looking at them next to each other, it's so much more sparkly than Peachy is. Arctic Rose is more interesting because it has more of like a mauve-y base, but I like that little accent to spice up a more uninteresting color. Here's Looxi Royalty next to Looxi Once Upon a Time, Looxi Painted Lady, and JD Glow and Sane. I think it looks like the slightly lighter version of Once Upon a Time, but Once Upon a Time, it's just more sparkly, and looking at it at a different angle too, it has kind of a shift of like a really bright pinky purple, and Royalty just kind of seems to stay the same at most angles. It goes from that like periwinkle blue to slightly more purple, and that's it. Yeah, I don't really know what's going on with Looxi, and I feel like part of knowing Looxi is just knowing that those answers aren't going to come. I can speculate that their shadows might be being made by different people, or they have trouble getting some of the old formulas, or the profit margin wasn't high enough using those ingredients that made the shadows so spectacular and they're trying to increase their profit margins. I can tell you my hopes, my wishes for Looxi. I wish they were putting out more spectacular shades, even if they charge a higher price for them. I feel like the best of Looxi is worth way more than $3. And if they wanted to start releasing collections, kind of like how Terra Moons does, like Terra Moons will have shadows of different formulas, different price ranges within one collection, they could have those super sparkly shades for like $5 or $6 a piece, and they would still be, you know, inexpensive. And then they could have the less exciting, less sparkly, less expensive, I assume, I don't know, shadows at the $3 price point. But I also feel like at the end of the day, Looxi's gonna do what Looxi wants to do. Maybe even they realized that spending more money or effort or whatever it was into making better shadows didn't amount to that much more sales. Like maybe enough people buy at launch and that's where they make most of their money, regardless of whether or not the shadows are spectacular or subpar. But I hope it's just growing pains. I hope it's just a moment of time and we'll be back to having spectacular collections soon. I also hope we're back to mattes. I love their mattes. I'm always talking about their mattes, and I don't think they've restocked them in like at least a year. But we'll see. It's going to take a lot more than a couple bad collections in a row to have me lose hope in Looxi. I'm still going to be here ordering every time they have a collection, and I'm crossing my fingers. I'm rooting for them. I'm rooting for us to get some nice shadows at a good price point again. And I will say, I feel like, you know, I was kind of saying this throughout the video, but I don't think these shadows are horrible. Like, they've released some shades in the past that I think are objectively bad shadows, and I don't think all of these are bad. I just think they're not for the same customer that is looking for the most high impact sparkly shadows that exist. And I think the most frustrating thing is that it's hard to know until you get them what they're going to be, because their swatches, you can't rely on them. They don't send out any PR, and they don't categorize the new collections based on like what type of shadow it is. Please be sparkly, please be sparkly. Well, what do we have here? After several collections in a row of being absolutely trolled by Looxi, I just got in their latest collection that dropped at the end of March, and they look sparkly. With the past collection, I could tell the second I saw them in the pan that they were likely not going to be that dramatic on the eyes, but these, at least a couple of them, seem to have some promise. But we're gonna do eye swatches of all 10 new shadows, and we'll get to the bottom of this. Is Looxi back, or is Looxi just like doing a further nosedive into the dumpster or whatever? If you're new here, I'm Hannah. I love super sparkly indie eyeshadows. I eye swatch all of Looxi's new collections. I've been doing that for several years now, so if you're interested in this type of thing, join along and let's get into the eye swatches. Looxi always feels like they're just doing their own thing, but this collection makes me feel like they're at least aware of the trends and making decisions accordingly. I feel like interesting neutrals, spicy neutrals, whatever you want to call them, have been very popular recently, and this collection is very neutral heavy, with also several greens. I am most excited about these 4 in here, but I feel like I might start with the others just to like leave something, like build up to something. So I'm gonna start with the 2 lightest shades. This one is Pretty Little Thing. It's described as a metallic light beige with shifts of gold, bluish green, and reddish pink. Something that I did notice about these right off the bat, the past Looxi collections that have not gone over very well have been very dry. Their formula for several years leading up to this sudden change has been more of a dimethicone feel, a little bit more of like an emollient touch to them. And I've noticed that this collection that I just opened, some of them have oil spots on the back. I don't know if it's just someone's fingers putting the stickers on or whatever, but I have found that with some brands that have more soft shadows, you'll see the oil seeping into like the palette packaging surrounding it. So that makes me feel like this is going to be a return, or I don't know, it's going to be a more moist feeling, and we'll see if it's the same dimethicone moistness that we've known and enjoyed from Looxi for some time now. I feel like I always like trick you and myself. I like zoom in and we're like about to do eye swatches and then I just have more to say. Sorry, let's do it now. I'm so nervous. Oh, this feels pretty dry. Yeah, this feels exactly like their recent ones have. It does look pretty on my finger. My consensus about the last collection was that it's not show-stopping eyeshadows like we've occasionally gotten from Looxi in the past, but they are fine shadows, and that's what this looks like to me, but I am a little bit disappointed to feel that it feels just like the last collection. Yeah, went on easily, feels very thin. This is like my eyelid color, but better. Yeah, not starting off very strong. It does have a little bit of a nice duochrome to it. I like that it looks different out of the light than it does in direct light. I feel like this is an easy shade. This is like a very work-appropriate shade. You want to wear something a little bit fun, but you don't want it to be noticeable or look I don't know, juvenile, if that's the, you know, culture of the office. I feel very similar to this as I did about the neutrals in the last collection. It's okay. The next shadow is Riz, which is described as a metallic mauve with shifts of turquoise and gold. This one, in the swatches on their website, it looks really shifty. I think we've all learned our lesson by now that you can't trust Looxi's swatches on their website, but that looks so pretty. But this, the texture in the pan looks very similar to this one, so yep, feels just like that one. Ugh, that's such a bummer. I mean, still, these didn't look like the most sparkly of the collection, so there might still be hope yet. Oh, and I do like the tone of this one. Okay, this is why I love having two on my eyes at once, and I always try to match up the most similar colors, because this is so much more dramatic looking than this. It is possible that on someone with a deeper skin tone, this would come up more like this one on them. It's just that this is darker than my skin tone, that it has more of a contrast. But this does feel like something a little bit fresh from them. I can't think of another shade that I have that's just like this. And I think the contrast between the light shimmer that you get in the light to the darkness of when it's out of the light, that is cool. I still think this is like a work appropriate shade. It's not like a showstopper. This has potential to me. This I feel like could be pretty in a look. I could also deepen it up with some more mattes. I could add a shimmery topper on top. I mean, I could do that for any of the less sparkly shades anyway, but I'm excited to play around with this one. This one was Riz. I'm gonna remember that. Okay, let's move on to the couple more greeny looking ones. This one is called Extra, which to me looks like a green. It looks like an antiqued olive type of shadow, but it's described as a metallic taupe with shifts of silver and purple. You may have noticed, it doesn't say green at all in that description, so I'm curious how this will go. Huh. Alright, this one does have the dry feel, but it has more texture than the other two. Like, it picked up more on my finger, and I think you could see that here, that it's just a little bit bolder than the other ones looked on my finger. Okay. You know, I'm prone to be less impressed by this. I'm not the biggest green eyeshadow person, and I feel like we've seen shadows similar to this from Looxi. They've probably discontinued whatever that similar shadow is, because it seems like they've been discontinuing everything. But I will say I like this. This has more drama than the last two did. I still see green. I think it looks like a very muted olive shimmer with like a warm bronze base to it. It is pretty. I think on the eye it looks like it could be one of their older formulas, but I don't think I'll get a lot of use out of it because the color isn't very me. Next up is Viper, and this one they're calling green. It's described as a metallic, vibrant olive green with shifts of golden yellow and dark green. In the pan, the formula, again, looks pretty similar to what we've been having. We haven't encountered one that looks extra sparkly in the pan yet. Oh, this one feels harder pressed than the other ones. Yeah, it has like less textural pickup than the last one did, and it's glides on my eye a little bit less easily. That is a pretty color. Yeah, although I'm not a big green person, I do like weird colors, and I feel like this is very like olive meets chartreuse, and I like that about it. Yeah, definitely some formula issues that I don't love. I don't love that dry feel right off the bat. I don't love it not sliding on my eyelid that easily, but I feel like it looks a little radioactive in color. And a good color can redeem a shadow for me. I'm more willing to work with a color that intrigues me, and I'm feeling intrigued by this color. I don't think I have anything just like this. I feel like I have chartreuses that are more bright, and I feel like I have a lot of greens that are either more green or more brown, but I like this one. I like this one because of the color, and the formula is like fine enough. Okay, we've made it to the moment where I'm either going to be impressed or very disappointed. This one looks shiny. This one is high key. Let me show you what I mean by it looking shiny in the pan. This is the previous one we just watched, Viper. High key just looks more like textured, more reflective. There's more variance in the color in the pan too, which generally says to me it's going to be more sparkly because it's already like reflecting light differently in here. It's described as a metallic foiled emerald green with shifts of dark green, blue, and gold. Moment of truth. Okay, yeah, this is definitely softer. It still doesn't have the feel of their old dimethicone ones, but it definitely felt a lot softer and less powdery when I picked it up. It definitely was a powder, but it didn't have that like tiny individual particle feel of powder, if you know what I mean. I like how this one feels, but I don't like how it looks as much. I think this is just my green bias speaking, because really, it looks like a fine shadow. It has a lot of presence on the eye, which is something that I'm always looking for. I want it to really stand off of my face, and I feel like this one does. The base of it almost looks like a black base multichrome. I feel like black base multichromes around the edges look like dark, uneven powder, and I'm kind of seeing that in here. That's not my favorite either, because that to me says I'm going to have to use more mattes to balance out the base of it. So keep that in mind. I think I feel similarly about this as I did about the first green. It's a fine shadow. If this is like a color you're looking for, I think it's a fine formula. It's just not necessarily for me. Okay, the next shade before we get into the four kind of mid-toned, really sparkly looking ones is Deadpan, which is the darkest one of the bunch. It's described as a metallic dark taupe brown with shifts of silver and green. I feel like in the pan, it looks like a very deep, like cool toned, like chromy, silvery gray. And it doesn't look as shiny. Oh, this one has a very different feel. This one feels slick. It almost has that like wet rock feeling where you don't really feel the particles coming up, but it looks very intense on my finger, which is promising and exciting. Huh. Yeah, I feel like it looks like a slimy shadow, but it didn't even have that dimethicone feeling. Like, it feels like nothing I've ever felt before from Looxi, and I actually like this a lot more in the eye than I did in the pan. It seems like there's like a burgundy base in here, which is really interesting. I love shadows that have a big contrast in them. I love shadows that have both warm and cool colors within them, and this seems to be that. It looks like a burgundy base around the edges, but like throughout most of the shadow, it's like a very warm, dark brown, and then the sparkle on top is more of like a cool toned gray. This is very interesting. I don't tend to wear shadows this dark on a daily basis, but I'm intrigued, and I feel like I definitely want to try a look with this. All right, Looxi. Yeah, I'm into this. I think this is my favorite one so far. It's bold, it's different, it's unique. That's what I'm looking for. I like it. Okay, we're on to the final four, these four right here. I'm so excited about them. I will say, I mentioned before that a lot of them have like a little bit of oil on the bottom, which you normally see like in palettes when it like seeps out. Like, here's one of them. I think you could see all those like darker oil spots. It must be because of that also. They're sliding less nicely in the pan. Like, I feel like that oil kind of gets it caught a little bit. Really a minor complaint, but just saying what I experience. Let's do this one that I just picked up. This one is called Mama Tried. It's described as a foiled gold with shifts of orange and red. I am excited about the formula, but I will say the color, I'm nervous is going to look like a lot of other shadows. Oh, this one feels just like that last one. It's like soft, but it's also almost squishy. Like when I touch it, it feels like my finger could keep going in more. Very different feeling, but that looks so pretty. Yeah, very soft, glides on. Oh, I do like this. You know, like warm, bronzy golds aren't really like my everyday thing, but I love this base in here. Like, I feel like this reads more like a color on my eyes and less like a neutral, because that base looks like it teeters the line between like a fiery orange and a tomato red, and then the shimmer in the forefront is just like bright gold. Okay, yeah, Mama tried, and Mama's getting there. Mama's getting somewhere. I've been thinking recently about decluttering a lot of my older Looxi shadows, my like several years old Looxi shadows that are no longer available, because I have this idea in my head that I have like everything already covered by Looxi already, and like, you know, some of them I do, but some of them I think are better in my head than they are in person. But I feel like this is a shadow that I'm excited to have replace some older, less exciting gold that I have from them. And hopefully these collections that are coming out now will stay around for a while. And then this can kind of be like a comparison point for future collections. I don't know if this has just been a little confusing side point, but I feel like this is a good Looxi shadow. I'm excited that they made this, and I'm excited that I own this. I'm like ready to update my collection with how Looxi's updated in a way. This next one is called IYKYK, if you know, you know. Hopefully this will be a little hidden Looxi secret. It's described as a metallic golden caramel with shifts of pink, copper, and orange. I feel like the swatches that they have on the website for this one don't look as impressive. Like my hopes aren't the highest for this one, but let's see. I'm curious if it'll feel the same. No, this one feels more powdery than the last two. It's a pretty bronze without being too golden. I feel like a lot of bronzes have a lot of gold to the sparkle in them, and the sparkles in this almost feel like cool toned. Like it feels like all of the yellow was like dialed down in it. So yeah, it feels like a solid shade. This almost feels more in the category of those first couple, like, safe work shades. It's a pretty standard bronze. If you wanted a pretty easy bronze in your collection, Looxi shadows are inexpensive. I think this one's okay. But if you have a large collection of single shadows like I do, I don't think this one's going to be a front runner. Okay, we are down to the final two. This next one is called Sus. And to my eye, it almost looks like a pinky purpley base with like bronze brown shimmer to it. It's described as a metallic gold with shifts of rose pink and purple. So this one could be cool. This one could be like a little bit more of a deviation from, you know, the neutral browns. It feels somewhere in between the more powdery formula and the more like finger sinks into it formula. Which maybe, I don't know, maybe it's good. Maybe it'll be easy to work with. Oh. Huh. This is interesting. I feel like I can see the purple to it, like especially here. I feel like the purple in the base is so apparent, but also from more of a distance, it does look more like a standard neutral. And I think that type of thing is what categorizes a shadow for me as an interesting neutral. It's like, it's harder to put your finger on what it is, and it's more unique. Yeah, I like it. I don't love it, but I respect it. It reminds me of like a peanut butter and jelly. And maybe that's throwing me off. Like, I'm so not used to purple and brown together. It's colors that I wouldn't think to pair them together in an eyeshadow look. I wouldn't think to wear them together, but I like that it's something that I haven't seen before. I can't think of seeing it before, at least in these tones of purple and brown. It's not the boldest shade. It doesn't totally stand off of my face. Maybe that makes it also more of like an office shade, but it's a little bit more exciting than some of the other office shades. Yeah, I think this one's nice. I don't love it, but I do like it. I feel like it's the type of shadow also that because it's like an interesting neutral, I could really come around to it. I could see that too. And now for the final shade, it's going to be Dark Horse. I will say I have the website pulled up on my phone as I'm doing this so I can like read the descriptions or whatever, and I always like to put similar colors together so you can see the differences. And I know sometimes on the website it's hard to tell what the difference is if they look the same in the pan. I just want to say that Dark Horse and Deadpan, I feel like on the website look very similar, but they look very different in person. Deadpan, this is the one that had like the little bit of the burgundy base to it. It looks so gray in the pan, and Dark Horse I think looks more of like a cool toned brown, and this one looks like a cool toned gray in the pan. I don't know. Thought that could be helpful to point out. Dark Horse in the pan, I can see little like multicolored sparkles to it, and I love shadows that have different colored sparkles, so hopefully that like translates onto the eye. It's described as a metallic mauve with shifts of light gold and purple. So we have another purple mix neutral. This one has that same soft formula, maybe even a little bit more soft, because I feel like some little clumps of the powder came up on my finger. I'm not concerned about that, like when it goes onto the eye, I think it'll smooth out right away, but just to show you, it picks up a little bit heavier on the finger. Oh yeah, that flake just fell off. Huh. I was hoping this one would look a little bit more interesting. Maybe I'm seeing a little bit of the pink sparkle. It's kind of hard to tell because I've removed so many shadows from this eye already that sometimes by the end of these videos it's hard to tell what got deposited this time and what's just like, you know, the subtlest leftover residue from past shades. But let me know what you think. I feel like I can see a little bit of pink sparkle to it. It's pretty. It's a pretty neutral. I think my hopes were a little high for this one. The base just looks like, you know, like a warm, mid-toned brown. The sparkle on top is more of like a cool brown. If I can identify sparkles in it, I'll like it more. Right now I feel a little bit like it's a nice shadow, but I'm not like itching to wear it, you know? I can't even decide which one of these I like better. I feel like I'm feeling kind of similar about the two of them, that like they're nice, but they're just not speaking to me like I wish they were. But they're nice. They're fine. I guess this one's a little bolder and I guess I like that. Yeah. Yeah, they're fine. I'm gonna do a look with one of these and come back. I'm not sure yet what I'm going to do, but I will figure it out and we'll be back in a second. Okay, here is the finished look. I'm going to tell you about this look, but allow me to start with two pieces of relevant background information. One piece of information is that when Looxi launched this collection on March 30th, I think it was, they also restocked their mats for the first time in a really long time. So here's the new mats that I picked up and I'm working on like testing them out. So then soon I'll be able to do a video with these mats and the mats that I've had and loved for years and talk about all of that. The other piece of background information is that as I was doing the eye swatches, I was like, wow, I can't believe my eyelids don't hurt. And then I removed the shadows that I had last swatched. And the second I went to put primer on, it was so painful to spread the primer on my eyes. So with all that being said, I decided to use that mucky radioactive chartreuse olive called Viper all over my eyes. So I wanted to pair it with some of my new Looxi mats to try them out. So I picked up Spiced Lemon and I went into my crease with it. And you know, when you get new mats, there's always a learning curve. You try things out, you see if they work or not. So I learned from doing this that Spiced Lemon is too deep for me to just go right into my crease with. It wasn't blending very nicely, and had it been under normal circumstances, I would have just wiped it off and went in with a lighter color and then blended Spiced Lemon into it, but because my eyelids hurt so much, I didn't want to then remove it. So I tried to do a little damage control. I blended some of the yellow higher in the crease, but all of this to say, that's why the crease looks kind of messy, just because I'm learning how to work with the new mats. Viper on the eyes, I have some mixed feelings about. I do think it makes an overall grungy look. I think with the messiness of the mats, the colors of the mats, the colors of the lid, I feel like from a distance, it looks really like, yeah, cool and grungy. But I also think seeing it all over my eyes in this look shows to me that the shimmer isn't that shiny. It does remind me of some older shimmers that I used to have before the like really PC sparkle indie shadows came into my life. So make of that what you will. I used Lightspeed from Terra Moons on my inner corner and I used more Spiced Lemon on my lower lash line. I really like it for there. I feel like it was the perfect amount of pigment for my lower lash line. Okay, so I'm going to go through and swatch them all. I put them in a general order from my least favorite to my favorite, but again, very general. It was hard to precisely rank them also because I feel like there's a couple distinct different formulas, and like I remember being slightly impressed by the second one, but I haven't seen the second one swatch at the same time as like the 9th one. So I tried my best and hopefully this will give like a general idea of how I'm feeling about the collection right now. For the bottom two, I have the two greens that I was less excited about, High Key and Extra. Extra was that one with like the brown base to it. High Key is more of like a bright green with what seems to be like traces of a black base. Actually, if I was being more precise, which I'll probably notice ways I could be more precise as I'm swatching these next to each other, I probably would put High Key in last place and this one slightly above it. Then we have Pretty Little Thing. This was the first one I swatched, and touching this after knowing what the rest of them feel like, this one does feel very dry, almost sandy. Then we have If You Know, You Know, and Dark Horse. Both of these I put in the bottom 5 because they're less interesting neutrals. But seeing these all swatched right now, I'm like, Dark Horse, it does look a little interesting. So I'm curious how I'll feel about it stacked up next to the top 5. Kicking off the top 5 is Riz. This one, as I said, I was a little unsure about where to put it just because I had a pretty positive reaction to it, but I hadn't seen it in a while. And I will say the formula, it feels less sandy than that first one did, and seeing it with the other swatches, I feel like it is in the right spot. Like, of these, I'd be most excited to grab this one. Then we have Viper, the one that's on my eyes. Yeah, I think you could see from the swatch it being a little bit less sparkly than some of the other ones. And that's something I'm kind of contending with my eyes too, but I like the color, and a good color goes a long way. Next is Sus, our little peanut butter and jelly interesting neutral. Still haven't totally wrapped my head around it, but I'm excited to try it in a look and see. Then we have Deadpan. I have a feeling that swatch-wise, this is going to be the one that I'm most excited about. I mean, look at that. I bet if someone was like, guess which one isn't $3, they would guess this one. But I was reluctant to put it into first place because I feel like it's a type of shadow that's impressive in a swatch, but isn't going to fit into my makeup routine nicely. Time will tell. And then the one I put into first place is Mama Tried. I do think this is the one that feels the best in the pan. It feels like nice and textured, but silky. It's the gold with an orangey red base. And I think you can see also in these 10 swatches why this one's up here. It really is holding its own, has a very clear duochrome and a lot of sparkle to it. So my final impressions are that this is a pretty solid collection compared to a lot of their most recent collections where it really felt like they were trolling us. Nothing here is bad. I might have said that last time also, but I will say these are better than last time. Last time they felt like a bunch of satins, a bunch of like lower lash line shades, and these, I think all of them looked good on my lid. The differences in ranking are mostly because of preferences and colors and not like some formulas just absolutely sucking. I will say if you're someone that's only enjoyed Looxi shadows that are on like the sparkliest part of the spectrum of Looxi shadows, I'd probably only recommend maybe the top 3, Sus, Deadpan, and Mama Tried. But I do feel like the rest of them are as sparkly as like some of my Clionadh shadows are. You know, like not every Clionadh shadow is maximum sparkliness. And I feel like all of these are for the most part a sufficient amount of sparkle, maybe with the exception of this one that I have on my eyes, Viper, and Pretty Little Thing, which is the first one that I tried. Also, to reiterate something that I was mentioning in the past, their more dimethicone shades would always crease on me, and I wouldn't wear them if I was going out for the whole day with my makeup done, but the more powdery shadows that they've had more recently do last on me longer. So I'm wondering if these are going to be a bit of a compromise where they're not as powdery as their really powdery ones, but they're not as dimethicone as their really dimethicone ones. If this new formula lasts on my eyes for like 6 hours, I'll say, I'd be happy. I will definitely keep you informed about that. I wasn't going to do comparisons, but I'm going to very quickly and casually just give a couple of comparisons that just seemed kind of the most obvious. But I will say, I've been hearing that the older Looxi shadows aren't the same as they used to be. So like you'll purchase angel wings and it's not necessarily the same angel wings that I have in my collection from several years ago. That's something that I do plan to do a video about soon when a future package gets to me. But for now, these couple of quick comparisons, I'm just gonna kind of give them as like reference points. Again, they were like the most obvious ones that I saw in my collection, and maybe it could be helpful if you already have the one that I'm swatching against it, but not necessarily to purchase the other one, you know? So next to Dark Horse and Riz, I want to swatch Angel Wings, a cult classic favorite from Looxi. So you can see Angel Wings is much lighter than those two, but it does have a similar reflect to this one, but Riz has a darker base. They're not dissimilar in vibes though. And then next to Extra, I'm gonna swatch Rocky Road. This shadow is quite old. Rocky Road looks straight up orange in comparison, which I wasn't expecting. Next to Viper, I'm going to swatch Peacock. I don't think this one's been on the website for some time now, but this seemed like it might be a bright enough green. No, this one's way more bronzy. Viper really maintains that green. This is almost like a bolder Rocky Road. And then next to Mama Tried, I'm gonna swatch Many Moons. This one was one of the better ones from their fall release, but it wasn't my favorite color. I think you can see that Mama Tried is a bit deeper, has more of a contrast in the base. And I think that small difference makes me like it a lot more. Go on, get out of here. Scram! Scram, I said!
Mama.
Come on, you have to go! You have to go!
I love you, Mommy.
Don't give me that. No, you have to stay here. You stay and I go. No! Hi, I'm Hannah. Started looking at my Looxi shadows. A lot of Looxi shadows are very inconsistent. Sometimes the shadows from them are awesome and I can't believe they're $3, and sometimes they're just kind of disappointing. But I do kind of feel like this shadow is a waste of my time. I kind of want to declutter this one also. Oh my god, look how incredible that is. Fine, let's get in the car. Thank you so much for being here. Bye!